Hello and welcome everybody to the 2017 US Chess Championships. For the next 2 weeks, the St. Louis Chess Club is going to host 24 of the best chess players this nation has to offer. They're going to collide over the chessboard in the pursuit of the national title. Who's going to win it all? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Cristian. This is Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Yasser Seirawan for the next 2 weeks to comment on the most exciting and the strongest and the richest U.S. championship, national championship in the world.
Absolutely. Jen, it's wonderful to have you back. Great for you to be here.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be back in the capital of chess in America.
St. Louis.
Indeed. And we've got a huge championship in store for you. In fact, this U.S. championship has become like a super elite Grandmaster event.
No question about it. It's the most prestigious, strongest U.S. championship ever held, biggest prize funds, every accolade you want to throw at it. And we've got the Holy Trinity there with Wesley, Fabi, and Naka.
That's right. We've got the number 2, number 3, and number 6 players in the world, all playing for the U.S. flag, in fact, earning gold for the U.S. And that's just outstanding. But, you know, I'll tell you what I love about the U.S. Championship is that there's all these fantastic grandmasters below them that are strong, but not at that elite level. So what happens is you see a lot of combative chess.
Without question. And look at Jeffrey Zhang, one of the youngest participants ever in U.S. championships. He's now the world junior champion. We've got the all gold medal team of Ray Robson and Sam Shanklin in the mix. Great veterans, and Alexander Onishuk and Gada Kamsky. I'm telling you, this is going to be a great tournament. I'm looking so forward to it.
And meanwhile, in the U.S. Women's Championship last year, we had a thrilling finale with Nazi taking the title from Abrahamian at the very last moments with that victory over Irina Krush. So also big news there. We've got two very young and hungry players in Nazi and Tatev. We've got Anna and Irina, who both have so many titles between them, and then also the Teenage Brigade. And, you know, one of those players, Maggie, Emily, Jennifer, Carissa, are going to have an outstanding tournament.
Absolutely. Rise of the Millennials. We're seeing it right before our eyes as this field is the youngest field and one of the strongest fields ever to be play in a U.S. Women's Championship. This is going to be also a great event to watch.
And as we see Maggie Fang setting up for her game, let's take a look at the tournament format. Well, it's going to be 2 12-player round robins. That means it's going to be 11 games in each field. Typical time control, 90 minutes with a 30-second increment throughout the game. You get 30 minutes on move 40. If there are any problems in this field, I don't think there will be, but we've got world-class arbiters, Frank Guadalupe, Carol Jarecki, heading up the arbitrating. So I don't usually there's not much.
No, the rules are so very clear. I even took the risk of being on the appeals committee just in case there is some disputes, but it's very unlikely.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to go over how these players finished last year and what to expect this year.
Well, all the disputes we want to see are on the chessboard. We have the premier championship in the world. It used to be the Soviet championships that everybody paid attention to, but now with all these elite players playing in the U.S., it's all about our national championship, simply going to be a tremendous affair. Well, let's take a look at last year's results. We saw fabulous Fabi take first place. He took his first championship home ahead of Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, who tied for second place. Well, they definitely would like to get this title this time around, and we saw the also-rans who came up in the event as well. But this year's women's title, I should say last year's women's results, was also just totally dramatic, even more dramatic than the men's title. Nazi Paikidze in a big game against Irina Krush, the 7-time champion. She was able to defeat her and take home her first title. Tatev Abrahamian, we remember how she had just a terrible last round game, and once again, the title slipped through her hands. But it's a new year. It's 2017, and these players have come back ready and refreshed and raring to go. First of all, Wesley So. What can we say about this guy? Don't go anywhere near him. He's so hot. He's on fire. He has not lost in about 57 games, and he is now the number 2 player in the world, the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion. Everybody's looking to see whether or not he can put together another streak of 11 games. But hold on a second. Here is Hikaru Nakamura, the 4-time champion. It's hard to see him as an underdog in this event. No way. But no one's really talking necessarily about him winning ahead of the other 2 superstars. But he knows how to win this championship. Expect to see a lot of fire and desire in his games. But certainly, there's the champ, current champion, Fabiano Caruana, the #3 player in the world. He is a tough man to beat, and for every reason, he should be thinking, hey, I won the title once, I can do it again. And so we should see an amazing tournament coming out of those 3 players leading the pack. Now, on the ladies' side, it's still going to be a lot of excitement for sure. Irina Krush, the 7-time champion. She's wrote the book on how to win these championships in the last 10 years. But last year, she had a horrible result by her standards. She will be looking to try to win once again and show why it is that she may be the most legendary player in U.S. Women's Chess Championship history. But she will have to do it against this lady, Nazi Paikidze, now an international superstar. Her name's in the news now for the kind of things that she stands for. She won last year in style, and she's always stylish, by the way. She will look to see whether or not she can repeat as champion in this very tough field. And finally, another lady who has won 4 titles. She used to be the main rival to Irina. Some would say she still is. After all, she's the #1 ranked women's player in the country. Anna Zatonski definitely coming with a championship on her mind. She hasn't won in a couple of years, so she will be giving it her all. It should be a spectacular U.S. championship and U.S. Women's Championships as the players now have their game faces on. The intensity is in the room, and we're about to start. It's going to be quite a tournament.
And we have our pairings to look at, too, as how did the players match up in round 1?
Well, I'm really excited about some of these pairings. We've got Olympic battle matchups. These guys were just playing to earn gold in Baku. Now they're facing off each other. We've got Shanklin versus Caruana, another biggie, Robson versus Nakamura. Now, one thing that makes these matchups maybe slightly less potential for blood is that the stronger players are with the black pieces. And when we've seen Robson and Nakamura battle in the last couple championships, they've been draws. Robson playing white and perhaps not always the most ambitious choices, like there was like an anti-Berlin.
Yes, those kinds of games. Well, it's true. And in the first round, really what you're trying to do is feel your form. So you don't really want to take big risks. But I'll tell you what, these players have put a mark on their calendars. They knew this championship was coming. They're here to prepare. They're bringing their A games in. Look at Wesley So, our Grand Chess Tour champion.
One of the best smiles out there.
I know.
Look at that.
2016 was a year of Wesley So. It was just amazing.
And we've already got Sam Shanklin going in the tank. He's playing Fabiano Caruana. That's obviously a tough matchup.
Television star from the Survivor Series.
That's right, kicking and screaming. I actually watched the episode, so I'll give you some insights as we
as
go
the show goes on. All right.
And we've, but we were speaking about So, and he's actually facing off against Shabalov. So what you have is you've got the strongest player in the tournament, the highest rated, against the lowest rated. But guess what? There's 4 U.S. chess championships on that board, and they're not so.
Exactly. And in that particular game, Wesley's going to feel the great need to win against Alexander Shabalov. And let's take a look at the ladies' pairings.
Yes, in the women's championship, we've got a lot of fascinating battles of veterans versus youth. Irina Krush playing against Maggie Feng, a newcomer to this tournament. She won the National Junior High School Championship, becoming the first girl ever to win that title. And we've also got Sabina Foiger against Carissa Yip. Of course, Sabina's still quite young, but playing against a player a decade younger.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that extraordinary? 13-year-old Carissa Yip stole our heart last year. But I'm looking at that matchup between Anna Sharovich and Katrina Nemtsova. Kate played for the U.S. Olympic team. Anna's been on a little bit of a sabbatical. She's coming back. She's many-time champions of Belarusa, but now representing the United States. And that could be a key matchup for this first round.
That's right. Katerina Nemtsova is actually on her peak. She's playing active. She's training a lot. So I gotta have to pick her in this game, even though she's with the black pieces. We've seen some dynamic play by Katerina, like Grunfeld's, very exciting stuff with the black pieces. So I think that I'm going to give her the edge in this game, even though Anna playing white, and obviously a very strong player as well.
Exactly. Well, we're keeping our eyes on that as the round is getting ready to get started and underway.
That's right. And so we mentioned the women's championship. This 13-year-old Carissa Yip, this year she is the wild card pick in this tournament. and she's just a really fun player to watch. Grandmaster Slayer.
Right.
Defeated Crush in that game a couple of years ago.
Well, that was the year ago that I really started watching Carissa's games, and 2016 was a good year for Carissa. She was getting, her rating was going up. She was playing in a lot of tournaments in the Boston area and doing quite well.
And it looks like we're soon going to start the round, and we're going to have an introduction by a woman who is the manager here at the Chess Club and is behind everything. She is just such a pleasure to work for. Joy Ray.
Yes.
That's right. She's going to introduce this championship.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 2017 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. We are live here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center, St. Louis, located here in the Central West End. I'm joined here by our founder, Jeannie Singfield, who's going to ring the bell and have the start of round one today. Jeannie? Yep.
I think Jeannie enjoyed that. That was a good bell ring.
Dr. Jeannie and Joy. Wow, that's a great combo. You got to see more of that.
That's
Exactly.
history in the making. I've never seen Joy Bray on camera. That was a first. I'm in shock right now. She usually eschews the camera at all costs.
I thought that
And
was-
she looked great.
She was
She's
wonderful.
got to take over Tony's job. Forget it. We don't
know.
want Tony anymore.
So short, too. I love it. You know, I thought it was April Fool's come early. I didn't even want to announce it. I was like, what? Really?
Joy?
But let's take a look at the games and see how they started out.
Well,
we do have a double king pawn in the game between Ray Robson Nakamura. Is that going to repeat with the Berlin, or is Naka going to change it up? No, it
Nope.
is. It is headed towards the Berlin.
You guessed it, Jen. And like you were saying last year, it was the anti-Berlin that Ray played. He didn't go into the Berlin ending, which is the most challenging, and yet amongst the top grandmasters in the world, that Berlin ending has been almost unbeatable, especially in the hands of Vladimir Kramnik. And Ray is considering the main move, I think, today has become this move d2, d3 to try to keep as many pieces on the board and to try to find an advantage in these positions. But let's see what was actually chosen by Hikaru.
You mean by Ray, right? Yeah.
Oh, pardon me.
D3 was played. You know,
Yes, this is the main line today. Sorry, Jen.
I think the Berlin's a good example, though, like how you shouldn't always follow the theory of the top players, because I think the Berlin endgame is kind of easy to play for white. Like, it's harder for black to play. You have to be a really good player to play it for black. So if you're an amateur
Hikaru's
player,
a really good player.
Well,
Oh, for amateurs, you mean? Yeah.
yeah. So if you're an amateur player, you don't have to avoid the Berlin with the D3. You can just play the end game, and you know you're not going to be playing Kramnik or Nakamura. You're going to be all right.
You'll be all right. Okay, so after D3, did Hikaru respond? He just did. I was looking at the webcam, but I didn't catch
Bishop C5, I believe.
Bishop C5. Okay, certainly the most ambitious. Again, we cannot capture this pawn because of Morphy's move Queen D8 to D4, and there's a big problem suddenly as the knight on E5 and the pawn on F2 is hanging. However, they do oftentimes capture the knight at once and then do a move like castles. Lots of deviations here also for white besides bishop takes C6. Looks like Ray has played, but again, I missed it on the webcam there. Did you pick that up, Jen?
I don't know.
Let me just refresh.
Yeah, well, now that we have a close-up on them, it does look like there was an exchange on C6.
It certainly does. So bishop takes C6, D7 takes C6, and again, lots of games amongst the top grandmasters. And Queen E2 has been a move that's become topical as white threatens to take on E5. In many cases, he's also delaying castling short as castling long comes into play. Another line is, again, to target this pawn on E5 with the move knight D2 and knight to C4 as quickly as possible, putting pressure on the E5 pawn. But both of these players are still in theory. Shall we take a look around the horn, see what's happening in some of the other games? Okay, we're going to bring up on our screen Sam Shanklin versus Fabiano Caruana. Again, these two players are members of the gold medal winning Olympiad team. And Sam was white. It looks like just a straightforward classical Nimzo with Queen C2, a personal favorite of mine.
For white.
For white. And after castles, knight f3, Fabi to play.
And why are you such a fan of this Queen C2 move?
I like it because I like the bishops. But first of all, let's go to Maurice and see what he has to share. Maurice.
Well, I'm a little confused, and I'd like to see what's going on, because in the game between Yarrow and Gata, only one move has been played. I mean, the move e4 is on the board, and Gata is deep in thought already. I mean, it's e4. It's e4. You've got a lot of things you could play. I imagine that Yaroslav, I don't know his games that well, but I imagine that he's probably a d4 player, and Gata probably was preparing for hours and hours to face off against the pawn in front of the queen push. Instead, you get this e4 move, and Yarrow's looking off in space, and Gata in the meantime is like, ruh-roh, what's going on now? And finally, he has played c5. c5, the most contentious move he could play, and we're going to see a Sicilian defense. The 5-time champion Gatakomsky. You know, when Gatakomsky is your number 8th seed
That's crazy.
in a tournament,
Crazy.
what kind of tournament are you playing? Like, who is in this event that you could have a champion like Gata here playing with the black pieces to be the number 8 seed? It's just a shocking. This guy used to have a complete lock on this tournament until Nakamura showed up, and now he's had some trouble trying to win the title. But, I mean, this guy's a boss player. Now the unusual a6. That is not a typical way to play, and that's going to give Yarrow a pause for sure. a6 is a little tricky, trying to get some little nuances in the opening. That move, usually not a great idea in the opening, but Gata, after some thought, decided to throw it out and maybe now surprise his opponent. Hey, you surprised me, I can surprise you.
Well, exactly, Maurice. And when you were saying Gata's 8th seed, I mean immediate flashback to the fact that he was the challenger to the World Championships. He only lost a very, very hard-fought match to Anatoly Karpov. Here he is, 8th seed. What kind of tournament is this? It's very, very strong. Now, a7, a6, we all know about this move. It tries for tricky transpositions. But it's considered second class, right?
Well, if we really wanted to, we could play like c3 and transpose into a favorable variation of the c3 Sicilian. And that's exactly why Yarrow is pausing here.
Exactly.
Because the open Sicilian, this is a little bit of a move order trick.
Exactly.
Whereas if he plays the c3 Sicilian or even c4, question is a6 a little bit too early?
Right.
So I'm not surprised he's thinking here. And indeed, we should introduce Yaroslav. He's a student at St. Louis University, which just this year started their
first year's program in chess.
Exactly, and they already have a super strong team. They just came back from the Final Four, which another St. Louis team won, Webster University, for the 5th consecutive year. But SLU's right up there in the mix now, and Yarrow is one of their team members, now playing for the United States, originally from Ukraine. But I love his playing style. He's aggressive. He plays topical openings, so it's exciting to see him in the field.
Absolutely. Maurice.
Well, it may be the tale of the A-pawns this round. We've seen Gatakomsky play A6. Some other action happening on other boards. Maggie Fang, the young player from Ohio, playing in her first championship, playing against Irina Krush, the 7-time champion. And in this very quiet, sedate G3 move, Irina said, B5. Let's go. I'm going to get funky on the queen side right away. This pawn looks like it's sticking out like a little pinky, but it definitely has a main point of stopping the move c4 from happening anytime in the near future without it being able to be captured. Well, bishop g2, bishop b7. And after a couple of moves, castles and d6, Maggie said, you know what? Let me test that B pawn of yours with my A pawn. Forget about developing anything yet. I want to know exactly what's happening with this pawn on B5. So this game has already started contentiously right from the get-go. And in another game between veteran and youth, we see this position starting with Tatev Abrahamian with the white pieces against Apurva Verkud, one of the older young players in the tournament. Well, they started a Sicilian, and This time more classical d6, not a6 as we saw in Gada's game. And check this out. After a couple of moves, takes, knight c3, there went a6, typical Najdorf move order. That makes a lot of sense to all of us. And now f3 and bishop e3, b5, queen d2. And we're seeing mainline Najdorf English attack country here. And now to move knight to b6. And what happened? A4, another A-pawn thrust. So the story of the A-pawns, when that starts to happen, you know there's tension on the board. So an exciting beginning to the championships already.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. Amazing. A4 has become topical in the first round. As you were describing the move A4, I was looking at the game between Wesley So and the oldest player in the tournament, Alexander Shabalov, also four-time champion.
Four-time
yes,
champion.
Exactly.
And twice in a row U.S. Open champion to qualify for this tournament. Wow.
Very impressive. And we see this move H2, H3 by Wesley. And the funny thing is, it's sort of like you played the move Bishop G4, F5 back. It's sort of like you're saying, I want you to play the move H2, H3. That has me scratching my head because
really?
that's a useful tempo for white, I thought.
Yeah, I thought you were going to explain to me why.
I'm not, because I really like this tempo. A little bit of a twist. In the position after H3, the most common moves, are, of course, are to drop back the bishop to the square H5, maintaining the pin, as well as simply capturing the knight. This move, bishop F5, already threw me off, knight C3, and Alex Shabalov considering his move now after knight C3. Okay, which other games haven't we seen?
And we actually, as you're taking a look at the rest of these games, we have a phone call. Welcome to the show. You're our very first caller here at the U.S. Chess Championship show.
Hi, everybody. How are you? This is John Cordisco in upstate New York.
Hi.
Sorry about my voice, a little hoarse. I want to give you congratulations, Jen. Joe and the boys told me about your delivery. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I want to mention two things. One, I'm incredibly excited about the fact how strong these tournaments are getting every year, more and more and more. I've been playing chess for over 40 years and never thought we would get to this level, and I'm really excited. The other thing I wanted to mention is not many people know that this is part of the qualifying for the World Championship in Arizona, and maybe you could explain to some of the people how that works for the U.S. Championship, because whoever wins this moves on to the Arizona automatically.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your question and for your comments. And again, of course, I was very happy to meet young Fabian at 2.5 months. Yes, indeed. In the open section, we have 5 qualifiers. The top 5 in the field will go to what is called the World Cup. That's a 128-player knockout event that will be held later this year, I believe in September in Georgia. The country, not the state. And for the ladies, my understanding is we have 2 qualifiers. The top 2 will go to the women's knockout in the future.
Yeah, it used to be 3.
Right, we lost a spot while they were rejiggering the zones.
Well, with all these young players, we'll hopefully get one back.
Exactly.
Soon. But in the U.S. Championship, the question is, there's also some players who qualify on rating, so it does get a bit complicated in that case.
Yes.
Where some spots might drop down to other players. So the bottom line is where you finish in this tournament. Very important for your chances to make it to the World Championship.
Exactly. I was just looking at the game of Wesley So against Alexander Shabalov. After the move knight c3, e6, Wesley said, hey, thank you for the free tempo. Let me utilize it. Expanded with the move g2, g4, attacking the bishop. The bishop dropped back, knight to e5, and it's very clear that Wesley is targeting this bishop on g6. The game continued knight d7, capture, capture. Now everything seems okay for black. Black has a very solid position until Wesley spanked down this sharp move g4, g5, just giving the knight the boot. Your first thought might be, wow, thank you very much. Isn't that a free pawn? Knight h7, with a double attack by queen on d8 as well as the knight on h7. Give me the pawn. h4, double question mark, knight takes g5, and thanks to the pin on the pawn, black clips the pawn. But then you see this move f2, f4. And you take a look at that knight on h7 and you say, okay, you forced me to play the move f4, but that knight on h7 may never get back in the game. If the knight doesn't go to h7, but let's say
knight e4.
Yeah, knight h5, if you play a move like knight h5, then after either rook g1 or h4, the question is, will this knight ever play again? So already big questions are being asked of Alexander Shabalov's position after this very sharp move that really ratchets up the tension, g4, g5 by Wesley So.
I love the way that game is going. Now let's take a look at what happens if, what if I just try knight e4?
Exactly.
Thinking that now, of course, f4 would allow knight g3.
Right, f4 would be, and also knight takes c3 or bishop b4. But here I think Wesley's intent is to capture, and then to say, look, this pawn on e4 is going to be very hard for you to defend in the future. I'll play rook g1 with pretty simple ideas of either rook takes, rook g4, rook takes e4, or bishop g2 takes e4. And I suspect this is what Alexander may have to do, but I don't think he's going to be comfortable about just having this pawn on the center of the board on e4. It's going to be very hard to defend.
And that's right. And the problem with this position, too, is I'm looking for ways to get bishop b4 and b4 checked in favorably, but you can just play like bishop d2. And
right. The trades kind of benefit white.
Exactly. Trades benefit white. If we get into an endgame, that's not going to be fun for Alexander Shabalov. You know, Wesley is spectacular in the endgame.
Yes, he's been doing great. Well, he's been doing great just everywhere.
Just everywhere. But I mean, if you saw some of those games in the Pro Chess League where he had an almost even position and somehow squeeze, and you know, very Magnus Carlsen-like.
Oh yes, oh yes. He's well, he won the MVP, and of course we are talking about the inaugural Pro Chess League, where it was an internet, teams from all over the world played on the internet, 4-player teams, Shevenigan style, everybody plays against every other player on the other team, and St. Louis Archbishops, led by Wesley So, our franchise player, won in the semifinals against Fabiano's team from Montreal.
That's right, the Chess Bras.
The Chess Bras.
That was a conflict for you because you're a chess bra, but you're also a St. Louis guy.
I know, but when I'm in St. Louis, I was rooting Wesley, and Magnus, of course, was leading the Norwegian team in the finals. Magnus had a tremendous result for 4-0, but Archbishops won. By the way, after G5, we did see this move knight to G8. Knight to G8.
Okay, so every move we looked at except one was played.
Which Shabalov was looking at all the other options, said none of them really are attractive. Let me pull my knight back with the idea that, okay, I'm losing time, but if I can get my knight if I can establish my knight on the f5 square, I'll be fine. And after knight G8, I believe H4 was played. So very early initiative by Wesley So. And Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, while some nuanced play is happening in on most of the boards, we got fire, just explosions going on in the game between Tatev Abrahamyan, who is a very tactical player. As we know, she loves to start the battle early, and she wants to take down the youngster Arpuva Verkud. In this game, we see this position on the board happen when we talked about the A4 thrust. Well, the response, knight to C4, came back, and after bishop takes on C4, she played the move A5. The Indians were liking G5 right away, but bishop to B7, and now knight A4, exploring the B6 square in the position. Now, this knight is going to be very powerful in this square, but the Indians are saying, hold on a second, all these demonstrations are all well and good, but what if we play the move D5? Now, we're at move 13. Neither side is castled. Pawns on the A file if pushed. Knight's all the way over on A4 now, thinking about coming into B6. You got a G pawn thrust. You gotta love the Sicilian. I mean, this is just typical craziness in the Sicilian. Some variations to look at after G5 now, trying to chase the knight. Knight D7, castles, queenside, takes on E4, and a sacrifice of this pawn is what the ancients are giving the move. F4 and a sack back. C3 in the position just to try to get the bishop in or try to get the rook on the C line, just opening up the game as much as possible. This is just fireworks on this board already. Will the youngster go for it with the black pieces? D5 is a typical move in the Sicilian. If you can get it, you play it. It's just known from the Sicilian players, and that's what we're hoping to see happen on this board. The wild move, pawn to D5, opening up the game and starting the show off with a bang.
I love it.
Fire on board, I guess. Wow. But we have a phone call, Jen.
That's right. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Am I on?
And what's your question?
Hey, so my question, firstly, I'd like to thank Yasser for being the first chess book author that I ever read. But my question regards a game by Gadakomsky, where I want to know what was going through his mind, do you think, when he waited for so long to make his first move, then came out with the A6 Sicilian?
Thank you very much for your question and for your comment on my books. I recall David Bronstein. He was a challenger to Michael Botvinnik, and that match ended 12-12, one of the greatest players, innovative players ever to play. And he came to a game and he sat and thought for 50 minutes on his very first move. 50 minutes. And afterwards, journalists had asked him, well, David, Mr. Bronstein, what you're thinking for the first 50 minutes on move one? And he said, I was thinking about what to play. Okay. And Gada, he has a variety of defensive systems. He can play his classical E5 systems. He can play different sharp Sicilians. And when his opponent surprised him, Yarrow surprised him with his first move, E2, E4, it was sort of like it took him off of his game. And he said, okay, what kind of position do I want? If my opponent isn't a dyed-in-the-wool E2, E4 player, let me mix it up with a Sicilian. Now, if I play the Sicilian, my opponent is probably going to be thinking about all of the systems that I play, my Taimanov systems that Gada is very good at, early A6, B5. And so Gada played the move A7, A6. It's a cagey move, because he's giving, as Jen said, White an option of going into a C3 Sicilian where the move A6 tempo might not be well spent. He's also giving Yarrow the opportunity to go for C2, C4 and a Maroczy bind by following up with D2, D4 on the next turn. And finally, he's hoping that after the immediate D4, he'll get into a Sicilian where the move A6 may be very useful. A very tricky move order, like a move like E5.
But why was he wouldn't be surprised Yarrow normally plays E4. So I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Right?
Well,
and
yes,
he usually plays the open lines as a Sicilian too.
True that. But then the whole point there is Gada is sitting there saying, okay, what would my opponent have prepared for me? Okay, if I play into the Sicilian, am I going to get caught? Can I make a twist myself?
But he could have done that last night too, or this morning.
Yeah, he had about 12 hours to figure that out. Why is he doing it at the board? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think maybe he's trying to intimidate his opponent a little bit. I know it sounds crazy, but it's that kind of thing where he's building the tension. What am I going to play? What am I going to play? What am I going to play? And then he plays it.
Well, that's the crazy part. I've been at a lot of World Championship matches, and I saw, like the greatest world champion I've ever witnessed, Garry Kasparov, come knowing what he's going to play in a particular defense. And like there's two moves, and he still hasn't made that mental flip of the coin, which one he's going to do, until he gets at the board and gets that zen of what's going on.
Well, that's true. I mean, we did have a busy night last night. There was an induction ceremony,
It was
World Chess
wonderful.
Hall of Fame. You inducted Portnoy in 2 minutes.
No, I
Nice
didn't.
work.
I overstepped my limit there. Sorry about that, everybody.
So a little less time than usual to prepare, as last night was the opening ceremony. So that might be part of it. But I do sometimes think that it's just this heightening of the pressure. But maybe we'll get a chance to ask Gada. I've noticed that Yaroslav playing all these topical lines. It makes sense that Gada wanted to avoid the mainline theory.
Right.
And in fact, he achieved that.
And indeed he did. It was kind of a strange move order by both sides. After the move A7, A6, again, we've spoken about C3, C4 as well as D4. Yaro played a very restrained move, Bishop E2. A very flexible move, asking Black what his setup's going to be, E7, E6 castle, and an immediate B5. Now, Yaro, I think, is at the point he really has to play D2, D4 now, or forever forgo the opportunity of playing D4.
Can he still try C3 though? Because I mean, I still think C3, Knight F6, E5 looks okay. But
exactly,
the question
but
is,
I think this move, Bishop B7, is the one that's a little off-putting.
Yeah.
If you're going to play C3, it's not. I mean, there are a lot of systems where White plays Bishop F1 to D3 to cover the pawn and then hides the bishop back on C2 before proceeding with D4.
not unless I can sack the pawn here with D4 and play like Knight G5. Otherwise, it just seems silly to play this particular way.
Right.
But,
that's why I'm thinking D2, D4 at once. And then it's strange because it's not a regular Sicilian. With the knight not on the move on the square C3, the move B5, B4 lacks punch. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see an early A2, A4 by White trying to exploit the queen side.
That's the thing about B5. Grandmaster Ben Feingold, also an archbishop, tells his students when they play B5, you play A4.
You play A4.
And even A4 before D4 is another move that has to be considered here by Yaro.
Indeed, A2, A4 is a very topical move. If Bishop B7, at least in this case, you have a situation where White could increase his edge in development at the cost of his central pawn. And this is also a very dangerous line of play for Black. But let me turn it back to Maurice, because we're seeing some cagey play by the players in this first round.
Some fascinating openings, and one I'd like you to definitely look at is the game between Hikaru Nakamura, a four-time champion looking to rise back to the top. He's playing the black pieces against young Ray Robson, who often makes a run of it. He makes it very difficult for his opponents. And Ray, we know, is famous for thinking. Gotta, 8 minutes in the opening. He's got nothing on this guy. He could stop and think for 30 minutes, and it would not be a surprise at all. And take a look at what he's thinking about after this quiet variation of the Berlin is now exploded after F4, Bishop D4, check, King H1, and White's king is tucked off in the corner. White's looking for some initiative after having given up his light-squared bishop. He's facing off against these two bishops, but he's got these pawns that he's trying to get going down the board. Naka said, not so fast. F5, jumping into the position, challenging this E-pawn. The bishop would be a beautiful piece if you advanced. It will blockade that pawn forever. And if you open the game up, then the bishop lands on the F5 square. The question, of course, a lot of people would ask is why not just take and then maybe give check to the king? Shouldn't this be a powerful line? I mean, the king's exposed. Nothing can block at all. The king has to move. Well, the engines say King F7 tucked in on the light squares. There's no light square bishop anywhere to challenge this king. Rook will easily get to the E file. This queen check is nothing. G6 or whatever you want to do. Bishop G6 will stop anything on that side. Probably G6. But now Black is very powerful, despite the fact that his king is stuck in the middle of the board. It's not going to be for long after that rook moves over. So he's sitting on this position. After F5 is Ray. Nakamura's been walking around for about 15 minutes as Ray's been stopping to think about this very critical moment in the game. Another game to take a look at is that game we were inspecting, and I'm surprised if I'm going to identify my first mistake that I've seen so far is this move after knight A4 with the idea of coming into B6. Apoorva played queen C7, and I'm not impressed by that move. Why? Because knight b6 and take my rook. I know, Yaz, you wrote a book a long time ago.
Take my rook.
Take my rooks, please. With the now late Nikolai Menev. You can speak to him. He was such a great author and chess personality, recently passed away. But queen c7 defends the rook, gives the rook a place to go, the d8 square. The rook doesn't really want to go there. The rook doesn't even care. You can have this piece, according to Sicilian players. You play knight a4. The kind of move you look at is d5. You want to actually come into the position? Yeah, go ahead. Take the rook. We don't care. We're going to crack your pawn structure and play for a dynamic play with the minor pieces as opposed to dealing with some obscure rook in the corner and exchange down. That doesn't count in these kind of super sharp positions where attack is everything, and this king will have difficulty figuring out where to reside given that this a-pawn's already pushed and these pawns have pushed. So all the material concepts break down when the pawn structure is this crazy. Instead, Apoorva played queen c7, not quite on point in this position, and the knight has leapt into the b6 square. It is now on the board, knight to b6, attacking her rook. Without the extra tempo of d5, I don't think you can give away this rook now because it just seems like you lost the tempo for no reason, putting the queen on c7. So, looks like a mistake by the youngster. We'll see whether or not Tatev is able to exploit it.
Well, let me just continue that line, Maurice. She obviously played queen c7, anticipating knight b6, attacking the c4 pawn. After the move rook d8, this is her strategy. Isn't Black's intent to now crack, as you've been saying, with d6, d5? Why isn't that a good idea?
The problem is that the knight on f6 is a problem, so it's not... Where does it go after the move g5? You've got to wonder exactly how you create your setup here, because this knight now has to move somewhere. It could go to h5 where it's off in hinterland. It could also challenge this knight with the move knight to d7, although when the pawn takes, there's going to be some discovery attack happening. The Indians like the move castles, like dare you to touch the pawn. Just obviously the tactics are there because this is not a free pawn that you want to munch on because bang, there's the attack, the bishop hitting the queen on this diagonal, and the knight now getting the rook. And that's a good rook. That's going to be delish to grab that piece in this position. This position is totally busted. So we're back here after the move g5, and this is disruption that's happened in Black's game, that this rook maneuver to d8 does not strengthen, especially now that this castle position is simply not there. So after knight d7 castles, white is totally harmonized and raring to go, while Black is still trying to figure out exactly what to do. Just a little clunky as a Sicilian player. You feel it, that queen move, that rook move. And Tatev is like, yeah, another day at the park. Somebody falling for some Sicilian tactics.
Wow. But for
That's
me,
right. Well,
I must say, I'm taken aback. You play a4, followed by a5, and then you castle long. That, it seems to me like it's an open invite for Black
I mean, it doesn't
to attack on the queen side. But
these tactics aren't always easy to spot for the players. But Tatev
Absolutely.
is just fantastic in playing the Sicilian.
Oh, she loves it.
So
I know.
you gotta love how Apoorva just took her on in the main line, despite being one of the younger players. That's how you play, and I can't wait to see how this game shakes out.
By
Maurice, what's move?
By the way, I'd like to make a point, a positional point that we talk about a lot, and I'd like to expand on immediately because we're going to watch for this as much as possible. It's the exchange bishop takes knight. We talk about this. I call it the most important trade in all of chess. From a positional standpoint, from a fine-tuned standpoint, a high level, this trade, bishop takes knight, is extremely important. Now, why is this trade so important? Because it creates an imbalance in the position. Now it's no longer piece matching piece because a bishop just traded for a knight. Those are two dissimilar pieces, although they may be considered of equal value. They do extremely different things and affect the position in different ways. And we see it very clearly in this game. When a light squared bishop takes a knight, that means you no longer have that knight, that is the side with the knight, no longer has that knight to guard the opposite color. So here's what I mean. This bishop took this knight, right? So now you're left with this bishop. This light square bishop took a knight. You're left with this light square bishop. It can control light squares, but it can't control the dark squares. This bishop obviously will never control dark squares. So there's the two pieces, this bishop and this knight, that can control dark squares, right? But in the meantime, white has three pieces that can control dark squares. This one, the natural dark square bishop, and the two knights. So what do you want to do? You want to emphasize your strength on the dark square. Since you can control that color complex, your opponent cannot. So what did she do? She played a5 immediately. Let me get a lock on the dark squares. I traded a bishop for a knight. I want the dark squares. Now, bishop b7, she's got to accentuate her strength on the light squares. After knight a4, d5 immediately can get a lock on the color complex that you can control. Make her fall apart on that complex. Instead of doing that, she played queen c7, not competing at all. And now knight b6, and you see the dark square control. It's like they're connected on the dark squares. Only this rook is sitting on a light square. Every other white piece sitting on dark squares that are difficult to assail. And now if you play a move like rook to d8, she actually played rook to b8 in this position. Now the move g5 is a nice move. And look at how everything is graduating to dark squares. They're simply shifting forward. Dark squares. We want dark square control because we have three pieces that can control dark squares, can sit on dark squares. You only have two, and the more we trade off the dark square pieces, the more control we're going to have on that color complex. And this bishop may not have anything to do. It might just find itself a useless piece. So strategically, although it's tactically sharp, it's already taking on this really interesting strategic feel in this game as this Sicilian is building very quickly. And this is the kind of game Tatev is famous for winning in like 23 moves. Make it 28.
28.
But she could win this quickly if Apurva does not defend well. She could be, she's not that bad, I'm saying, in this position, but Tatev is known to love the Sicilians, and this is really her calling card, these kind of sharp, unclear, wild positions, and she's going to try to put it to the youngster right away.
So you're saying the woman with blue hair, beautiful blue hair, also likes wild chess positions.
Who would have thunk it?
We do have a phone call. Welcome to the show. Let us know your question.
Hi there, everyone. This is Aaron from the Netherlands. Hi, Yasser. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Jennifer. Jennifer, congratulations with your child.
Thank you.
Secondly, Yasser, I would like to thank you for beating me in the Netherlands in Wijk aan Zee in February. This question is for Yasser. I'm doing great, just tired as usual. So this question is for Yasser. I have trouble with seeing variations and weaknesses during my own play. I also lose a lot of time during the opening because I don't know how to follow up afterwards. Do you have any advice on how to get into focus?
All right. Well, thank you, caller, for the question. And he was asking me that he doesn't know what to do after the openings. Help me there, Jennifer. I just didn't hear the end of that question.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, that after he gets through the opening, then he has a trouble finding a plan. Well, guess what? Welcome to the club. There's a long line of players, including grandmasters, that do in fact have exactly the same problem, is devising a plan that fits their opening position. Really, the only thing I can suggest is experience. Just more study, playing over the top games. Go through the whole game, not just the opening, but to see what the grandmasters are trying to achieve from particular positions. And as Maurice was just demonstrating in this game of Tatev, looking at the underlying fundamentals of the position, the foundation of the position there was the play on the dark squares, as he was emphasizing, and, you know, recognizing your trumps and playing to them.
And there's lots of middle game authors who have different techniques, you know, the principles of imbalances by Silman, Dvoretsky, looking for your worst piece. There's all sorts of things that could be little mnemonics for you to help you and guide you in the right direction during your game, but that's never a substitute for practice and study, right?
Exactly.
And you seem to be quite intrigued by this Shabalov game, and me
yes.
too, because now we've got queenside castling in this game.
Well, we are seeing a number of games already with queenside castling. After this early advance, g5 drove the knight out of the center to the square g8. Wesley took advantage of that to gain space on the king side with this advance, and he's playing queen. He's just played queen g4, a7, a6, spying perhaps an opportunity of playing b5 and trying to discourage white from playing the exact move he did, which was to castle long. Well, there's no question with your pawns on g5 and h4, you're not castling short, so castling long makes perfectly good sense. Now, for Shabalov, the ball's back on his court. Is he going to try to do something like b7, b5, and try to launch it in attack?
Or take on c4 and then play b5. I'd love to take on c4, play b5, c5.
Exactly.
But notice I've got a problem with my queen on d8. It's right lined up with the queenside castle to rook that you just did. And now I also, queen a5 doesn't look too hot because it's the bishop is on d2. So
you mentioned b5, c5, and how this d file could suddenly explode. You're not so sure that you're happy with a queen on d8. But this is a really double-edged position. I think that both players will be calculating the tactics, the ramifications of a move like d5. And super sharp, Jen.
Indeed. This is the game to watch right now, in my opinion. This in the championship and then Tatev in the women. But we are going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with more action.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned chess club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championship. We are really intrigued by that Shabalov game, but another big matchup, Robson versus Nakamura in the championship. Let's take a look at what's going on there.
Absolutely, Jen. That was that opening, that Berlin, and the way that Hikaru played it with this move f7, f5. That's a real slap in the face to the white player, because essentially the move is saying, I'm going to stop your pawns on e4 and f4 from running up the board, but this risk of opening up the e-file when your king is still in the center, I'm still kind of recovering from the shock that this move, rook e1, doesn't cause any damage. And as Maurice was pointing out, it's a kind of a strange one that white doesn't have any way of exploiting the fact that he's about to cost black castling privileges. It's a paradox.
And meanwhile, in Shabalov didn't play. He did take on c4, but instead of starting with b5, he started with c5. So let's see how that changes the wrinkles in the position.
All right, I'll bring that one up right on my screen. Yes, you were right, Jen. After the move a7, a6, that was a kind of a prelude to opening up the center and starting queenside actions. After takes, he played c5 right away. He didn't first drive the bishop back to b3 because...
Well, that makes some sense, because now on d5 we have the extra option of playing knight c4 in certain situations, or knight e5, where the bishop tucked away on b3 is already shielded from attack.
Yeah, it's out of reach, whereas keeping the bishop on c4 means that it could become a potential tactical target to move like knight e4 with attack against the queen. I'm going to get my arrows. I'm sure I'm going to be great by round 10.
By the end.
By round 10. So this was a nice move, a nice move order, I should say. Having said that, if Wesley tucked his king away with just a quiet move like king b1, getting his king off the c-file, at the end of the day, Wesley's asking his opponent a very salient question. Where's your king going? You got to tell me where the address is going to be, because there aren't many good places for that black king to go. Maurice.
Yes, and what's fascinating about this position, again, is that knight and bishop exchange and how it affects the position. Remember right here, Wesley played knight takes, h takes d6. That means that he got a light square bishop in his pocket. He has a bishop that black will never, ever see again unless he under-promotes to a light square bishop. That's not going to happen. But he has this f1 bishop, so if this piece becomes strong, there is nobody on the board that can oppose it. In the meantime, Shabalov has three pieces that can control dark squares that he can't control. So black, in some future position, it's hard to imagine, will want to attack on the dark squares. Well, I say it's hard to imagine, but look at the way the game went. After this knight got chased back, knight e7, bishop d2 just developing, and then bringing his queen out into the game, the move a6, castles. Now this trade occurred, and now the move c5, and here we see the assault on the dark squares, except I call it an assault. It's basically a pawn break happening. He's attacking on this dark square right now, the one color complex he can attack, but white with this bishop can think, how are you going to deal with my bishop? I'm happy for you that you're attacking on the dark squares, but if I ever get in a d5 push, you'll be in a lot of trouble. And the engines are saying, wait a second, instead of the quiet move, he has king to b1, you want to be able to play d5 without this move knight e5 showing up on the board. So drop back with the move bishop to b3. And this move now prepares the move d5. Don't open up the game because he's going to trade and play d5 anyway. And this move d5, the engines are saying, gives white a significant advantage. 0.7 for those of you who know computer speak. This is almost a full pawn with the threat of d5 hanging over black's head. He didn't have to allow this right away. He's not developed. His king has no clear home. So to open up the game this quickly could be a problem. Let's take a variation. For example, if he's aggressive with this move, the move d5 is suddenly on the board. This square is hanging, and there's pressure with this d pawn. He can always play his move king to b1. Now, the game's not over by any stretch, but certainly a sharp position. And we're seeing that complications when the minor pieces, the dissimilar minor pieces, get traded off the board.
Well, thank you, Maurice. And I like Wesley's initiative in that position that you showed. Bishop b3, the very Karpovian move of getting your pieces out of harm's way and preparing the advanced d5 looks very good for Wesley. Just going on, around the horn and game I haven't really looked at too much because it's still deep in theory, is the game between Var Varuja Nakobian and our world junior champion. And again, I can't tell you how proud I am of Wesley, Jeffrey.
And Wesley.
And Wesley. Jeffrey and his world junior championship victory. One of the youngest since Joel Lachier. Remember Joel from France winning the World Junior Championship? It's an extraordinarily difficult accomplishment, and he did it at such an early age. He's playing the black pieces today. Yeah, but I did it at the right age. I did it like at 19, 20.
Gotcha.
You know,
Okay.
I mean, you know.
You did it in 1920?
No, yeah, something like that. 19 or 1920.
You're right around there.
You're right around there. But yeah, no, I did it
Circa.
when you're supposed to do it, not when you're, you know, this youth.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's
he
just amazing.
qualified for this tournament by the U.S. Junior Champion, but he's actually 4th on rating. So it's like he didn't need that spot.
No.
I mean, just a remarkable player who we're certainly going to be seeing making our championship even stronger. In this game, he impresses me even more with his open selection.
You're a Grunfeld player?
He goes for the Grunfeld. And the thing about the Grunfeld is very dynamic, but there are a lot of Grunfeld endgames. And Grunfeld endgames just gives white a little something.
Right.
With the center, but black has some counterplay, and we've reached one of those with an exchange variation with an early queen d2.
Right. This was from the 1990 World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov. Karpov adopted this endgame and showed that it has some bite, and it was only over the ensuing decades that the right lines of play were found for black. Unfortunately, the answers that black found were so good that it's very hard to argue that white has an advantage here. In fact, from black's point of view, this last move, rook d8, is preparing to make an assault against this pawn on d4, either through bishop g4 or an eventual knight c6. The other problem is, unlike in those other Karpov-Kasparov-like games, with this move, rook on d8 already, black also has this counter shot idea of f7, f5, and it's really not advisable for white to play the move e5. The bishop takes up a great
giving
spot.
us all the light squares.
All the light squares.
I mean, in general, in the Grunfeld, e5 generally doesn't seem to have much of a punch.
Exactly. It lacks punch.
Usually we want to play d5, but the thing about d5 right here is that your bishop on d3 was hanging, so you do kind of need to play king e2, but that still allows
protect it. Yeah.
That still allows the bishop g4. So, but maybe that is white's best option.
Well, the other thing, I mean, VAR is a very strong grandmaster. He was on our archbishops winning the championship in the league. He's been around. He knows these positions very well. So there's something that attracted him to this particular line that he wanted to essay against the young Jeffrey Zhang. Maybe it's h2, h3.
Then maybe we'll see your f5 idea.
And then we'll see if the preparation after f5 works. Maurice.
Well, all that nuanced stuff is nice, but check out the explosion that's going on in the game with Tatev that we've been following. Tatev Abrahamian, last year she lost a last round game that if she had won, she would have gotten the title that she's so coveted for so many years. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride, but this championship, she wants it badly, and she's playing like it. Look at this position. She's got the knight on b6. We mentioned that a move like g5 and castle's queenside would be on tap. She's forfeited the right to castle queenside by playing this hyper-aggressive move, rook to a4, right out the opening, attacking this pawn, saying, I want to win it. Give it to me now, please. What are you going to do about it? Except the Indians don't like it. Why? Because this thematic idea, d5, is still in the position. This is what black wants to do. Telling black to do this move just seems like an unfortunate error on her part. It diminishes a lot of her advantage in this position. She could still play g5, but I'd just like you to note this king. Look at that guy. Where is he going to live? It's not going to be that comfy cozy on the king side of the board where he can legally castle. He's certainly not going to march over to c1 now. The position looks too bizarre. And black's going to be able to bring the bishop up at any point. So this position, though, the move knight to h5 is the one that's critical, that has to be found. And now white's pawn structure looks porous and overextended. Something looks wrong here in the state of Missouri with this move. I'm not happy with with white's position after this rook a4 move, a very aggressive move to be sure. but it's not harmonious. It's not keeping the pieces together as the rooks have now become separated and the king forced the castle on the queen side, on the king side, that is. Now, will the youngster sitting there all alone as Tatev strolls around the room, will she find this move? She could have played it before, the move d5, as we see Tatev there just seemingly relaxed, not realizing that this explosive d5 has been given a second chance. Will she find it? We'll see. But it doesn't look good for white as of right now.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. How quickly in these open Sicilians, a single move can tip the scales rapidly. Rook a1, a4. The strange part about that move is that was the move I wanted to play. I wanted to go after those pawn on c4. And rook a1, a4, I thought d5, g5, the whole line that Maurice was showing would work out well for white, until Maurice pointed out the obvious. King on e1, what are you going to do with your king? Big game going on there. Another game I haven't checked in on, but Alexander Onyshuk against Daniel Naroditsky. They've reached a very intriguing position, I must say. Alex has sacrificed a pawn early in a kind of a Catalan-style position in order to get the center pawn duo. And with his last move, queen on b1 to b5. He's seeking, obviously, just to recover his last pawn. Queen takes c4 is on tap. The knight on d3 would have to trade itself for the bishop on c1, and white will say, I've got some nice central control. What do you got? Well, Daniel is saying, I've got the two bishops. After this move c7, c5, I'm expecting queen takes c4, knight takes, rook takes. It has a very Grunfeld type feel for it.
As soon as we get that bishop yank out of it.
As soon as you, yeah, and then you've got to do that. And this is a very long standing idea of Black and Grunfeld's. In general, you say, oh, don't do that, you're going to lose a pawn. But after capturing this pawn, queen c7, the split pawns by white give Black sufficient compensation, and I don't see how exactly Alexander is going to make a claim for an advantage. An early, well, the jump.
For d5.
Yeah, the jump knight e5 doesn't seem to impress after queen c7, and sorry, Jen, you were mentioning d5?
Yeah.
Right away. Here I'll think for a second, because I don't really have to react. Let me just toss queen c7 out on the board for a moment. If you take on e6, I'm happy, right?
Oh, yeah, then you just got your two bishops in action.
Right. And so I'm saying the jury's out here. Did Danya make a very comfortable equality? To my eyes, it appears to be the case.
Yes, well, our bishop on g2 seems to be a bit misplaced when we have our pawns on e4 and e5 like that.
Right, unlike in a Grunfeld where your bishop might be on c4, putting pressure. Here, bishop g2 doesn't impress. Maurice.
He's played a lot sharper than that. I mean, Danya has been taking a year off. He went to Stanford. He couldn't play last year because Stanford's like, hey, you're a freshman. Dude, go to school. But now he's back. He's done what he had to do for the first year, and he's back in the championships. And take a look at this last move. After queen b5, c5, queen takes c4, knight takes c1, rook takes c1, b5. We're seeing a lot of funky pawn moves on the wings in this tournament so far. The move a5 has been played, a6, a4, a5, now b5, chasing this queen away, and the Indians like it. That's an attractive-looking move, putting the queen to a test right now. Where are you going to go? But also guarding the c4 square, and this position is looking sharp. And by the way, we're talking about imbalances. The two bishops on the board for Black, so he's going to try to make that work in some way. Certainly not better for him, not winning or anything like that, but a sharp-looking move that certainly says to Alex Onyshuk, yeah, I know you won the U.S. Championship once, but I'm an up-and-coming young player. Let's go to war right now. And he's played that move, and look at that intense posture he's got there, really staring down that board. And I think Alex is aware of the fact that move b5 says a lot in this position. He's played the move queen to e2 with the white pieces and now waiting for a response. I like to talk again about this theme because it's happening on a lot of boards. The light square control in this position right here, the exchange bishop takes knight, bishop takes knight. Dark square bishop takes knight means you're going to control the light squares. You're giving up your dark square bishop, but you want the light squares, and this is normal stuff. Here, plunk, let me get on the light square, and bam, let me cement the control on the light squares because I've given up my dark square bishop, and I'm hoping that this guy's dark square bishop doesn't turn into a beast at some point in the game. That's what Shanklin's going to fight for, while Fabi is going to keep proving that he's controlling that color complex. The same thing happened here, by the way. After this move, bishop takes c6, giving up the light square bishop. White's looking for dark square control, but black's going to have the light square control. That's why we see this move f5 in the game much later. This light squared bishop, you're never going to get it back. You've given it up. You're never going to get it back. If I can control the light squares and get some domination in that color complex, you cannot compete. So we're seeing this thematic, the grandmaster exchange, if you will, of bishop for knight happening on the boards already in round one.
Thank you, Maurice. And we've been getting some great tweets at our hashtag US Chess Champs, including Mike over at chess.com, who points out that this is Ray's fourth white in a row because in the Final Four of college chess, he actually got 3 whites.
Oh, wow.
And, of course, congrats to Ray for being on the Webster University championship team.
Exactly.
And we've also got a tweet from Eric Rosen, who's taking over the US Chess Twitter, and he shows Anna Sharovich and Katerina Nemtsova, former Webster University teammates, training with the same chess dog. So those are some pretty comical photos. So you see they're lucky chess tarps. So for the dog people out there, go check out the hashtag US Chess Champs. We also want to give a shout out to Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's actually doing a Spanish language commentary, and there's a link to that on our St. Louis Chess Club Twitter as well.
The first ever. We never did a bilingual on a U.S. championship ever, a bilingual commentary, and Alejandro has stepped up to do that. This is quite a challenge for him. We'll have to actually peek in on him.
Well, I'm not sure it's a challenge for him.
To speak a native language.
Well, no, because he's doing it himself, right?
Oh,
he doesn't have the whole staff.
He has a partner as well.
Oh, he has a partner.
Yeah, okay. WIM. We'll get her name, but there's a WIM who's playing with her.
All right.
Que bueno.
But we have a youthful caller, Jen.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from and what your question is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
You're on. You're doing great.
My name is Isaac Dolman, calling from Boynton Beach. And I had a question about some of the moves in the game, Neoditsky versus Onishuk.
Yes, what's your question?
Well, first, knight CB4 on move 11.
Yes.
Until this move was played, I kind of thought that Neoditsky had a good advantage. But I think that move's kind of weak, and especially, the pawns advancing are very good for Neoditsky's position, but I was kind of worried about that move in particular, and after that, trading knights sort of weakened his position in the game.
What did you think was a better move than knight on c6 to b4? What was your move?
Knight on d to b4, I thought would be better, actually.
All right. Well, thank you for your question. We're going to take a look at that. I love it, Jen.
I love the question. I mean, the specific...
It's weak.
Everybody can trash talk. That's right. We're sitting on the side. We don't have to make any decisions. We can always give a comment. He said, I think that's a weak move. I have to tell Daniel that. You know.
But, question, Maurice, was he right? Knight c6 to b4 was the choice, and our youthful caller there saying knight. The knight was being attacked on d5 by the move e4. Why didn't he move that knight to b4, attacks the queen? The queen would likely have gone to e2. And then he says, I'm a pawn up, b7, b5. What you going to do about it? Is our caller right?
That's scary.
The engines kind of agree with the caller. I'll tell you right now.
All right.
He played knight c b4. The engines actually do like knight d to b4, by a little bit at least. This move, knight d b4, and after any queen move, the game is going to go along different lines after bishop to e3, this kind of position. But he will play b5, and this kind of position, though, white sacrifices a pawn. That's normal. Sacrifices a pawn for compensation, for play. Right. He's definitely doing it because he's got these center pawns. Now, whether or not he gets that compensation, an Indian might say, I'm not giving you anything back until you prove to me that you have stuff that's worth it. But a human player might say, I don't want to suffer anymore. I'm tired of suffering, trying to hold on to this pawn. My style is to give it back early and start to look for my own counterplay. So Daniel might have just decided that he wants to go for a different type of position that he plays better than the other kind of position, which may objectively be better to play. It's not all the time that you go for certain kinds of positions just because they look good to you. You may not be comfortable in that position. And Daniel now has resolved the issue with his knights. He's got the 2 bishops, and maybe he feels like this is the kind of position he can play. But objectively speaking, the caller may be right. That you may have chosen the wrong knight to go to b4.
Very interesting.
Wonderful.
Well,
Thank you to the caller. That was great.
But from your strategic eye, what you do is you give white more central control over d4, but you also allow yourself to move your c pawn. So that's why I think it's so logical to move knight on c to b4, because generally in those types of positions you want to strike with c5.
Yeah, your c7 pawn is kind of the laggard. You want to get rid of him and it opens up the queen. Before we take a break, by the way, Jen, I just wanted to come back to the game of Yarrow versus Gadakamsky, because that game did move along, and I think
slowly. It moved 10 after an hour.
And it's that A2, A4 move that's been very topical. That was played by Yarrow, and at the end of the day, I think that God is not going to be too pleased with the outcome of the opening.
No, I mean, the thing about these advanced pawns on b4 and a6 is they could actually turn out to be weaknesses, and White's pieces with the knight perhaps heading to c4 are very well positioned to kind of hammer on those weaknesses. So advantage for Yarrow.
Yeah.
And on the ladies' side, lots of stuff going on. The move with d5, that explosive move we anticipated happening, did in fact happen. Kudos to Apurva in this position for playing it. So that game has definitely blown up. And in the game with, again, we haven't been looking at young Emily Nguyen in her first championship. She went knight b5 in a trade here. Now a6. Again, we see this a-pawn making an early appearance on a lot of the boards. And again, on another board, Sabina Foyser against young Carissa Yip. There it goes. A4 again. Your caller had asked, what should I do after coming out of the opening? Maybe it's push your A-pawn. I mean, that's what these players seem to be doing all over the tournament right now, as it seems to be shaping up to be a very exciting round.
Well, Anna Zatansky says, push her H-pawn. H5 she just played, but we are going to get to that after our break. Anna Zatansky, also a 4-time champion. We're going to have some blood and action in both fields today, Yasser.
Yeah. Great start to round 1.
So welcome back. Let's get right into the games of the 2017 U.S. Women's Championship, which just started today here in the capital of chess in America, St. Louis. We have Tatev Abrahamian versus Apurva Verkud, and a very exciting Sicilian.
No question about
seen
that.
Apurva lash out with D5 and Tatev respond with a counter G5.
Exactly.
Where are we at?
Well, indeed, this was the line that Maurice was expecting, where all hell is breaking loose on the board. Maurice was pointing out that this move, knight h5, basically is asking white, salient question, where are you going to move your king? Black's no question. Black is going bishop e7, castles as soon as possible. But with both kings in the center, you sense opportunity, you know. It's almost like what Emery Tate might say. There are tactics in the air in this position. And I've got to believe that after
R.I.P.
Yeah.
And Emery Tate, R.I.P.
Yeah.
And I
Rest in
heard
peace.
Diane Shabazz just published a book about him. Triple X Clam.
And I read the book, and Maurice, myself, annotated some games in the book.
I didn't annotate any games, but I did write introduction or forward.
Yeah.
But absolutely, he's a sharp player. He would absolutely love to see this kind of fire on his board, Emery Tate. This is the kind of game that he would be in fiery Sicilian tactics everywhere, and certainly he was a giant on the chess scene. Certainly somebody we were sad to see go.
Either side, he would love playing this, I think.
It's a beautiful book. I mean,
very beautiful book. Extremely
wow.
well researched, extremely well done.
Footnotes everywhere. Maurice, take us to some of the tactics that might blow up in this game. I'm attracted to the move e4 takes d5, e6 takes d5. I'm trying to get in a knight f5, but that knight on h5 protects g7. I don't hamper Black's development. How should Tatev pursue what she hopes is her initiative?
Yes, well, this is a challenge for her. This move, knight to h5, is not the easiest move necessarily to see, because you are putting your knight away from the rest of your army, and you're essentially cementing this knight on b6. You could go to d7, but that move has its own problems as well. So this position, e takes d5. E takes d5 is not what the Indians want to do, by the way. Bishop takes d5, making sure that the bishop does not get stuck on that square. And now you have this exchange and takes. And you were talking about somehow getting this knight to this square with f5. But check out this tactic. Queen to d7, hitting the knight on f5 and the rook on the other side of the board, highlighting the fact that the discoordination does exist in Black's position, in White's position. So White has to be very careful here. And White is not really able to exploit the file as easily. If you castle, for example, Black is ready to play for bishop c5 in this position, although the Indians give queen d7. I just want to get my king out of the middle of the board, something like bishop to c5 so you can get castled, and there's nothing here. I mean, you could look at the position and tell White really doesn't have much. Yeah, you have the d4 square, but Black's got the b file. Black's knight controls this square. You can always play g6 just to hang out for a while. This position is looking more and more loose for White, like White didn't get what was promised, and now, though the move did not get played, knight d7 was played in the game instead of knight to h5. And you could tell that the youngster doesn't like playing committal moves or unusual positional type moves. She's seemingly reluctant to do that. And with this move, knight to d7, now White no longer has to worry about this piece. And if you take and take and take and now capture, castles happens in the board. And now there is this possible threat of bishop f4 with rook e1 in the position. Although the Indians, I mean, this position is bizarre. What the Indians are saying is that this pawn capture of rook takes b2 should be met, yes, check this out, by king h1?
No.
I mean, no. Like, no, nobody is playing like that. Nobody is going to play like that. What a wild idea that you can't just play bishop to f4 in this position, and after something like, well, bishop d6 looks like the most normal move, but suddenly
rook check.
Bishop takes, queen takes, knight f5 with the rook check coming. That seems, wow. I mean, I got to say, this is a wild position that has broken out. Not at all obvious why White has such a big edge, according to the Indians, in this position. So she did play the move knight to d7, and Tatev is thinking about this position right now. I'd like to point out another game between the U.S. champion, U.S. women's champion, Nazi Paikidze, playing against young Emily Nguyen. And this move, knight d6, will be very annoying. And it looks as though bishop takes giving away one of your bishops is necessary if she's going to make any progress in this position. Now, White will have the 2 bishops. Difficult to make hay with them, though, because this pawn structure is so strong against this bishop. So a lot of game to see here as we see yet another bishop for knight exchange take place potentially on this chessboard. Some interesting, difficult questions. I love those positional games where you're scratching your head and saying, exactly what is going on here, as these players are challenging each other right from the get-go.
And we've got another combative game in the Women's Championship between Jennifer Yu and Anna Zatonski. Anna Zatonski has lashed out with the advance h5 to h4, gaining an initiative against Jennifer Yu. If you take a look at that one, I haven't seen that yet.
I saw Anna is playing a very topical line that of the Queen's Gambit Declined that Magnus Carlsen essayed. Very strange in this Carlsbad pawn structure that black goes after the dark square bishop and puts his light square bishop on e6. Normally in the old days, boy, they just played bishop e7, rook, castles, rook e8, and played rock solid. But there's a very specific idea that the world champion Magnus had in mind, and it's this move g5. Not the first move that you think about when you're black, advancing your pawns on the king side and hunting down this dark square bishop with the move knight h5, which is what Magnus has played in his practice, and, well, Anna came prepared. Check out what happened. After queen c2, knight takes, you've heard Maurice always talking about, okay, now your opponent has the different color bishops. Let's play on the complex. And White is buckling down on this square f5. Knight on g3, bishop on d3. But look at what happened. h5. Let me just...
yeah, I think you just maybe need to...
Yes,
okay,
there you go. h5. Did you see that one coming? I sure didn't.
I'm sure Emery Tate did.
Oh, right. Well, let's go. Let's go with it. h5 and a very forcing play. a2, a3.
Yeah, that move puzzles me. I guess she's anticipating a bishop b4 in some variation, but
that she just wants to stop any opportunity of bishop b4.
That looks slow.
But it seems strange because we might even want to castle queenside in some variations now that Anna's gone with h5 and g5, so a3 of course would weaken that situation.
Right. You want, if you start thinking I'm going to go queenside, you don't really want to push the shield there with the move a2, a3. But it's probably an indication that she's still going to castle short and just challenging.
Now, after h4, the question of knight f5.
Obviously is going to park its patus right there on that great outpost on f5. Definitely the square for a knight. So knight f5, and what has Anna got in mind?
Maybe she wants to play queen f6 and queenside castles.
Let's take a look. Queen f6, putting pressure on the knight, but I'll fall for it. I'll castle. Now I know what her move a3 is all about. In case of your castling, she wants to play b4 and go on the queen side with b4, b5, and try to get at black's king. So the move a3 by Jennifer was, she's looking deeper into the position and saying, I'm prepared for your queenside castling with b4.
Right, and we would seem to have to play in b5 into position.
Pardon me?
King b8, sorry.
King b8, yeah, you're ready.
In order to meet b5.
Right, you're just getting your king off the c file, which makes perfect sense. Now, if I go b5 right away, then I agree that c5, keeping things closed, isn't
threatening
so clear.
c4, just winning a piece.
Right. So I'll play knight a4 is a preparatory move. I'll put my knight on c5, or rather I'll try to control the square c5 to make b5 shortly possible. Double-edged game here.
Indeed. Lots of double queenside castles in this round.
I think Anna's feeling some heat here because it's good. And she has played your move, Jennifer, queen f6. As this battle is getting very intense here. I actually like Jennifer's position.
You like White, okay.
I like White.
Maybe at the right moment we have to play bishop takes f5 and bishop d6 and
Well, let's see.
And give it up, because of course we'd rather find a way to activate our bishop on f8 without capturing an f5. But
okay, so just to get our viewers.
Not now. I meant
yes,
like later on.
I mean, you're suggesting that there will be an opportunity in the future where you've given up this, but this bishop is
so good. From
so good.
Yeah.
It not only plays an offensive role, it really stymies you from getting any f5, g4 kind of attacks. That bishop is just fantastic on. So you don't want to make that trade, as you say, prematurely. So we're looking at castles, b4, and I didn't see a better move than king b8.
And then knight a4 instead of b5.
Right.
Now maybe we should start by advancing our pawn with g4.
Absolutely.
Rather
committed.
Before you get a bishop at f5, protecting that square.
Okay, I'll put my knight on c5, anticipating that I want to just go after the king. You know, rook b1, b5 ideas. At the moment, anytime you push your king side pawns, I'm going to bypass. You go h3, I'll shut you down as quickly as I can with g3. If you go, on the other hand, don't go here, because there might be a tactic
that f takes d3, right?
Precisely. There might be a tactic that you have to be
One thing that
careful
encourages
about.
me a little bit is that if you play b5, I do have the possibility of playing knight c5, pawn c5, and then perhaps considering bishop c5 with the knight on f5 being underprotected. But the tactics there could get really hairy, because my king's also totally open.
Exactly. So very double-edged.
But I can see why you like white, because that rook b1, b5, simple but deadly.
Plays itself, no question about it. One game that was really visual to me, I saw Hikaru play this move, queen e7, and I was really stunned by it. We'll go back to this situation after f5 Ray. Took some time before he came up with the move queen e2. He didn't believe that there was any advantage to be had after takes, rook e1, check, king f7, a line pointed out by Maurice. And instead he opted for the move queen e2, castles, put his rook on d1, anticipating getting a pin against this bishop, queen e7, and knight f3. I was looking at this line that went takes on f5, rook takes f5, knight f3, and this very unusual line where there's this rook on f5. It looks weird there, but it's okay. It's just fine. Black has the two bishops, and there's no easy line of play.
Very creative play from one of our favorite players of the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura. You know, we talk about how Ray Robson got 4 whites in a row.
Yes.
Poor Nakamura, definitely on the other end of the stick. He gets 2 blacks in a row to start this tournament, and guess who his second round opponent is? Fabiano.
Ooh, and that was a huge game last year. When we came on the show, Maurice was showing us that graphic, which showed that Fabi had all of these nice wins and draws. He was undefeated. But Hikaru had all of these nice wins, draws, but 1 loss. And that was the difference in the tournament last year. So Fabiano, once again, with white. Ooh,
that's a tough lineup to start the tournament. Nakamura, 2 blacks, and playing against 2 of the stronger players in the tournament, Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly. And Maurice.
And those nuanced retreating moves, those are the kind of moves that you know when you see a strong player. There's a lot of things you could do. You could sacrifice pieces, big-time mating attack, all that. Everyone learns how to do that because we love chess so much, and that's the reason we started loving chess in the first place, all those pyrotechnics. But it's those subtle retreating moves, nuanced positional ideas that really separate the strong players from players who only have flash. And this position is an indication. The move bishop to b3 was a powerful move by the engine, and it suggested that this is exactly what he should have done here. Bishop b3, a retreating move, getting his bishop away from this knight fork, so you're able to play the move d5. Instead, he decided not to play that way. He took, and bishop c5, the engine is like knight takes on c5 here, but just to follow the game, now the move, bishop to e2, a different one that makes you lean back. I see you lean back in your chair just now, Yaz. When you see this move, you go, really? that's the best thing you can do right now. And in fact, it's what the Indians give in that moment when he did play takes on c5. The knight e5 threat being the key thing. Don't give away your light square bishop. You got it. Why do it? Why give it right back? So bishop to e2, the strongest move here, and now he's going to keep on developing his play to prove that his light square bishop is going to be superior and to black's pieces. And this king, by the way, has no easy home. It might have to castle queenside because the ready-made attack of h5 is in the position. I'd like to point out a different position with the same kind of nuance. The game between it wasn't Emily's game. Oh, yes, it's Maggie's game. Playing against Irina Krush. And in this position, Irina played this move, rook a6, after his e5 move, d4, queen a8. The move rook a6 was meant to put this queen on a8 and challenge his bishop on the long diagonal. Now, there's no reason to move the bishop off this diagonal. He could still just stay there and let events transpire. But Maggie played bishop f1. That move, again, a sign of a strong player. When you start making retreating moves like that, let me eyeball your rook, maybe switch diagonals. You can have this diagonal. I'll put my bishop on this long diagonal. Potentially, my queen will migrate to this side of the board. My minors, my knight might go to e4 from here. And you look at a move like that, you go, uh-oh, we got a player. She knows what she's doing. And that move has given Irina serious pause. She's been thinking for quite some time after bishop f1, and she knows when she sees a good move. And that one, it's not earth-shattering, but it's just the kind of move when you see it, you know you got somebody who knows how to handle those chess pieces.
Absolutely, Maurice. In that position, an amateur would be very enthusiastic, play some move like queen h5, trying to develop an attack prematurely, knight e4, those types of moves. But this move, bishop f1, definitely puts a new wrinkle in the position for Irina, and she's got a tough one there. But let's take a look at our schedule for the upcoming week, Jen.
That's right. We've got a round a day, except for that rest day on April the 3rd.
The single rest day.
It's always going to start at 1 o'clock Central Time here in St. Louis, the capital of chess in America. But we do start our pregame show at 12:50 every day. And same thing for the Women's Championship. And, of course, we have a playoff in either section. If it comes to that, stay up to date with us on our hashtag US Chess Champs. We've been getting some really good ones. So keep it up. And we've got Maurice with an update on one of the most exciting games of the round.
Unfortunately, it's become less exciting suddenly because Apurva just did something insane. I mean, I can't believe she played this move. I know why she did it, but the fact that she did do it, it shows something about her concreteness, maybe a little bit too much materialism and a little bit of lacking positional dynamics, because she just played this howler, really. There's no other way to put it. She played knight takes on b6. Pawn takes was the last move, so white's up a pawn. Knight takes on b6, trying to take on d5 in some way with the bishop. But after a takes b6, what do? I mean, your queen's hanging. You can't play queen takes. That's just not going to happen. And because the reason why, there could be any discovery. Your queen is hanging along this line. Knight c6 is a move as well, but knight e6, and suddenly your position is exploding, and you've got problems all over the board with this knight just smashing into the position, and you're still not developed a check to chase your king around. This position is way sharp and better for white, though the tactics do have to be analyzed out. The key move she might be looking at, back here after a takes b6, is this move, queen to d7. Exactly. Now that move is hitting the rook and preparing to collect this pawn on this square. Now, if she's playing like this, I mean, she's playing like Tal, or maybe Emery Tate, as we were channeling him. Because after rook takes on c4, white just took off a pawn from the board, and you can get a pawn back with this move, but after rook, something like rook to c7, and suddenly white is just all in the position with no problem. She's going to castle quite shortly. Maybe she's analyzing some of these tactics, and she feels like even though she's sacrificing, she's getting some kind of play. But she's going to have to be super concrete, because she's just dropped this pawn, this big pawn, and the pawn on b6 is looking like it's going to stay forever. She might be looking at bishop c5 and hoping this leads somewhere, but she would have to have seen that knight c6. Now, this crazy sharp move in the position doesn't sacrifice anything after this takes. You just trade queens, and any capture here we can call bishop takes, for example, takes. Everything is fine for white, and that extra pawn on b6 is just enduring, staying on the board. So the variations are wild. She may have miscalculated something. But I told you, oftentimes it happens that Tatev wins these Sicilians in 23 moves or 27 moves, just typical of her. Somehow maybe she hypnotizes her opponents or something. But we'll see whether or not it's going to happen here, because already Black is in serious tactical trouble, though she may be able to mix it up and try to confuse her superior opponent, higher rated opponent at least. We'll see what is going to transpire on this board.
Maurice, let me just test you on that, because I must say I don't like the move knight b6, but having got here, let's just go again. A b6, queen d7, rook c4, grabbing a second pawn, queen takes d5, rook c7. Now, optically, you look at that position with that queen on d5, that bishop on b7, and you go, wow, this is really, really great for me. If I can get in the move e6, e5 without getting killed,
yeah,
I'm going to be doing really good.
That's a big if. That's a big if.
So let's do it. E5. Let's just have a look.
Is knight f5 possible? Actually, knight f5 is possible, but the engines are giving something even stronger. The move c4 first.
Immediately. Ooh.
Yes. So knight f5 works. I mean, you weaken the f5 square, but c4, apparently, where are you going to put your queen? I mean, there's like nowhere. There's nowhere to put the queen.
And the other line, what you said with bishop d6, how did that go again? Bishop d6?
It wasn't bishop d6 we were analyzing. We were analyzing bishop c5. Unfortunately for that queen, that c4 move is kind of strong. I mean, where are you putting your queen?
E5?
Your queen is having some trouble trying to play this line, and wow, look at this variation. Rook takes b7. I did not come up with this by myself. Let's just make that very clear. This move, knight to c6, and your queen has to leave this bishop to its own devices, as there's no place to put the queen but the square f5, it looks like. And after that, of course, queen takes d6, and that's going to be all she wrote, as there's mate threats hovering everywhere. So it looks like Black is a move away, maybe 2 moves away from getting that desired counterplay that she's looking for. But because that king is still in the middle of the board, if only that king was castled, this would all be sound.
Right.
But because that king is still in the middle of the board, for Black, it's more important, by the way, because White has more pieces in the game. Look at that picture we see there. White has 4 pieces in the game. Black has only 3. That is the pieces on the queen side. So as the action starts, White is ahead. And if White is ahead material too, there's a lot for you to catch up on. So you're not claiming that there's a lead in development for Black that's justifying this sacrifice. You'd have to somehow justify another way. Maybe White's bad pawn structure on the king side, if it can call it that. Maybe that's how you justify it. But if the game stabilizes and White just has material, you're going to lose. Agreed. And that is the problem she's facing. Can she find the counterplay fast enough to prove that her pawn structure is better? It looks like it's not correct.
Now, meanwhile, speaking about fast, Ray Robson versus Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah. Nakamura's used 10 minutes for the whole game so far. That means Ray only has 10 minutes himself.
Oh, my God.
They are on move 17, and Ray has gotten himself down to 10 minutes. That is insane.
That's insane.
Well, I was in Baku. I was watching the gold medal performance, and Ray, I can tell you, just kept all of its team on pins and needles, because no matter what time control this young man seems to play, whether it's 5-minute, 3-minute, rapid, you name it, he loves using his time. He's a thinker.
And now we've got a subtlety here by Nakamura. Instead of taking it on f5 with a bishop, he plays bishop to d5, centralizing that bishop, preparing to actually take on f5 with the rook instead.
All right, that was doubtlessly an unexpected move. One of the things that I really like about Hikaru's position, beyond the fact that those 2 bishops look really, really good, is this bishop on c1, it's not really in the game, which means this rook on a1 isn't in the game either. So it looks to me like Hikaru is definitely for choice at this exact moment. And the time, the difference speaks volumes.
Continues
Maurice.
to tick down with Nakamura playing so very quickly.
Exactly.
Well, I have incredible deja vu happening right now. It's just this last weekend, myself, along with Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov and the Grandmaster Irina Krush, we went to an event in Cincinnati, the Queen City Classic. It's an event that features hundreds of kids playing in Paul Brown Stadium, where the Cincinnati Bengals play football. Well, we get to play chess in that stadium. It's really annual event that's just amazing. All the kids that show up, Irina and Gregory, they play a blindfold game that I do commentary on. We play a mass simul with a lot of other masters who come and play. It's really a wonderful event that if you're from anywhere in the Midwest, you definitely want to go to, because they treat the kids really, really well in that tournament. One of the things that we do on the Saturday of the event is Gregory and I do commentary. Now, I'm used to doing commentary on the best players in the world, the best player in the country. To do it with 1,700s and 2,000 players, you would think it's like a step down. In fact, it's extremely entertaining because they don't play perfect chess. There's mistakes are happening all over the place, and you never know what's going to happen. At any rate, the reason I'm telling this long story is a position similar to this one happened on board one that Gregory and I were watching. And this move, D5, that was just played by Sam Shanklin, this move was played in that game as well. And I remember specifically Gregory saying, if you try to play the move E5, then suddenly the move Knight H4 shows up on the board. And Knight H4 is threatening Knight takes on F5, and then picking off this knight. And there's no way to defend it. If you play G6, of course, you could get White's light square bishop with this move, but that's a pawn. A pawn's a pawn. And White is going to say, prove compensation in this position. So D5 on the board. Remember, we talked about the dark square bishop, the exchange of the bishop for the knight, how important that exchange is, and that the side with the bishop wants to show that his bishop is going to be very strong. Well, D5 is now on the board. There goes that dark square bishop that black traded way back on move 10. It's suddenly expressing itself, stretching its wings, expanding, and you can't play E5 because you drop material. Fabi has been thinking for quite some time in this position, D5 on the board. The engineers give his best to take this pawn right away, to take back, and now play knight to F6, trying to pressure this pawn as much as possible. And Fabi has, in fact, done so in the position. And maybe he's going to come out of it okay because he has to attack the light squares. So we have that struggle, that same struggle we talk about. Once bishop versus knight has happened, the players go straight for that important strategic idea.
Right, and just to complete the thought, though, Maurice, after the move knight d7, f6, is that a pawn too far on the d5 square? How does White handle the simple knight takes d5 threat? Now the move knight h4 isn't as effective as it was a moment ago because the queen and the rook on e8 are both protecting this knight on e4, and the move knight h4 takes f5 doesn't chop the legs out from underneath the knight. You can simply capture the knight. Same answer for knight d4. Knight takes d5. I see knight c6. That's a possibility, but is there something extremely concrete? F3? No, I don't know about F3. That's E3 square. How does Sam continue?
Again, the Grandmaster exchange, bishop for knight. He just opened up the line for his bishop, and suddenly it looks like the best thing to do is trade it off and change the nature of the game yet again. Bishop takes knight in this position. Don't hold on to it. The transformation of advantages. That's what makes chess such a rich game. You see one edge and you think, let me hold on to it, but you have to be ready to throw that edge for something else. Now after bishop f6, if you play knight takes f6, White can change the nature of the struggle and say, well, wait a minute now. I've got the e6 square. Let me bring my knight maybe to d4, attack your f-pawn, even g5, and look at the e6 square as a potential target. So the game is just transforming. Nothing saying that White has a big edge here. It's just the nature of the game. You have to play what the chess position demands from you, and this f-pawn now under attack with the idea of going to this square, and just a sharp position. That's all it is, just a sharp position, and both sides playing without any real mistakes, but showing their skill at this high level.
A slow strategic game about to explode, and what an important point that is between these two players.
Very important
and
game.
He did play knight bishop takes f6, giving up that bishop.
We got a couple more moves in the Robson Nakamura game. That's the game that really intrigues me, because I think what you'll see about a world-class player like Ray Robson is, even as he gets into this time pressure, he makes really good moves, of course. Because from my point of view, I mean, I think any person in a big time pressure playing against a strong player, there's this temptation to trade. Why not play queen takes c7? Why is that so bad? Your clock's ticking down. Let's just trade off queens and see what happens, right?
Right. So we would have, for example, queen e7. Well, I don't know. Maybe I want to keep the rooks on the board.
Maybe
so bishop takes e7, yeah.
And I connect my rooks with bishop d2, let's say.
Yeah. And, well, do I want to play bishop? No, I won't.
Rook f5 or bishop f6, perhaps, hitting the pawn on b2.
Yes. Now I don't like being in a pin. Okay, so I'll start with rook takes e7, rook takes e7, bishop takes e7, bishop d2, Jen, what you said?
Yeah.
Now I'll take the pawn back, rook takes f5. Ooh, no, I take that back. Of course I'm going to play bishop f3. What am I thinking?
Bishop f3, you obviously So.
And I'll just pretend that these double pawns are seriously...
How big is it? Because we have some weak pawns ourselves.
Oh, no question about it. But it's sort of like black is already really happy because there's two results, right? White is struggling to draw.
But the thing here is, in time pressure, that's usually the line that a white player would go for. Because obviously with the pieces traded off, it kind of makes for like slightly easier decisions. Instead, Ray decides to keep the middle game, and the position is a lot wilder after the move knight e5, rook takes f5.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but again, I sit there and I go, okay, give me a position where there are two results. And, okay, you have some easy decision making. I understand the clock factor, but Ray's sitting there going, I don't want to play against Nakamura in a slightly worse ending. I didn't sign up for that when I woke up this morning. I want a good, sharp struggle.
Right.
And he needs another hour to do it in. Maurice.
5 minutes left now.
Yeah, exactly.
5 minutes.
Ridiculous.
That's
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's completely horrible. And every year we talk to him and you interview him and say, why don't you move faster? And it's just a disease and addiction on his part. And Nakamura knows it. Nakamura's like, wait a minute, I'm the higher rated player by a lot, and you're giving me all this time edge, and I'm prepared in the opening, and I have the two bishops. How much more do you want to give? I got to collect a full point. I mean, look at that. He's got 6 minutes and 17 seconds. And good for him that he's got 30-second increment. Didn't Nakamura start with 125 on the clock? What was his time? What did he start with? Was it 90 minutes?
Yeah, so
90 minutes. Oh, that's
30.
I can't even talk about that. That's so ridiculous.
He's leaning back, Ray's leaning forward, and occasionally Nakamura is shooting him
a stare too. Like,
gotta
what
be
are
terrified.
you doing?
But let's go to another game. I want to talk about this position. There are two games actually of real interest. One, just from the theme that we've been talking about, the bishop for the knight, the grandmaster exchange. In this position, knight takes c1, rook takes c1. So the knight, in this case, instead of bishop takes knight, you get the rarer or the much less frequent knight takes c1, because a bishop can usually hide from a knight, but otherwise a bishop can pin the knight and it trade itself for a knight more normally, being the long-distance piece. But here we see the knight got to d3, went a long way to get to the d3 square and actually capture a bishop that's been sitting on c1 this whole time. So now you have the imbalance. Black has the two bishops, but white has these great center pawns, and white is going to play for what color complex? Well, it's obvious. He's got a knight. The other guy's got a dark square bishop, so white wants the light squares under good circumstances. Well, take a look at how this game transpired. b5, queen e2, queen to b6, and now knight to e5, centralized knight, looking at some light squares. If a knight's on dark squares, it controls light squares. So f6, chasing the knight, and after knight g4, b4, attacking on the dark squares, as you would expect. The guy with the bishop is going to attack on dark squares. Knight e3, returning to a dark square to be able to attack on a light square. Why is that significant? After b takes c3, taking back, no way in the world. You're going to see cd4. The move d5 was played, and now suddenly the stable control of the light squares by white. This d-pawn is what he wanted to do for quite a long time. The Indians love this particular variation for white. The move bishop a6 coming alive in response, and now the Indians are saying this is busted. This is terrible for black after more control on the light squares with queen g4. Now they're backing up from this move and still calculating maybe a move like queen h5 is even stronger. But it's all about the light squares now as this bishop is getting isolated out of the game. He is up a pawn as black, but that pawn looks dead, like it's going to go. He's going to have to struggle to make sure that he's okay here because this pawn is semi-passed already. This pawn can take it, and then it would be a real pass pawn. But it looks like the white square control is starting to happen, and so black has to be ultra careful not to get in a vice as these light squares d5 and f5. This bishop could go to the h3 c8 diagonal and really get some play. So Daniel needed to be careful, and Alex understanding the position. Another game I just want to quickly point out, featuring no piece exchanges so far, but just the pawn exchanges. This one between Jerabuk and Gadakamsky, and he just played the move f4, did white. What's happening? Who knows? But we like it. We like it when pawns are steaming down the board. So this one is going to be rich as well. It looks like every board is interesting. No matter where you look right now in the U.S. Championships on both sides, the games are just a ton of fun, dynamic, interesting, volatile, what we live for when we come do commentary in this chess tournament.
That's right. And Wesley So, the #2 player in the world, man, I'm just looking at his last couple of moves. It's just like in awe.
They just
I mean, Bishop,
all fit beautifully. They're linked,
Yeah.
right, nicely together, all of his moves.
I mean, just like how good his position is after playing these like quiet moves, Bishop E2 and King B1. But yet now he's not only is it hard for, if we can move to that game, not only is it hard for Shabalov to put his king on either side. King's side, it looks like H5 type ideas are going to be devastating. Cranking open the file, queen h3. You can't go queen side easily. But on top of that, Wesley ready to play e4 and bishop e3.
E4, bishop e3 is on his agenda, no question about it. There's also another even nice approach too. Knight e4, bishop c3. The reason I like the bishop on c3, I just kind of like that defensive, let me control b2, as well as offensive, let me control g7. But you're right, h5 means no castling short for black. You're going to be castling long, and then as soon as black castles long, let me just, well, let's put a move for Wesley. What did you like, e4 or?
Yeah, sure. We can try e4 because you can't play knight d4 because of bishop b3. So you got to put your knight back on this unenviable d6 square.
Ooh, I hate that. No, then e4 would just be killing. I thought I had to play knight d4.
You thought knight d4, bishop b3, what, e5?
Well, no, I don't like e5 either.
There's the knight d5
Knight d5. I've got no square. I ran out of squares for my knight. Ooh, e4. Well, that's a route.
C5, knight a4 would just win a piece.
Yeah, that's just a route. If I can't play knight d4, I had a blind spot in my mind. I thought knight d4 was obliged. Knight e5, no, that's all wrong. Queen f4 just cozies up, and two dark knights are on pre. Bishop a3, I can meet with a knight a4, defending b2. I think Shaba is in real trouble after this move e4. I think it's very, very bad indeed. Knight d6, your move bishop e3. This just looks like white's having, everything working for him.
Two bishops, safe king, better pawns, better pieces.
And dynamic tactical opportunities as well for white.
Well, Wesley making it look easy indeed, and he is the #2 player in the world. We are going to take a quick commercial break as the games heat up here in round 1 of the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships.
superheroes. Touch the stars. Live the dream. Experience the fantasy. And play all day long. Welcome to Wizard World Comic-Con. Coming to St. Louis, April 7th through the 9th at the America Center. Get tickets now at wizardworld.com.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
And we are back. I'm on the Ray Robson clock watch. Less than 2 minutes.
You're going to be on the Ray Robson clock watch for the rest of the round, I'm afraid, because he's just so short of time. He just played his move Rook F1. But look at also this game between Onishuk and Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel just slapping down the move F5, trying to change the course of the game. I think Onishuk's in cruise control. He's doing really, really, really well.
So how does he meet this F5?
F5, well, I think he just starts with the simple capture. After captures, knight is going to take. The bishop goes to F6 and something like D6, just marching down the board.
No time for bishop C8 because you just got a D7.
Precisely. Bishop C8 would encourage me to do something that I'm really anxious to do anyway, which is advance my pawn. Now, Maurice was sitting there saying, okay, with this light squared bishop ready to come into the game, either via the D5 or maybe even more juicy, the E4 square. Well, although the times are similar, I think Daniel has to find some really, really good defensive moves. I don't like his position. Another position, I'm still, openly, that was the Wesley So game. It was actually the Sam Shanklin game with Fabiano. I lost it. I had it, no, that's the Godikansky game.
It's right above the Jiang game.
Is this the, no,
Another
that's
one.
right. Above?
Right. Yeah, except the other way.
Nicely.
We'll get it there eventually.
You were just like the four-time U.S. champion and one of the best players in the world, and you can't find a game. I mean, what's going on, Yasser?
That's because I'm looking at so many very exciting games. And I tell you, I was really stunned by this move by Sam Shanklin. Rook D4. It's just not the kind of move that intuitively comes to mind. And I'm sitting there, first of all, wondering, why do you play Rook D4?
Try to prepare Knight D2, perhaps?
But the more I look at it, the more I really begin to appreciate this move. And the problem is, this rook on F1's just not working. It's just not working. How are you going to get it to work? You're going to put it on E1? Well, why is it necessarily working on E1? But when you put the rook on D4, you suddenly start to think, oh, I know. I'll bring the rook to the C file. I'll target this backward pawn that's sitting on this, and I'll bring this rook over to C4. And suddenly, it's like white's pieces start to blossom. And this is a very difficult move to find because you, like Maurice said, you're eager to play knight d4 to e6. Like, you're eager to make those kinds of ideas work. And this move, rook d4, taking the square of the knight, I think is a beauty, a strategical brilliancy, actually.
Really?
I think it's really strong. It's
well,
a
we can
great
also
move.
move our knight on f3 now, perhaps to e1, d3, f4.
Right.
Whereas before we couldn't move that knight to those squares because the d5 pawn would hang.
Constant protection. And we have seen the move rook f7, anticipating a switch to the c-file by white. Now, one of the things that black has in mind in such positions is sometimes he wants to try to close the c-file by dropping his knight back to c5 and playing a5 and knight c5. But because white kept his flexibility on the queen side, he'll be able to play a3, b4. I think that Fabiano has realized that he's emerged out of the opening with a slightly inferior position, easier for Sam to play. What do you think about that move? Or Maurice, you've got another position you're looking at.
I'm just so impressed by these guys. Just looking at the games, you just feel like you're learning a lesson just watching the game unfold. And you see moves like the Nakamura game. I will get to that one in a second, but this one was Wesley So. Yeah, the computer has its way of thinking, but humans think a bit differently. And you look at a 2,800 player, number 2 in the world, maybe a future challenger to Magnus Carlsen. You watch his way of conceiving of the game, and then when the position just flows, you say, wow, that's what happened, that this is what it takes to become that good. In this position, queen b6 was played, and the queen possibly trying to castle on the queen side is black, but he's never going to see it happen. I mean, that day's not going to come. Knight a4, and now the move queen to c7, and now this move rook to c1, chasing the queen, challenging it on that square. Now queen to d6, the queen is still looking for a home. Where is going to be home? And in this position, this is the position they have on the board, and the engine's saying, well, you'd like to play rook d1, except your h-pawn's hanging. The engine's saying now the move bishop a5. How often do you see pieces go off on the a-file in order to become powerful? Bishop a5, looking to go into c7. Again, this queen is wondering what's going on. The move rook to d1 might be played at any moment. And if you decide that you're going to chase this bishop away, well, first let's just toss in the move queen f3 along the long diagonal, challenging the rook. Now you can never castle. And where are you going to go? I mean, there's just no home for the pieces. And a move like rook a7, of course, runs into tactics. Suddenly on the back rank, there's tactics happening, takes, and now rook to d1. And look at that king, just stuck. There's a rook c1, something bad happening, queen c6, all kinds of danger in the position for black, because suddenly the white pieces are alive, kicking, and aggressive. And black's in deep trouble in this position, almost completely lost. In fact, the inches are giving it as, yes, totally lost. Let's just go to a line, queen to b8, hiding, queen check, hitting the knight. And if you try to save the knight in this position, then suddenly queen c8, and that's going to be all she wrote, with the bishop having to drop back to the d8 square, and now just a simple trade, and you can't take because it's just murder. So just a quiet way, he just backed up a couple of pieces, jumped to the side, put a bishop on the other side. We're still waiting for the move bishop a5. I'm giving him all this credit, but he hasn't quite played the move as yet. But this is back here in this position. But just the way, just so smooth. Wesley makes it look easy. It's like he's not trying. In fact, guys like Fabi and no, it's Geary. When I asked him about Kramnik's statement, Kramnik said at the London Chess Classic, when I interviewed him, he said, Wesley's just playing the best chess in the world right now. Just like that. And of course, I mean, that just sent everybody a titter. You're making a statement like that one. There is a guy named Magnus Carlsen, by the way, existing. When I said that to the other young players who I knew wouldn't take too kindly to hearing stuff like that, they said, well, you know what? Geary in particular said, you know, if I wasn't trying either, if he's not really trying to win and just taking games when people give him points, basically I'm paraphrasing, you know, that it must not be that hard. He was basically saying Wesley is not playing risky chess anymore. But I thought it was a little bit of sour grapes because he's winning his games. He's winning the games when you give him a chance. And now he has another chance again. It just seems like he just smoothly get these positions and then take people out. The other game that
and bishop a5 was played, it appears. And
he found bishop a5 as soon as he sat down. I mean, just look at that. He's just finding places to improve his position and making you suffer immediately. This is a beautiful position for white now. White is totally in control of that game.
Sick game so far.
By the way, the game I wanted to look at was this one. Again, another move, world class. After he took on f5, bishop to d2, looking to simply develop. A lot of people would say, I have a fantastic bishop on this diagonal. b4 is not a threat. What's the problem? This looks like a good game for me. Let me go looking for a move. Who decides I'm just going to bring my bishop back so I can trade it off, this beautiful bishop? I'm going to get rid of this knight. That's my next plan. I'm going to get rid of the knight in this position. But Nakamura did, very concretely, and now the move rook f1 was played. You can't play bishop c3 to reinforce this knight because your f4 pawn is hanging. So bishop d6, a concrete threat, looking to play bishop takes knight and accentuate his bishop and also get the open file. So a great move on Nakamura's part. That's the kind of move I say you see real players play. Retreating moves for exchanges that you would not anticipate. In the meantime, this one's on fire. I mean, crazy chess. f5 by Naroditsky. E takes f5, takes on f5. And now the move bishop f6 and d6 in the position. Look at this pawn racing down the board. And this light square bishop opening up. Whose pawn counts more? This one on c3 and this one on d6. Who knows? The engines give white a bit of an edge, but not like a winning edge completely. Wow. With the move king h8. The engines are saying this is still a game. This is still crazy. Yes, I know you'd be scared seeing that pawn on d6. Like, hey, man, he's chasing, he's running down the board. But there is a little bit of insecurity of this knight on f5. So we'll see if this knight has any real consequential square it can go to. We know knights like to be on stable squares. That knight on f5 is not on a stable square as yet. And it could be chased out of the game. And if this bishop lands on d4, f-file's open, and like g6 and bishop to d4, that could be a challenge as well. So a sharp position for the youngster. A lot of games are sharp. And Naroditsky leaning back, body posture, saying, hey, I like this position.
And interesting. I really liked Onishuk's position very, very much in that game, but pawn on c3 is worthwhile. Going back to Wesley So's game, one of the things that's really impressive, and again, he makes it look so easy. If we just go back a few moves right here, one of the things I always say to students or classes I coach, I say, well, what's the open files in the position? The D and the C file. Rooks love open files. And the way that Wesley has played this is so nice and simple. You showed this very visual position, Maurice, after the move b6, queen f3, rook a7. The queen backs up to f3 just to get out of a potential rook takes h4 shot. Now white's rooks take over the open files, and it just looks so natural, so logical, so easy. Every move, as we were saying, link in a chain.
Like so fast, perhaps.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's nice to see.
Really
and
beautiful chess. And of course, Shabalot did make it a little bit easier for So than it could have been in this game with his unusual opening play. But we've got some interesting developments, I think, in the Maggie Fang Irina Krush game.
Okay, that's done.
So I'm really impressed so far. Maggie Fang of playing well. Her very first game in a U.S. Women's Chess Championship against the 7-time champion, but not showing any intimidation at all here. And
that was the bishop g2 f1 position that we left. Let's see how things transpired after bishop f1, knight b6. Irina said that she's not worried about any discoveries against her rook. Queen g4, a move that everybody loves to play. Getting your queen in aggressive court.
Wesley so short-head today.
Rook a7. It makes a strange impression. Irina Krush, 7-time champion, queen on a8, rook on a7.
Yeah, and it looks like there are even some things in the air, like taking on d6 and taking on e6.
Right.
Taking advantage of the fact that the bishop is no longer on that diagonal. But also in the Women's Championship, let's move over to Tatev's game with Maurice.
And I must, maybe I should get in the business of predicting elections or something, because I said move 23. Tatev seems to win these games on move 23 or move 27. Well, this has transpired along the lines that we had seen before. Bishop to d6. Bad move, c4 now attacking the queen. The queen has only one square to go to, and she found the move. Rook takes b7. That's move number 22, a bone-crunching move. Now if you take on a b7, knight to c6, that would be the 23rd move, and it becomes very clear pretty quickly that you're losing significant material here because if the queen moves, then queen takes on d6, and you're all tied up in knots. You could check down here and hope for something to happen, but after king f2, another check because you can't take this rook. It's mate on the board. Another check. Suddenly the king just hides on this square. And what do you do about queen to d8 mate? So maybe I'm one move off. She'll notice that after the move, rook takes b7, she's busted. This game is over. Rook takes b7 will be a win for Tatev in this position. The simple trade is answered by knight c6. The only move actually to keep it going is this one, bishop to b4. But after knight takes e5, bishop takes queen, and now simply king takes. This pawn is permanently ensconced in her position, and the move c5, c6 is coming. Knight, 2 pieces for the knight and the pawn. That's just too much. So Tatev will be our first victory of the day as she's showing very clearly that you don't play her a wild Sicilian unless you know exactly what you're doing. And unfortunately for Apurva, she played some suspect moves. He didn't time her counterplay just right, and she's going down in flames.
Amazing. And, you know, Tatev is always out to impress here at the U.S. Championships, and not just with her hair color. You know, I think if you take a look at her performance rating in U.S. Championships, I think she's probably right up there with Anna and Irina. I mean, maybe even higher. Because she's always at the top of the standing. She's well prepared. She prepares specifically. She usually has a trainer here with her.
I saw Jessie Cray, GM Jessie Cray earlier.
Yeah, I mean, she just really, Josh Fidel or Jessie Cray?
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah,
Gosh.
okay.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize, Josh, yes.
But I just am really impressed by her at the U.S. Championships, unfortunately often faltering at the very end.
Right,
But,
some nerves. Just
I mean, never having a bad result. Always in the winner's circle.
And just last year's disastrous final round. She impressed us tremendously. Yeah. I'm looking at Irina's game, too, and Maggie is putting some serious pressure on our 7-time U.S. champion as well. I was looking at a sacrifice that you were mentioning.
Taking on d6 and then taking on e6.
Yeah, exactly. 94 was her choice with the idea of bishop f6.
h6,
yeah, bishop h6, a tactic that we all know. Thanks to the pin by the queen, you're threatening after bishop h6, checkmate in 1. So this is the threat. But it's a double threat that Irina's facing, because if you move your king to defend that threat of bishop h6, the pawn is on d6 is also double attacked. Taking on e4, well, not so happy maybe about giving up the 2 bishops. Anyway, Maggie also had...
We never have f5 because
it's en passant.
It was en passant and take on e6 in between.
I was kind of attracted to this, you know, because you see these types of sacrifices all the time, but in this particular case, I just didn't think it worked as nicely.
Pieces, huh?
Yeah, it's sort of like, okay, first of all, this bishop and queen suddenly on this battery, and this rook's coming across. So I think she did well to avoid this attractive-looking but wrong sacrifice. And
but lots of tactics on play. What about playing h5 in this position, just trying to, after takes on knight e4, instead of bishop takes e4, h5, trying to distract the queen. And now we can't play queen h5, bishop takes e4, but...
Is that 100%
I guess we
true?
need to just keep looking at it, right? Because of rook e4, bishop d3, but there's a queen e1 check, right?
Right. So we're just keep looking just to investigate the line to the end.
And then f5 here.
Right, because we've got this checkmating threat on h7, so f5.
And g6 would lead to like some kind of draw after bishop takes g6.
Right. So here, I'm still not 100% sure. What do you think about the move after queen? Because again, I want to play bishop h6, right? And then I got to discover, I'm a rook down.
You've got a whole rook.
But I've already got something. My nose says there may be some
opportunities in the position with queen takes e6 check.
That's right, huh? I want to get my queen back in.
Yeah, exactly. Your queen got stuck with its hand in the cookie jar. You got a whole rook.
Wait a second. How'd you guys get to this position?
Hey, we're not using computers, so don't question our flawless analysis.
We went h5 from the start.
Yeah. And
h5, queen h5, bishop e4, rook e4, queen e4, bishop d3, queen e1 check. Maybe there is where you had to play your g6. That was the moment for g6. And after queen e1 check,
gotcha,
king g2, f5.
But g6 is the strongest according to the engines, but queen g6.
Right.
And rook f7. Okay, that's funky. But g6 you'll find, right?
Yeah.
But g6, hold on, back up.
Back up.
g6, bishop takes g6.
No, instead of
he meant instead of queen e1, the in-between move g6.
No. But here you can play g6. This is playable. G6 here is playable because bishop takes doesn't work because of this. Oops. Queen takes f6.
Wow, that's cool.
And now king takes runs into pawn takes with check. Hello. And this is winning. You can give this back, but you're down a piece and stuff that's falling here as well.
That's a pretty Zwischenzug.
Neato.
Nice.
That was the computer, of course, but
it's pretty.
That's why I'm here, guys. Just, we get to double check and triple check with the engines as well to make sure that our own intuitive analysis, and not just intuitive, but a lot of experience in our trio, of course, that we don't miss some good stuff. And that was good stuff.
That's a really good one.
It was actually a pretty one.
H5. So if H5 was queen F4 also a possibility?
Queen F4 was probably
chilling?
the more logical chilling move. Why not?
Oh, I was thinking bishop b4, rook e4, g5 or something, but no.
Or bishop g5, maybe.
Yeah. But you can always take on e4, worst case scenario.
Right.
So with the queen, that is.
Things have developed in the game of Sam Shankland and Fabiano Caruana after rook f7, e2, e3 by Sam, a7, a5. I had pointed out that in such positions, black often tries to close the c-file by first playing a5. A2, A3, Sam's well aware of that strategy. He wants to put his pawn on B4, which would rule out a knight C5 in the future. Bishop A6. It's like the bishop doesn't really have a great future on B7 as long as the pawn on D5 remains alive. And the move Bishop A6 discourages a future Rook C4 idea. And we're up to date with the players. I'm just thinking that after Rook F1 to C1, it's easier to play white. That is to say that ideas like knight H4, now you want to move your rook so that you can play knight D4. It's just more comfortable play white. I don't think Fabi's going to be happy here, Maurice. What?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm looking at this position. I'm trying to find something for black, and
that's active and decent, right?
That's the key word. That's decent. You want to be active and decent at the same time, but white's position is a rock. I mean, you look at that board. White's position is so solid right now. There's nowhere to point to that you're going to attack. Chess is a logical game. You can't just decide you're going to attack. Oh, I just feel like attacking. No, there has to be something in the position that says, let me do this. And when you look at white's position, you say, okay, so where's the weakness? Where should I go? Nowhere. I mean, there's no weakness. There's nothing to point to that says that black can attack that and do anything. So at the moment, black has to be passive. Now, black does have weaknesses. Black has the c7 square. Black has the e6 square. Black has the c6 square. Okay, they're all under control for now. But as you mentioned, he has a knight might show up on this square and suddenly think about e6 and c6 more like e6, and then c7 comes under fire. So white can see the weaknesses. His eyes are big for the weaknesses in black's game, while black doesn't have something comparable to point at, and he's going to have to make something up right now. And that's why you see Fabi stopping to think over and over in this position, because there's just no obvious attack anywhere to go.
Right. Thank you, Maurice. Going back to the game of Wesley, we're all in awe of how Wesley has played it, but I think that Shabalov, to his credit, actually found his best chance in the position after this move, Bishop A5, which was to avoid playing the move B7, B6. He played the move knight E5, queen came to E4, and I'm expecting that Shabalov is going to play the move knight c6, hoping to try to shut down the c-file by attacking this bishop on c3. Nobody likes Sasha's position, but this is his best shot to play on.
His position looks bad.
Yeah, it looks bad. It looks bad.
I mean, that position looks awful.
Moving on to our time pressure edit.
Yes, exactly. Our time alert. What do we have after the move?
He's got a comfortable 2.5 minutes now. He was under 2 minutes earlier. He's playing in the increment. That's why he's getting more time
already. I like this. Maurice was pointing out that Naka made this awkward-looking move, retreat bishop d6, preparing to capture the knight. I was a bit curious why he didn't make the more, let's say, obvious move, bishop d4. If you're going to take the knight, well, at least, I don't know, throw in a tempo against the pawn on b2. Was there something in particular he didn't like about that move? The bishop on d4 looks a little bit better placed than d6. He did, however, play bishop d6, rook f1, rook f8, b3, and Hikaru, maybe for the very first time in the game, is actually using some clock. Maurice.
Using some clock, but let's jump back quickly to the game with Caruana and Sam Shanklin. We said, what is Black supposed to do? You can't just attack. Well, he was like, I don't know about you, Maurice. I can spank you, so let me do whatever I want to do. And he just played the move G5.
Absolutely.
G5, let's go on the attack. The Indians don't like the move. They think it's pointless. It's not going anywhere. But we'll see what he has in store. This move, he does want to play the move G4. At least that's what it looks like. The problem is this move allows knight H4, and you have some stable weaknesses in your position, and it's not so easy to show why it is that you're playing this way. So, for example, this deep move that you had mentioned, Yaz, dropping the rook back, getting it off that square so that you can put a knight on this square. And now if you play the move G4, well, as advertised, look at that knight. There are going to be threats of knight e6. There are going to be threats of knight f5 if you move your pieces away. And suddenly it's white who's looking to make some incursions into black's position. This one not looking attractive, especially for black, because where's he going? What is the plan? What is he trying to do here? There's nothing that's obvious to do. The move G5, I think it's hyper-aggressive. It's going to give Sam a big chance. Even here, the Indians is saying you can even ignore it with B4. That's how little opinion they have of this position after this move G4, knight H4, and it's just huge right now. Huge for white. What's happening? He's got, did I say huge? Huge, like a Donald Trump. Huge for white.
Tremendous.
Well, I mean, look at this move. He's got F5 under attack. You got a C7. The E4 knight is just under fire. Knight C6, and there's everybody. Knight F5, excuse me, and there's everybody on the E4 knight. So a very bad position for black here. G5, not that impressive, guys. This move, trying to go for some play by Fabiano, will it backfire on him? It would be disastrous to start round one with a loss while Wesley So begins round one with a win. That's not the way you make a campaign to try to become a repeat U.S. champion. But still a long way to go in this game, of course. We'll see if Sam Shanklin can handle it. He is playing against the number 3 player on the planet.
You're right, Maurice. That would be a huge result. But no, seriously, I understand the move G5 because even though the chess engines are going, oh, terrible, 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 as a human player, you don't want to just sit back and play this kind of passive defensive role where you're trying to simply save the game. You want to create counter chances for yourself. Unfortunately, in this particular case, it looks like it's just a bad choice.
Well, we'll see how that games go. We know that if Caruana does lose, he's going to go out kicking and screaming.
Oh, without
the name
question.
of the reality show that Sam himself was on. And we are going to take a quick look at Onishuk Naroditsky. How's it going?
Big development in that game as well. After Naroditsky played, well, we were back in this position after D6, King H8, getting his king off this diagonal and possibly preparing G6. The move knight to E7, signaling very brutal intentions. He wants to put a knight on G6, play Queen H3, and play Bishop D5 and try to mate the guy. Well, the move Bishop D4 is the only response, according to the engines. Bishop D4 hitting the F2 point, and here we go. Let's go on the roller coaster. Check, takes, Queen H3 check, king over, Bishop D5 with check. Only move, no other move. And now I'd be thinking, how can I put some pressure on this rook? But the other rook will show up to defend it. So the Indians give take, check, takes. Now Queen D7 check. And after king here, bail out. Take a perpet and don't do anything else. Interesting finish. I'm not sure that's what Onishuk has in mind. But it's hard to see what he does after this very strong bishop move. Bishop to D4, which is what we would anticipate happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's certainly calculating to make sure he's not losing is a young Naroditsky in this position. But Bishop D4, the move that's called for here, we'll see what he does as this game is starting to look more and more like the perpet will be on. And you can see one guy looking at the board thinking, while Naroditsky's looking off in space, calculating everything in his head.
And maybe even starting to relax if he thinks that this is a likely finish to this game. So we'll keep a close eye.
Look at that body language. Look at that body language. It's his move. What is he doing?
Yeah.
Turning around, looking into his arms. We see a lot of faces like that at the chessboard. I saw, if you check out our hashtag US Chess Champs, you'll see some great poses also by Tatev Abrahamian. And with that, we're going to be keeping a close look on this game and the Abrahamian game as we take a quick break here in round 2 of the U.S. Championships.
Round 1.
Round 1. So. Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships, and we see Daniel Naroditsky coming out of his comatose state, back in and out. Has he been taking lessons with Grandmaster Timur Gurayev, who set the record for the most blindfold games ever? Kostya Kowalski on Twitter.
It's almost like he doesn't want to look at the board, but Danya knows that this is the critical moment. He's been analyzing the move Bishop D4, and he's looking at those sacrifices that Maurice was pointing out with Knight G6. But the veteran Onishuk just calmly waiting.
But this is an unusual position. I mean, you got to admit, like, normally you get the Ivanov where they're like over the board, but at least they're kind of like they got their hands, their eyes closed,
right?
But they're like over the board. Here, it really looks like he was like kind of sleeping. And let's see what happened.
He did get out of his comatose state, and he has played a move, but I don't have it yet.
He played Bishop D4.
He did play
Bishop D4,
only move.
G6 check.
Only move.
And allowing that long variation that Maurice mentioned. Well, not that long, but the one that leads to perpetual. And it's interesting here that you have a choice between Queen H4 and Queen H3, but H3 keeping on those light squares is the superior choice.
Yes, in anticipation of King G8, Bishop D5 check, and this was the perpetual check that Maurice was pointing out. In this position, you want to play a move like Queen D7 or Queen E6, but Rook F8 is going to just defend, and don't forget about the F2 weakness.
And I guess E7 is also, H4 is also okay, because we can transpose by playing Bishop F7 and Queen E7 check.
Right.
Same, and then after King D8, Queen E6 check.
Same idea is that you're probably just going to end up getting, as you say, Queen H4 to E7. Oops. No, we're not. We're just going to have to keep checking you this way. The perp is actually on E6 and H3.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But if we go to H4 first, we could achieve it anyway.
Right, from the start. But that was a long forcing line perpetual, and after Bishop D4, now the onus is on.
Ownership? The onus is on ownership?
Yeah, exactly. It sure is. Maurice.
Well, the angel is saying that is forced. He must go for the draw now because Black's position is just getting too strong. But I would like to take a look at another position that has been building for some time. We saw an unusual opening move order in the game with Jerebuk and Kamsky. But now this position has stabilized. This knight is sitting over on A5, looking to sub-day, get into the game, and have some activity. But it's knight H5 that is all the attention right now. This move, knight to H5, preparing some issue around this king. Now, the move you'd like to play, usually you see a knight show up around your king like this. Most players automatically play a move like G6, saying, why don't you just leave? Get out of here. I don't like the fact that you're showed up around my position. But this creates some looseness around the black king, and white can just simply ignore the attack and play bishop takes on H6. And after pawn takes, the materialist might say, let me go get this piece. But the Indians say, forget about that. You don't want an exchange back. Get your queen over there. It might be mate in them their hills. And this knight going to F5. This bishop pointed at the position. Black's piece is offside. Knight on A5, bishop on B7, rook on C8. Not able to affect the action on this side of the board. And it's white who is dominating this position. Looks like a second pawn is going to come in some way, shape, or form. Or at least this black king comes under fiery attack. So knight H5 is a huge move in this position, creating some trouble. And if you decide, well, let me just get rid of it a normal way, like a normal human would, just attack the knight. Why are you here? You're just going to get traded off. Well, the knight says, I don't think so. Boom, a sacrifice. Knight takes G7. And after king takes, another sacrifice. Bishop takes H6, ripping all the pawns from in front of the black king. Now the position is busted. King takes Queen D2 check. And suddenly the black king is feeling the force, the wrath of white's attack. If you simply drop back to G7, well, you have to drop back. You don't want to go to H7 because of a potential diagonal threat. Well, guess what? After queen check, king in the corner, E5 is coming anyway, and this king is feeling the heat big time as queen check is coming, knight G5 is coming, mate is coming. Black's going to have to shed material just to try to survive. So this move, knight H5, it looks like he just tossed it over there, maybe to get an attack, but he has nefarious intentions against Black's king, and Kamsky is realizing it as he studies the position now. He knows he is under the gun and needs to come up with some kind of defense against what white wants to do, which is simply cut his head off.
Well, the game actually strongly reminds me of last year's U.S. Championship game between Wesley So and Gadakamsky. It was a Rui Lopez type style of position where Wesley went after Gada's king and got an early victory. If you look at this current position, it's almost like a Chigorin, where somehow if there was a pawn on F2 and there was a black pawn on E5, it would look very, very similar to a Rui Lopez as well. All of those ideas, those sacrificial ideas that you were showing, Maurice, those would scare me terribly. I wouldn't be playing G6. I wouldn't be playing knight F6. I'd be looking at my offside knight, and I'd be thinking, well, maybe knight C4 to try to get rid of some defenders, and if you try to get rid of some attackers, pardon me. If you take my knight, I'd be relieved, because in those positions where you pointed out there was a bishop discovery check, and I'm looking at knight B2 and knight E3. So I do agree with you. There's some scary dark clouds hanging around Black's king. You better do something quickly, Maurice.
And Black's response, I'm not sure it solves the problem, because this square E5, that was his compensation, if you will, for giving up this capture on this square and opening the file. When we saw that happen, he was supposed to get E5 maybe just as a freebie square for his knight. Instead, now he's played this move, knight to E5, without getting anything for it, and white can simply play knight takes on E5, and after pawn takes, now white has a protected pass pawn. Your bishop really looks silly on this square, and now the move rook F5 is playable, hitting this pawn, putting more pressure, and if the move G6 happens, then suddenly queen to G4, and it's just all kinds of pressure on this position right now. And there's a threat, by the way, of rook takes F7 in the position that just simply rips the position apart. So this one, I don't know if God is playing this correctly, as he seems to be under a lot of trouble. Just positionally, the move knight E5 looks suspect, that knight takes can be played and shut down any counterplay Black has on this side, and just leaving white to be able to attack freely on the other side of the board, on this king side of the board. Another important moment we should quickly catch up is this game, Jeffrey Zhang in this position against Varuzhin Akobian. Varuzhin decided that he had stabilized the position. Again, look at that bishop in trouble along this diagonal. And he played A4. He said, I'm just going to use my initiative and play A5, and I've got an edge. Jeffrey said, oh no, I can't just sit here. Play the move E6. E6, an important move. His timing was just right. The point being that after pawn takes, rook takes on D3. Rook takes, the sack of the exchange. But he's winning it back right away, and this position liquidates itself pretty quickly. This take, and now give me this pawn, thank you very much, and now the game is going to end up being more of a draw after the rook goes into D7. Well, Varuzhin decided to play the move F4 first, and after bishop C7, now he's taken on this square, and the game did actually continue with rook takes D3, rook takes, bishop takes, and rook over to D1. Bishop takes D3, rook takes, and again, we pretty much have the same position. After rook to E8, if you play rook D7, just rook E6, ignoring the attack on the bishop, and this one is also equal. So this is going to be a draw, it looks like, between Jeffrey Zhang, a good way for the young man to start off his campaign, although he's the higher-rated player in this matchup. But he does have Black, so to have Black against a solid player like Varuzhin. But it looks like there are other exciting games.
Yeah, we should take a look at Ray Robson versus Hikaru Nakamura. You know, earlier I mentioned that maybe Ray should go in for a slightly worse endgame, and now he's got a minute left, and he is going in for a bishop of opposite color endgame, but with a couple pawns to the good for, or just one pawn is ace. Well, let's take a look. Is A7 going to be able to be captured? It can't be captured with the rook because of the mate.
No,
well, there's bishop
mate.
G1, right? So, but
fortunately,
still, that looks...
for Ray, that is not a mate.
Yeah.
But this bishop's of opposite color, obviously he will be suffering with white. But let's see how.
He just snag the pawn with A8. Yeah.
Right. So we put the check down. We put the bishop. It seems like we're probably going to have to realign our pieces to target the G2 pawn.
And also D5. The E pawn with rook E1.
Rook E1, rook takes.
And then bishop D5.
And now bishop D5.
Threatening rook E2 and rook takes E5.
Yeah, and that's very scary indeed. I wouldn't want to be in Ray's shoes right about now.
It says he's got 5 seconds left.
What?
And
5?
What happened? Did he take on A7?
Oh my God!
He took with the bishop instead of with the rook, allowing E5 to be captured.
Right. Okay. So we got this position. So instead of the bishop, rook A7. So he has played rook. Bishop takes, and you said rook takes, yes?
Well, that hasn't. I don't think rook E5 occurred yet. Oh, it looks like it has. Yes.
Is on the board.
Rook E5 has occurred now. 20 seconds left for Ray, but it seems like the other line we were looking at.
Well, this is some holding chances here. I don't like the position. Well, obviously he's 2 pawns down. I don't like Ray's position,
but bishop B8 is a potential idea. But how are you going to deal with the G2 weakness again?
I was going to cover it up.
On D5.
Right. I was going to cover up by playing a move like bishop F2 and seizing the defensive, if you will. Rook G5, I want to meet with bishop G3. Rook E2, okay.
Rook G5, bishop G3, and if I continue with H5.
Right. Well, then you're going to have to play H4 to bust me up.
King G1 was played.
Yes, King G. In any case, you've got, in this position, you can't afford the loss of the G2 pawn, and this move by Ray, King G1, allows this blocking defense in case of Rook E2 and Bishop D5.
And it keeps getting more picturesque in the Wesley Alexander Shabalov game as Shabalov looks near paralyzed here. Wesley has just encroached further into the position with knight to B6.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
Black's pieces, I mean, if you just look at Black's pieces, he's got a rook on E8 and a queen on B8. Yikes.
But he's up a pawn.
When we left it, we did see the move knight C6. Rook came over to D1. A very beautiful picture by harmonious pieces by Wesley. F4.
That was the moment, by the way. Rook takes H4, winning a pawn. He had to give this pawn up with tempo and then play F4 and say, I'll dominate the board.
Now knight comes to B6 with all kinds of evil.
And so now if we continue to increase our pawn advantage, consolidate it with Rook A7,
well,
consolidate our extra pawn.
I think Rook takes C6 is just a wipeout.
Rook takes C6, yikes.
Yeah, and I think in case of knight takes A5, a similar idea, Queen A4 check, driving that knight back so that we can once again take on C6. This looks like curtains after this very powerful move, knight B6.
So after
Wesley.
knight, yeah, and so the big question here is who's going to win first, Wesley So or Tatev Abrahamian? Two big championship favorites, in my opinion, getting off to an early sizzling start.
Well, I think Tatev has already won, basically, but her opponent is continuing to play on because at least it's not mate yet. She was able to play the move F6 in that position, but it's really all over. I mean, there's this is the kind of position you could resign with a clear conscience. Let me see if I can pull it up on my board here. I mean, she just played after knight C6, queen F5, queen takes on D6. F6 was played to stop the mate, the only way to do it, and simply castles, move 25. A little late castling, but getting the rook into the game most importantly. And Black can't castle. Rook F8 was played, and maybe she's hoping one day to get the piece out. There are so many wins here. The position's just completely lost. One win that's possible is just knight D8. That's attacking the rook here and attacking the pawn on this square as well. A rook to D7 is met by a number of moves you could just take, but the Indians give this move as the most winning. I'm not sure it matters how much she's winning in this position. These passed pawns say too much. The king is secure, and it's just a huge problem. In the meantime, let's take a look at the clock. Ray is down to make that 37 seconds. One of those things with the increment I don't like. You're down to 9. Oh, wait. You're down to 39. 30 seconds. He keeps getting every time. But, boy, Ray, if he could draw this position anyway, but the reality is he's just got to play blitz all the time.
Right. Now he's absolutely relying upon his increments for the whole of the first-time control.
Well, the good news is
and
he's got a lot of only moves.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't do much else besides Bishop F2, so he's over a minute. Well, he's close to a minute now. You know, another game that's kind of gone crazy is Shanklin versus Caruana.
Absolutely.
Caruana actually has an extra pawn, but his pawns are like Swiss cheese. They are very unenviable pawns. Well, what do you think, Yasser? Who's on edge here?
Oh, well, I think that Fabi has been outplayed for most of the game. And
he's not a pawn.
Yeah, his move H5 had the desired effect. We're going to go back. Sam said, okay, I'm a little bit worried about these threats to my king side. H5, H4 is coming. I want to go into a forcing line. And so he traded a lot of pieces, and I think that Fabi was happy about those decisions. And although he's a pawn up, this move knight D4 is a very visual-looking move. The knight comes with a tempo against the bishop on B3, but also forking this pawn on F5, and simultaneously to all of that good stuff opens the bishop on G2. So,
well, what if I keep trying to hang on to my pawns? It's greedy.
Yes,
bishop,
greedy.
Bishop E6.
Bishop E6.
Hoping that, you know, maybe you'll get rid of one of your beautiful pieces. I guess you always have rook C6.
Right, rook
worst
C6,
case.
Worst case, because then I'm going to be able to pick up this B pawn.
This is the game position.
Is it, in fact? Okay, I didn't realize that. We had caught up with the players. So after bishop E6, do I have...
You have better than rook C6.
Yeah, that's my question. I'm thinking that I have something like bishop F1.
With the idea of knight E6 and bishop C4, just winning.
Exactly, and also I have actually a double threat. I have maybe this move bishop B5, hitting this rook on E8, the defender of that bishop. So a double threat in the position after bishop F1. And let's see what Sam has done.
Our first result of the U.S. Championship, it looks like that game between Naroditsky and Onishuk did end in a perpetual.
Let us have a quick look at that one. Where was that? That was down here somewhere. And it was exactly the sequence that we saw. Have you had opponents, Jen, in your career who looked away from the board or who just kind of put their head in their hands?
Alexander Ivanov.
But he does it over the board all the time, right?
Over the board usually. But yeah, it's very pronounced, just covering his eyes completely.
Right, yeah, this
but
kind of position.
Looking the other way completely while thinking about the game. I think I have, sometimes Ivanov does that too, I think. Who else does that all the time? Do you know?
Well, I'm thinking of Vasily Vonchuk.
Okay, yeah.
He was the one, but he actually looked up in space. He would sit back in his chair and he'd literally be looking at the ceiling.
Spitler sometimes looks up too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Boris Galfan, he was one of those who would be looking at the square E0, right? Not E1, but E0, and he'd be flipping a piece in his hand and he'd be looking down. Sometimes he could put a glance up.
But here's a puzzle for you. Have you ever had a weak player look up in the sky or look away intensely? So maybe that's the best way to get better. People calling us, just like mimic the faces of the GMs.
I can't recall offhand. No, I really can't.
Only good players seem to do that.
Yes.
Only good players think so hard that it hurts.
And it looked like painful there for Danya.
We've got another
Maurice.
Result in Nazi Paikidze and Emmeline Yuen. How did that one end?
It looked like a draw throughout. It went throughout.
A draw, that's right.
Naji was just worse, but there was never any breakthroughs in the position for her opponent. And the final position that I have on the board looks like a complete blockaded position.
All right, well, and good start for her U.S. Championship debut. That's
Emily.
She's a U.S. Junior Girls Invitational Champion. That's how she got here, and that's a tough tournament. It's a U.S. Junior closed for girls.
Exactly.
But with all these fantastically talented young women, many of whom didn't even qualify here. Like, remember last year we had Akshita Gorty. Not Gorty, rather, Aswaran.
Yes.
There's also Gorty, who's another phenomenally talented player who didn't make the cut this year.
Wow.
That just goes to show you. These tournament, the U.S. Junior Girls Close, is an important qualifier. Emily from Texas, she won it, and starting out her championship with not a loss.
With a draw against the reigning U.S. champion.
Yeah, we'll be looking to good things for her. She's only 15 years old.
And let me just bring up Irina's game. I haven't seen it for a while.
Yes, Irina's game was pretty interesting. Maggie Feng. Actually, the last I saw it, I thought Maggie had the better of it. It looked like she had the two-bishop advantage against the formidable Irina Crash.
Yeah, just going Sabina.
Showing no intimidation, Maggie Feng. Just like Emily, she's in her first championship.
Right.
And it looks...
this is the game that Tatev is closing in on victory.
Indeed.
A big material advantage for Tatev. That was the draw of Naji. And I'm just going to go up the board here. Trying to get all of my... Here we go.
So Maggie does have the two bishops.
When we left it, though, we really liked her position. She had just essayed this move knight e4 with the threat of bishop h6 as well as taking on d6.
Well, taking on d6 allows f5 with the pawn, so that's why Maggie had to take with the knight there.
Is that so? Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I can move my queen. I don't know. She took with the knight. She did take with the knight. I guess she didn't like bishop h6. I'm not too sure why. That looks like a very attractive option to me. Bishop coming to h6, just threatening that mate. Also creating a little weaknesses over there. She took right away. Take, and we're catching up with the players now. Ooh, is that an exchange? Ooh,
what?
No, it wasn't. She was afraid if bishop takes e8, the queen may have come on this diagonal.
Right, that's why that bishop was so useful on f1.
Exactly. Unpleasant sensations.
Yeah,
hence we see this move rook e5 to stop queen d5.
Queen d5 and renew the threat. But now I feel like I wonder if I wanted to put my bishop on b5 if it wasn't even really a threat to take on e8.
Right.
Because d3 seems kind of like a more logical square in a lot of ways.
Exactly. If bishop b5 wasn't a threat, then it was a wasted move.
We do have our very first guest in the U.S. Women's Championship, and we saw a couple of games that looked like they were headed for blood, but they're continuing to go on. And meanwhile, we have a newcomer to the U.S. Women's Champion, Emily Nguyen. She's with Maurice.
With all these fresh faces, we always like to see, and a 14-year-old Emily Nguyen from Austin, Texas, got here by the invitational tournaments you won. How does it feel to be in your first U.S. Women's Championship?
It's pretty exciting because I just walked into the club and saw all the cameras and I was like, wow.
That's great. Now, there's been a discussion about the pronunciation of your name. Why don't you clear that up right now so we all get it correctly from this point on?
Well, you can just say Nguyen.
Nguyen.
Yeah.
Is it like that? Okay. So you got the first round. They said, let's just toss you somebody simple like the U.S. Women's Champion. When you found that out, how did you feel?
I was really nervous to play her because, well, I looked at her games from like last championships and she's really good.
Yeah. So how did you prepare for her?
I just looked at my opening lines and then I looked at her games and saw all the possible lines that she could play, and then I just looked at my lines again.
Psychologically, did you have to prepare thinking about, I'm playing against a really good player, probably one of the better players you've ever played?
Yeah. I just had to tell myself to not be nervous and trust my calculation and not get too scared because she was so good.
And in the game itself, when you were playing, was there a moment you felt like, I might be in trouble? Or did you feel like you had it under control for most of the game?
I think I had it under control for most of the game.
So, comfortable start. Do you have any fantasies maybe that you could win this tournament?
No.
You got to think you could win the tournament, no?
Honestly, my goal coming in was just to not get last.
That's a goal. That's a goal. We want you to be more ambitious now because you're looking for some blood somewhere for you. Sure, you're going to win some games. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Emily Nguyen, the first championship, and she just drew the U.S. Women's Champion.
Pretty easily.
Simple stuff.
No, I remember my first U.S. championship. I was very nervous. It took me maybe 3-4 rounds to really get the feeling that, hey, I can compete with these people. It's okay. I belong here. And I'm sure if she has rounds like this, her confidence will grow.
That's right. That's why even though we see a lot of fantastic, talented young players coming into the Women's Championship every year, but so far nobody really battling for those top spots.
Right.
And I think there is, a lot of that is to do with the nerves. But now that they've gotten a few championships under their belt,
right,
we'll
the
see
confidence
how that changes.
grows. Yes.
Indeed. Although I think Emily was just being modest. I don't think any girl who gets that good at such a young age, 14 years old, 2250, chess champion already. You don't get there by hoping not to get in last.
No.
She's just saying that.
Lowering the expectations a bit.
But we have our defending champion, Nazi Paikidze, with Maurice Ashley.
A player who definitely has no low expectations is the winner from last year, Nazi Paikidze, back for the return campaign. Nazi, welcome to the show. And what are you thinking coming into this tournament? Time to win it again?
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to defend my title, but I know it's not going to be easy and probably even more difficult than last year.
You get one of the youngsters, one of the youngest players in the tournament. What is it like playing against these young players? They just keep coming and coming.
Yeah, I think it's easier for them, of course, because they have nothing to lose. And today my opponent played a very solid game. I think it was all pretty straightforward. I didn't have any chances.
No risk, maybe try for something sharp to try to build something. Hopefully she makes a mistake.
In the first round, I think that's not a good idea.
Makes a lot of sense. How's your form coming into this tournament? I know that Irina was able to play in an invitational tournament right before this, right here in St. Louis. I haven't seen your name in any big tournaments. You famously decided to not play in the World Championship because of it being in Iran and the constricted rules around the hijab. What have you done to be sharp for this tournament?
Well, I think a strong tournament I played was in December, so it wasn't that long ago. And I've been preparing, and I think, well, of course, practice is important, but 2 times that I played US Championship previously, I actually hadn't played for 6 months before that. So I think it'll be okay.
Maybe a new formula for success. How has the controversy affected your life? I mean, you were in the news for quite a bit after you made that announcement.
Yeah, it has affected my life a lot. I think everything has changed since then. And
how so?
I don't know. I've been on spotlight since then and just not used to it. And really didn't expect it to go that huge and for so long.
Has it affected you personally? You feel discomfort around the topic?
Yeah, I do. I've been talking about it for 6 months now. So.
Okay, so this is going to be my last time I talk to you about it. We'll just get to the chess. It's you, it's Irina, and it's Anna. I mean, now it looks like the big three. Are you comfortable with this new role? I mean, you're the champion, and clearly you've shaken up U.S. women's chess by your excellent play.
Yeah, I think I am, and I would also point out that I think Tatev is a very good candidate as well to win the championship. So I think it's going to be a great battle.
Indeed. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your game.
Thank you.
U.S. Women's Champion Nazi Paikidze, a true fighter, and a new formula. Don't play any chess before the championship. You can still do well.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Naji. In the game between Wesley So and Alexander Shabalov, I like, again, everything that Wesley has done to this moment has just been on point. He just played this move, Queen A4. After knight d6, the queen was under attack.
Rook takes c6.
Rook takes c6 is a big threat. So rook d7 has this idea that maybe this rook on d7 can cover or protect the square on d7 in case of the sacrifice. Well, Wesley said, I don't need to sacrifice the exchange. I'll just put more pressure on the pin piece. Played the move bishop f3 in order to block bishop takes and queen takes, check. Knight b5 was forced, and we're up to date with the players. But I'm sitting here saying to myself, this just looks really terrible for Shabalov, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's just a bust as simple
bishop takes c6.
As bishop takes c6 and rook takes c6, eyeballing the opportunity to go down here to the c8 square, and I don't know, just everything comes to the c file almost at will, and it just feels I mean, if there's a defense, it's going to be, you know, eyes closed, pray and hope.
Yeah, I mean, what's the cruncher after what's the cruncher after Rook C7?
I'm not sure what the absolute cruncher is. I would probably play as simple as Rook C1. Oh, there is a Rook H1 check that could be annoying. You could drive me to B3. Maybe there's something even simpler than that. Perhaps I should start it out then with a move like Queen E4. Again, just a different way of collecting this pawn, and while also stopping any, you know, back rank checks. This looks terrible. Maurice.
Well, just quickly, I'd like to talk about the women's games. We just saw the U.S. Women's Champion, Nazi Paikidze, draw her game. We see Tatev, rightfully she corrected me, that Tatev is definitely one of the big four that could win the championships for sure. Now, there are two other games going on. This one between young Jennifer Yu playing against Anna Zatonsky, who's a four-time champion. And something dramatic happened right around here. After the move Queen to F2, in this position, she could have taken the pawn on H3. Now, this move would have netted her a pawn, at least temporarily, but she would have had some counterplay to deal with after the move Queen to F6. So she decided, nope, no need for any counterplay just yet. And the game has concluded with Tatev Abrahamian. Her game is now finished. She won as we expected, a resignation there. Now, and a first place finish for her, by the way. So she's up right now on the women's side. Rook D to E8 was played, dealing with that counterplay. And now the move Rook D E1. It was a tactic on the E pawn. And now a very important moment. She could have again captured this pawn on H3, but she noted a tactic, and the move was bishop to F5, cutting off the defender from this rook that's sitting on H3. And the game with Wesley has ended as well. We knew that that was coming, and that we'll have all those players to interview in a second. So let me just finish this really quickly. In this moment after bishop F5, you think, okay, she couldn't do it. That's why she avoided it. However, after bishop F5, queen takes F5, queen takes, and now rook takes on H1 is what the engines gave as best. And after queen back, give me that, queen takes, and now give me that with rook takes E3. And now a knight's coming to C4 with check. You can't touch the rook because of the fork. It's coming there anyway. A pawn is dropping as well, and black is just overwhelming white suddenly. Now, maybe not an easy position to win, but this is the position she could have played. Instead, she played rook H6, and after H4, rook F6, queen E2, G takes H4, and her advantage is still there, but white simply has to play takes herself. She'll have this pass pawn. She didn't lose anything, and she's back in the struggle. So it looks like Anna lost something out of the position that she should have had, much more than she does right now.
Thank you, Maurice. And we do have a result. Wesley So won against Alexander Shabalov, and he did it in the most simple of ways. Played the move bishop F3, knight B5. Instead of taking this knight at once, which would in some ways release this rook from its prison on A7, played the move queen C2, just preparing once more to capture this knight.
Nice.
Knight takes A5 would have allowed a back rank issue and cost black checkmate. Actually, it's just simply a checkmate.
Jeez,
going
I love
on
it. Queen C2. You know, we were looking at bishop takes C6, followed by queen E4.
Yeah.
It's just so nice, these moves that Wesley plays, these little moves.
I know you like these checkmates, but I think this one is somehow very attractive. Knight
You could have
C8
played rook D7, prosaic.
Yeah, no, knight C8. You got to do it the nice way.
But queen C2, sweet.
And
move.
after queen C7, rook D7, it's like, oh, turn out the lights. That's just a killer blow. And Alex had seen enough. Strangely enough, we had what? An exchange of a few pawns and just one piece, and it was just piece play. Wesley just outplayed his opponent comprehensively. Very impressive
And
victory.
very instructive, too. You know, you can really learn something from this game no matter what your level. And I really love that about a lot of Wesley So's games, that simplicity.
Yeah.
And we have Tatev Abrahamian, who actually drew the first blood of the championship in either tournament. She won against a Perva Verkut and off to another great championship. She's with Maurice.
A scintillating Sicilian from the purple-haired Raven, always an attacker, loves these complicated positions. Great start for you, Tate. Were you surprised by how she handled the opening? What did you feel went wrong for her?
No, because she played the same line against me last time I played her, but this time I went a4. I thought she shouldn't allow my knight on b6. She probably should try knight d7, but I don't think my rook a4 was a good move. I think instead of taking on b6, if she takes bishop d5, I think the position is complicated, and I might be the one who ends up in trouble because my king is exposed with really nowhere to go, and if she manages to finish her development, she can castle, and then her position might be even better.
We looked at exactly that line, in fact, and thought she should take on d5 with the bishop after d5.
For some reason, I thought she was going to take with the pawn, and then I don't know why I kept thinking that, because I thought probably c4 is hanging.
Here's the critical moment right here.
Yeah. No, taking with the pawn I thought was bad, but I don't know why I was convinced she has to take it, and then at some point I realized bishop d5, and then I think I might be in trouble if I... Like, because her bishop comes out and she castles, and then, okay, my king is exposed, maybe she cannot really do anything, but then all of a sudden my rook on a4 is just silly.
When you were sitting at the board, you noticed this. I mean, we were here analyzing, of course, and looking at it with the computer, so we realized it as well. What was your psychology when you started dawning on you, like, wait a minute, this is not going to work out the way I want it to?
Well, I mean, I didn't think my position was going to be bad. I thought I could just still play a normal position. But before that, I thought my position was good. Maybe if I don't play rook a4, because my knight on b6 is just so strong, maybe I can just castle or play queen c3 even. Right,
the Indian liked both moves, castles, queen side, and queen c3 in that position. But still, the result is the result. You've won. It's your win. It's your first win. You're back at the U.S. Women's Championship last year. Not that I'd like to remind you, but you did not make it in the last round, or last couple of rounds, in fact. What is going to be different this year? You have so many fans who want to see you win this. What do you do to make it different this year?
I think it's just I play to my best abilities. I am capable of winning this. Last year I got a lot of lucky breaks, and because I thought I played the first half of the tournament really well, and the second half I was getting really lucky, and you can only get lucky so much. I think my game wasn't just up for it, and eventually it caught up with me.
11 rounds, it's a marathon. A win in the beginning almost means nothing at all, even if it's a good way to start.
I mean, it's nice to have the points, because at the end, that half a point might matter. So every point is a point, so you cannot just say it doesn't matter if I didn't win the first round or I drew a lower rated player. Like, every win really matters at the end.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again for joining us. Of course, a great win to start off the tournament. You're the leader for the moment in the women's section. I'm sure that'll change as the rounds go, but still, we wish you best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Tate Abrahamian, always a fighter and always up there near the top. We'll see if this win presages what's going to happen for the future, that maybe she, in fact, will be U.S. Women's Champion.
All right. Well, thank you, Maurice. During the interview, I was just looking at the game between Maggie and Irina, and I really like this move that Irina just played. Maggie, a lot of dark clouds appearing on Black's king, bishop on h6, rook on e5, queen on h4, all of those three pieces in great attacking position, sacrifices galore on g7, and suddenly this move, bishop e4, that's a stunning shot, a great defensive move, as Irina is looking for a chance of bringing her bishop back to protect her king. And suddenly this rook on a7 that was really pretty much out of the game, as some say so on the king side. Great. It's not always about attacking. Sometimes defense wins championships, and that's a great defensive move. Bishop e4.
Well, the nice thing about that is after bishop g5, she just played the move bishop g6. So even if allowing to take on f6, but the issue is that at the end the c2 falls to the rook, which.
So bishop g6 was played. We're looking at it.
So now we're looking at bishop f6, and now rook takes c2.
Rook takes c2. This queen takes d4 as well, but rook takes c2 certainly would get my attention. And suddenly, Black's king, that had been, under some fearsome attack for some time, looks a lot healthier.
What happens on d5?
D5, though. Wait a minute. D5 is a scary. That's why. Sorry, I might have to take your move back.
Well, queen d4, rookie. I could play rook e6 and snatch a pawn.
Queen takes d4. Rook takes e6 is a good-looking tactic, that's for sure.
Because even if you went on, this is kind
But
of a
aren't I
game
getting-
that needs to be calculated though, because after rook c2,
Aren't I getting down into some kind
you're
of
getting
ending?
you're getting the most important pawn, right? After rook b6 and rook b2.
That is true. So you would probably have to take along b3. But I think Irina will be very happy to get herself into an endgame, considering what kind of threat she was facing in this middle game.
Indeed, and
I don't know. I like white in that position.
Okay.
You mean in the endgame, or?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. So we're looking at queen takes d4, Maurice. Rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, b2, b3. Yeah, looks like a good move. Rook c3.
She did take on d4.
She did take on d4. That was key. So here you can play bishop c4, no question about it. But now.
Wait again. Rook. No, go back. Into bishop b2. Rook b4.
Oh, Wesley has jumped right in here.
Rook b7.
Ah, rook b7.
But you rook a2. Never mind.
It looks but it looks. It's a weird line, but guess who we have in our studio?
That's right. I mean, he claims that he finally made a bad move, but I'm not sure if we believe him. We've got Wesley So, #2 in the world, and the first player to win a game in the championship, the U.S. Championship. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, with Grandmaster Wesley So, the reigning champ for the Grand Chess Tour. He has an undefeated streak of how many games now? Is it 57, 58?
15. I don't even count.
You don't even count? Well, we're counting. We got to get the facts right. He's been simply incredible, the #2 player in the world, and a few more rating points today at least. Wesley, you've just been on fire, and everybody's talking about you. What is it like, the expectations, dealing with the expectations coming into this U.S. Championship, especially since you have never won this event?
Yeah, I've never won this event, and this is a very prestigious event, so I think every single player here would like to win this coveted national title because it's the biggest chess title for here in America.
What do you feel your opinion is it the best national championship anywhere in the world now that you and Fabi and Nakamura are playing in this, and there's only one sub-2600 player in the entire competition?
Yeah, and Alexander Shabalov is a real tough player, and of course he wins.
Four-time champion.
He wins the U.S. Open every single time. That's why he's here every year. Yeah, I think it's definitely the strongest national championship in the world. I think the only one who can compete are the Russians, but normally their top players don't play. So this is really tough, and with 3 players in the top 6 in the world, it's going to be really exciting. And I'm very excited to start, and I'm very happy to have a good start. And tomorrow, I'm going to fight another game, another day.
Do you feel the pressure is on for the top 3 players in this competition? You, despite how strong the event is, you do outstrip the rest of the players. Not a single one of them is over 2,700, and you all 3 are basically 2,800. Nakamura is right now, I believe, 2,793. So he's been over 2,800. Is there pressure on the top 3 to really blitz the rest of the opposition before you play each other?
Well, there's definitely pressure, but it's not to blitz them or anything because it's a long game.
Well, I mean, to crush them is what I meant.
Yeah, we definitely have to give our best every single game with such a high rating. And a few draws can be detrimental to our points. So we just got to seize our chances when they come, and we really got to put pressure every single game. At the same time, this is the strongest U.S. championship. So we just got to take it one game at a time, and I expect this tournament to be really tough for everybody. Last year, Fabiano won quite brilliantly, and he can do the same. But it's just the beginning, and I'm really excited for it. This is my 3rd U.S. championship. The first time I had +2. Last year I had +4. So hopefully this year things would work out better.
Maybe a +6. Maybe a Fisher Prize. What about all the games?
Yeah, I said to get an 11-0. The player can get 64,000, but I think this is really hard to achieve. So I
You
think
so?
I think I would prefer to try to beat Rex 11-0 and get 6,400. Be much easier.
Yeah, it'll be much easier. Now this game has ended. Looks like that game has ended in a draw, if I'm not mistaken. So Fabio started against his Olympic teammate. You guys have had such great results in the last 8 months. I mean, for you winning in Baku as the best in the world. Then you had the Grand Chess Tour. Then you played in Tata Steel.
Yeah, played in Tata Steel.
And again, a majestic result.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, just one result after the next. Do you feel like you're on cloud 9 right now as a chess player?
Well, I'm very happy with my last few months' results. Also, the St. Louis Archbishops won the Pro Chess League.
As well, congratulations.
It's an online game. But at the same time, there's always pressure because sooner or later, my hot start might finish. So I got to work hard to keep it through. Actually, at the same time, I'm very happy that the 3 of the top players in America are in the top 6 because, I mean, we were just teammates in the Baku Olympiad, but at the same time, being motivated to try to get better and competing with them, I think it's very good. It makes us stronger and hopefully ready for the World Championship cycle this year.
Well, speaking of the World Championship cycle, last question. With all this success, you have to be thinking about the World Championship. Everything you do must be geared towards possibly being the next challenger to Magnus Carlsen.
It's of course that's every player's dream, and we're not getting younger, so we have to.
Dude, you're pretty young.
Yeah, but I think for a chess player's prime is around this age, like I don't know, maybe mid to late 20s and then maybe early 30s. So now that I'm in this age, and also Fabiano and Hikaru, we want to try our best to get the maximum. But at the same time, I haven't qualified for the World Championship cycle yet. I'm going to play in the World Cup and see later on this year and see how it goes. And my goal right now is not to, I'm not thinking of Magnus or Fabiano or things like that. I just want to play each game and try to get better, just to try to keep improving and hopefully get there one day.
Well, it's scary to think of you improving more and more, but clearly you're hard at work on that. We wish you the best, and congratulations on winning your first game.
Thank you, Maurice, and I'm very glad that the 3 of you are back, the trio of the best commentary in the world. Yes.
Thank you. We appreciate that. The Super Friends are together. You know we love Wesley.
We love it. He sounds just like Rex Sinkfield.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, everybody learns from Rex.
Wesley, I got a question for you because today it was very smooth. It really was a great game.
I loved it.
Congratulations. Would you please do us a favor of maybe pinpointing his inaccuracy? Where did Shaba go wrong?
Well, good point. Actually, I like this game, especially in the end when his rook and king got stuck. But if you go back, okay. Well, there are a few critical points. So if you go back here, yeah, castle.
You want me to go back to move
no,
one?
This is okay.
Where to go?
Yeah. Here it's here, like just here. His knight on f5 is very well placed, but at the same time I have the bishop pair. So I spent 25 minutes here or 20 minutes calculating d5. It might be very interesting to see how it goes, like d5, knight e5, queen e4. Knight takes c4, queen c4, and then b5, queen e4. So I think this line is very interesting. But then it's not very clear. So I just decided to get my bishop pair dc5, bishop c5, bishop e2, then bishop e7, king b1. Here I felt maybe queen b6 gave me time because I just gained tempo kicking his queen. And here perhaps queen d6 is a mistake. Sorry.
His position was already starting to look suspect, though, with the...
Yeah, because he cannot really castle kingside
exactly.
at any point. But I think queen d8 was better instead of queen d6, sorry. here queen d8 maybe is his best chance, because I can't play bishop c3 due to b5, and my bishop on d2 is still unprotected.
All right, well, the way the game transpired, you did end up smoothly getting the victory. So once again, congratulations. A lot of games are ending, so we're going to get to those interviews and those thoughts. But for the meantime, I believe you're in first place right now, temporarily, of course. In the championship, still a good place to be. So good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah, thanks. So it's great to hear you say that you like us.
We've had some results.
Lots of draws in the U.S. Championship.
Sam
So right now,
Shanklin.
Wesley is the only player who won, and there's 2 games that are still underway.
Sam Shanklin did draw with Fabiano.
He drew against Caruana. Onishik Naroditsky was at Perpet. And
Right.
then the game between Yarrow and Gata was also a draw. But moving over to the women's championship before we dig in is Anna
Right.
Zatansky, who is in a lot of time pressure herself. She's under a minute on the clock with six to go, and the position is pretty double-edged.
But it's
somehow.
blocked. It's blocked. The time isn't a huge factor. It's not like it's a super complicated position, right?
Yeah, that's true. We were envisioning maybe some more complicated positions earlier in the game with kings on opposite sides.
Right, right. So, although you're right, though, I mean, it's still a minute on her clock to 6 minutes. They're move 34.
Meanwhile, we have Grandmaster Sam Shanklin in the house, and we were thinking that he might really take it to our defending champion today.
It sure seemed that way to me.
Well, Olympic champion and reality TV star Sam Shanklin is here with us. Sam, tell us about this game today. It looked like you had something there, and then it didn't look.
I think I was seriously better, but it takes some very concrete play. When I played f3, I simply blundered bishop d5, and after that, it's already just a draw. So. Well, I thought I got a nice opening. I outplayed him a bit and did some psychological nonsense repeating moves when I wasn't planning on making a draw, hoping for him to worsen his position, and he did, but he's also kind of good at chess, and it's hard to beat him. No, I mean, I think I had real chances today, but, well, I mean, if one mistake is all it takes, it's a high standard to hold yourself to.
You seem a little disappointed. I'm not sure if it's mixed
feelings. I'm much better. I mean, I should be playing for a win, and I think I really had chances. I certainly wasn't winning or anything like that, but without an oversight or two, we'd probably still be in there for another couple hours. He'd be suffering, and maybe he'd hold. I don't know. But, yeah, I thought I outplayed him. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But
looked pretty good,
it felt good
from our eyes, for sure.
Yeah.
I can't let you go without at least having the one comment about this reality TV show that you were on, Kicking and Screaming.
Yeah.
What was that like? Tell us a little bit about that experience.
It was very interesting. I mean, 8 days in the jungle was nothing like anything I'd ever experienced. I mean, I'd gone hiking and stuff, but never had serious outdoors training, and it definitely made me appreciate chess more because the show was not especially objective in how people were eliminated and stuff like that. So, Well, you'll have to watch. I shouldn't spoil it, but it was. But I really learned a lot while I was out there. I met a lot of people that I never would have crossed paths with. Really interesting people, and I certainly don't regret it in any way. I wish it had gone differently, and that I would still be on TV this upcoming week. But that's how it goes.
I have to rep the chess players, man. Show how smart we are.
Yeah, I did my best, but I came across looking pretty arrogant, which I am, but not to that extent. So I don't know. It was something else, but it makes this U.S. Championship a bit easier because I don't have to deal with Fox and paperwork and stuff right before I leave. Because I had 3 days after the last U.S. Championship before I was off to Fiji.
And they feed you here, too.
Yes, I get food. I don't have to catch the fish and eat the taro root and the ants and termites and scorpions, whatever else they made me chow down on.
Well, that's great preparation for the U.S. Championship because there's a lot of ants and scorpions and termites in this tournament.
They're bigger than that. But
well, thanks for joining us, and let's hope you find that exact form so you can take down these 2,800 animals that are in this event.
I got another one tomorrow, and I'm white again, so maybe I'll get my chance.
Oh, there you go. Thanks a lot for joining us, Sam.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Sam. And just turning to the other big matchup between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. Ray did make it to the time control as we expected. He had been playing on his increments, and he's in a position of bishops of opposite color. These double pawns on c6 and c7 is going to make it awfully difficult for Hikaru. But Hikaru is the type of player that will press this for 100 moves.
He'll do it forever. Now, meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we have players who are still playing on the increment.
Of course.
Including Irina Krush against Maggie Feng. Both of these players are down to their final minutes with just 8 moves till time control. Now, Irina Krush has just offered a trade of queens because she was worried about rook h4 and checkmate. I don't blame her. Oh, you don't have the game up.
I don't have it up. Oh,
But,
that's yeah.
But
right
we
here.
did see queens come off the board in Irina's game, so...
We left it about these parts, right?
That's right. We were looking at the possibility
It was
of
just
rook
queen
e6.
takes d4 happened, bishop d3, and it looks like, okay, so Irina really consolidated after all, and it's a, well, rook and 6, rook versus 6 pawns, rook versus 6 pawns, pretty even.
That's right, and we do have another result. Anna Sharovich and Katerina Nemtsova have drawn their game, but we also have the reigning champion, Fabiano Caruana, number 3 in the world. He's with Maurice about today's save.
And we're calling it a save. Of course, it's very difficult to beat this man, the number 3 player in the world, or is he number 2? Maybe number 1 in a little while, but still, Fabi, today you look like you were in some trouble. With that move g5 and h5, it looked like there was a bind on your position with the pawn on d5. Were you worried at this point that maybe you could possibly lose the game?
I didn't like my position after he took on f6. I thought I'd have no counterplay, and I just wanted to start something with g5. I mean, I didn't see what to do, and if I gave him enough time, maybe he would find an idea. So maybe h5 wasn't really good because then it allowed him to go to this ending, which was clearly unpleasant, although he let me off the hook pretty easily.
How do you feel about a game like this? Like maybe luck goes to people who, trying to win a tournament. You got to get lucky in some of the games. They're not all going to go smoothly.
I've had much worse positions like that. That was one of my better positions. So I'm pretty used to that.
On the other hand, Wesley So went off to a flying start, and he's now leading the tournament. He's the main rival. Everybody's talking about him. He has this unbeaten streak that goes on almost 60 games. What are your thoughts about the way he's playing? It just seems like whatever he touches is turning to gold.
Yeah, he's having a good run.
A little bit better than good, I would say.
Well, I mean, okay, it is an excellent run. He's been playing very strongly for the last half a year or so. But I still don't think that he's unbeatable in any way. And I mean, I'll approach my game against him. I don't know when it is in the tournament, but I'll approach my game against him just like any other.
You have a big game tomorrow against a fellow Olympian. You'll be playing against Nakamura. What's your thoughts about that game? You'll have the white pieces. I mean, this is a championship that you got. I mean, last year you actually beat him, and that was the swing win for the title. What do you think about going into this game?
I actually didn't know I was playing him in the second round. I only checked my first round pairing, but
Well, now you know.
Yeah.
And Wesley in round 3, by the way.
Okay, that's interesting. So I'm pretty much getting the main contenders at the very start, which is not bad because I mean if nothing goes too badly, then I might have an easier second half. I mean I've played so many games against Hikaru. I can't even count them. I've probably played him more than any other player in the world, and we've had a very up and down score. I've won a bunch of games and he's won a bunch of games. So yeah, I think it'll be a tough fight. But besides that, I don't know.
Well, we're looking forward to that tough fight. Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, and play well tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana, fabulous Fabi, of course. We know he can beat anybody in the world, so expect some excitement, some fireworks. You don't want to miss it tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Fabi. I just saw the final position of the game between Anna and Kate. It was a draw. We were talking about what form Anna might be in for this event, but she looked like she played a very good opening round with white and kept control throughout.
And we've got 2 Annas in this tournament, don't forget.
Oh, sorry.
And the other
Anna
one, we were just talking about Anna Zatansky, our four-time champion. We were saying that she and Jennifer Yu both in some time pressure, but only a couple of moves left to go now. And So queen and knight versus
Queen
bishop and queen. What are your thoughts here on who has the edge? I gotta like Anna a little bit.
Draw.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have our wild card. Let's get to know Yaroslav Zherevuk. He's with Maurice.
Yes, of St. Louis University, Yaroslav in his first U.S. championship. It must be exciting to be able to play against all these amazing players. I can imagine you were fans of these players, and now you get to play alongside the likes of Fabiano, Caruana, Nakamura, and Wesley So.
Yeah, I remember actually. I played the Millionaire in 2015, and I was telling Fabiano that he inspired me to play first move E4. So yes, yeah, it's a great pleasure to play here. I'm just enjoying the game. For some reason, I feel a lot of pressure. For some reason, I don't know why. Honestly, nobody expects me to perform here. So
You said it, not me.
Yeah, but still, I feel like I need to show my best chess, you know, to compete with these guys. Like absolutely the best, like the level of maybe 2011 World Cup when I advanced to the fourth round. So I'm trying to do the same here. You know.
And what did you feel about today's game? You played against a legend. Gadakomsky has been around for quite some time. He's won this title 5 times. He's clearly a very strong player. Looked like you had a good position coming out of the opening.
Yeah, Kamsky is a traditionally unpleasant opponent for me. Like somehow, like just we play, and then somehow I look at my position and I have to resign. You know, last time I played against him in Vegas. Last time I lost to him at the U.S. Masters 2016. Then I lost to him in Vegas, also 2016. And I resigned in the final position when the material was equal. And the demonstrator, like who was showing the moves on the board, he thought it's a draw. But I'm like, no, I just have no moves here. That's why I have to resign. And today, somehow I got a really pleasant position out of the opening. I was satisfied. And then I tried to push. I guess I did well until some point. But somewhere I missed some tactics along the way. I mean, I missed that queen trade, and for myself, I should have played much better. I should have probably went like all in at some point, like maybe knight g7 or something like that, some tactical idea, and maybe then his position collapses. Maybe king h1 wasn't precise. I just like wasted one move. And then after maybe bishop d4 also, maybe I should have just played knight takes e5.
There seems to be some mixed psychology I'm hearing from you right now. Because first you say there's a lot of pressure to play the best chess. And then the secondary you're saying, well, this guy beat me so often, I'm not sure how I should play against him. Is that maybe something you want to clean up going into the rest of the tournament to just have a cleaner focus about the games?
I'm good for now. I mean, I feel sometimes I feel pressure, sometimes I feel relaxed, and it just happens in absolutely random moments, and I can't really predict them, So I'm like, okay, whatever, let's just play, see what happens.
Let me ask you one last question. What's it like playing for Slu, Alejandro Ramirez as your coach, and you guys making it to the Final Four in the first tournament?
Yeah, it feels awesome. He's so far the most lenient coach that I ever knew.
Sounds like him.
Yeah, I mean, we're having lots of fun together. So, yeah, it's just awesome. Like, even when we lose, for some reason I feel happy. So
I'm not sure about that one, but certainly Alejandro is a great guy and certainly the fun guy to have around no matter what's going on.
Yeah.
We're happy to have you at the tournament, and best of luck in the rest of your game.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you. Well, I agree that Yaro definitely had his chances today. I didn't like his 20th move decision, king h1. He mentioned it himself. Certainly after knight e5, de5, there's a lot of minor pieces on black side of the board, the knight on a5 and the bishop on b7, that are not looking good. I mean, any kind of useful moves, queen g4 here, rook c1, you got to really like Yaro's position. So I know how he feels when he said he really spoiled it. And do we have any further results?
No, although it does seem like some of the games are fizzling out just a bit. As you predicted, Jennifer, you and Anna Zatonski, there's been a lot of trades there.
Okay.
So the knight and the bishop have been traded. And meanwhile, we haven't looked at Sabina Foy's reverse yet, but we'll do that in a minute. But first we have Gada Kamsky, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Okay.
Well, we're talking to five-time champion Gada Kamsky, who knows a thing or two about winning this tournament. Gada, first of all, this game that you played today, it seemed like there was some difficulty for you, but right at move one. I mean, he played e4, and while everybody else was racing away, we went over to your board, and there you were, deep in thought. Could you explain to us why that was?
Well, I didn't expect my opponent to play e4. I mean, I knew he was playing d4 for a long time, and he must have recently switched to e4 because I looked at his games and I just couldn't. Then I was, of course, trying to think where he was trying to, catch me in the preparation. So then I thought somehow I need to get out of all the well-known lines, because that's how all my games I lose. Like they always catch me in the opening because I'm too old to follow this stuff, and that's how I lose. So I just wanted to get out of the preparation. And then I remembered Karpov. I remember when I played Karpov, and I played him many times, in the openings he would always think the first few moves, and he was thinking where people are trying to catch him, which lines. And his intuition was incredible because every time I prepared something against him, I prepared like 5, 6, 7 lines. I thought I prepared everything, and then he finds the line that I haven't looked at. And that's the line on the board, and I was like, wow, how does he do that? So, so now I'm trying to use that experience against these younger guys, and of course, sometimes it doesn't go so well, like today. And after knight g5 and f4 plan, I realized my position is extremely dangerous, and my gut was telling me that I should, just go centralize, like play d5, e5, knight e4, and then try to look for compensation there. But then, it's the first round, and I was hoping for a quiet game where I can exchange stuff, get some rest, go home. And it's like, no, there's no way. And I had to work here, and I got really lucky that I think he played king h1. That was a loss of extremely valuable tempo. In a position like this, dynamic position, every tempo counts. And I suspect that white has like 1 point, maybe 0.9, maybe 1 point something advantage there. So, but after, I got my knight out from the edge of the board to c4, my only problem was the bishop on b7, of course. That was a terrible piece. And later I got lucky that I managed to exchange the queens. Once I exchanged the queens, I felt that I equalized, and that's why I offered draw, because his bishop on d4, you can see the final position is still a monster. And that bishop is just killing my whole position, so I was trying to equalize, and I did.
That's such great insights and fantastic stories that you're telling. But you've said this before, you're retiring from chess, or you're retired from the Olympic team. It's kind of hard to even imagine you as a number 8 seed in the tournament. I mean, that's just like a shock. Wow. What do you feel about your sort of new role as elder statesman, as you're describing it, in this championship? You've won it 5 times.
Well, I was really lucky to actually qualify here by rating. So let's get to that stage first. I was playing a lot of open tournaments, and I was losing my rating like 60 points down. Then I tried to regain it, and I got 40 points back, which is extremely difficult. And going to this tournament, I know these guys are like unbeatable, especially the first 3 top players. I remember myself when I was that age and I was going for the top, and I remember how much I was studying chess, how much I was fighting during the game, and one little move could like manage the whole game. Like, it doesn't have to be a big mistake. It's a small mistake and it's game over. And I look at these guys and I recognize, myself in these guys, and I'm like, there's no way with my current preparation and physical, energy I can do that. So right now I'm trying, just I guess play to be like Karpov, save my energy, get away from the preparation, put the game to the positional sense, with, tactics. I don't blunder something like in 2 moves, and I don't know. Hope for the best.
And then what? And then what is your expectation then coming into this tournament? I mean, there's got to be that fire that says maybe I could still win this thing.
There is no way. My expectation is that I want to get some rating points, I want to get some money, and well, and of course, create some good games. In every tournament, I don't just play chess I'm just let's get done with it. Every game I still pour out utmost. I do my everything I can to make the best game. And I'm very lucky some of the games that I played throughout the year, many tournaments. A lot of people, they came after the game to me and they told me I was a fantastic save. Like, for example, last year in Sweden, in Rulton Cup, I had positions where I was minus 50. There was a couple of positions like that, and there was this fantastic swindles that I found that actually allowed me to escape. And then people came after the game to me, and they told me, like, with a draw like that, I deserve 1 point. So my goal is to play a good game of chess, make my fans happy, make them realize how chess is rich. There are so many possibilities. And, of course, the main thing is to never give up. So that's one thing I want to tell all the kids, never give up and keep fighting.
Wow, those are just amazing words and such words of wisdom, and a man who has seen so many battles. It's always a pleasure to have you in a tournament to play, and we wish you the best in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Gadakomsky, 5-time champion, maybe elder statesman now, but man, these are the great stories that we live for, and certainly he's got some poison in there. He's got some good chess moves that we're going to watch in the next 10 rounds.
Thank you, Gada. Thank you, Maurice. And the Gada story about Karpov really hit home for me. I had a match here in St. Louis against Karpov, and I prepared this really, really marvelous pawn sacrifice in his favorite queen's Indian defense. And we got to the position, and he had to make one move to fall into my preparation. He hesitated, thought for a few minutes, and then it was like the sixth sense. He avoided the whole pawn sacrifice.
Kept your poker face, Yasser.
I was in my poker face. It was amazing. And Karpov does have this incredible sense of danger. Okay, I hope for Gada's sake, one of the things he didn't say, which is very important, is he knows these three guys are coming after him. And he's talking about that one little move. You can make a slip up and it could cost you the game. Well, as these top three guys come after him, they could make a slip up. And trust me, if Gada gets a grip against any one of our top three players, he can definitely score an upset.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's another case where he's underselling himself just to set the expectations low. But he doesn't get to where he's gotten by not wanting to crush every game.
Absolutely.
We had a couple results. So I think we mentioned that Maggie Feng, a newcomer to this tournament, she has drawn that game against Irina Krush, which was very interesting. And there were moments where we preferred either side.
Yeah.
So very exciting start to the championship. Welcome, Maggie Feng. She's with Maurice.
Well, first young lady in history to win the K9 championships, young Maggie Feng from Ohio. Welcome to the show, first of all. It's your first U.S. Women's Championship. What does it feel like to finally be here?
It feels amazing because I always wanted to play this tournament. So to be able to play this tournament feels like a dream come true.
Amazing.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing chess? You say you've always wanted to play. You're like 14 or 15 years old.
I started when I was 8 years old, and I played chess for 8 years. Yeah.
Wow. Already a champ at such a young age. What did it feel like to win the national championship? I mean, you're going on record as the first female to ever win that title, the middle school championship.
It was a really exciting tournament for me. It was my first national win, second national win ever, and it was such a big tournament, and it was just a really fun time for me.
Now that was a good tournament, but now you're at the U.S. Women's Championship, right? So that's different, and yet you come in the very first round, you face the 7-time champion. You've been following this tournament all this time. You know the reputation of Irina Krush. What did you think? Okay, now I got to play her in the first round.
I was really excited because I remember when I was 9 years old. I played her in a simul at the Queen City.
Oh, at the Queen City Classic. Okay, wow. We just came from there.
Yeah.
Just now, and you played her in the simul, on the Friday night simul.
Yeah, like when I was like 9 or something.
I was at that event. That was
Yeah.
7 years ago. I did not play you, thank goodness. What was the result of that simul?
I lost.
You lost. Okay. And now you play her one-on-one, and you draw. Is this your first time playing her in one-on-one?
Yeah, yeah.
What does it feel like to draw her in an over-the-board game?
It was a good result for me.
I would say it's a great result.
She's a really strong player, and yeah.
Well, clearly you're a good player yourself, and we wish you the best in the rest of your games. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Maggie Fang, the wonderkid coming into the tournament, drawing the 7-time champ. I'd say that's a good start.
That's a darn good start. Maggie, we got a question for you because we really liked your position. We thought that you were putting a lot of pressure on Arena. I got the position up on our screen. It was just after move 17, and you played the move knight takes d6. Could you tell us why you rejected the move bishop h6, forcing...
Bishop f8?
Yeah. Okay, and here you've got choice of knight takes knight takes d6 or even
Bishop
knight f6 check, and it's just the idea was to try to get some dark squares, get some control of the dark squares.
That looks
Bishop.
like a good position. Bishop f3?
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, I guess I gotta keep going. Again, I mean, you put a lot of pressure on her the way you played. It's just that, you get a chance to checkmate one of these legends. Sometimes you just got to go for the checkmate.
We didn't look at this, Yaz. This looks very compelling.
Yeah, it looks very good. But if you had considered that, or you really liked knight d6, because you had the advantage in both cases.
Did you look at this line, Maggie?
Yeah.
This line with bishop h6, and you
Yeah.
thought it was okay after bishop f8?
No, I saw knight. I was gonna play knight takes d6, and then bishop f3. And
Knight d6, bishop f3. No, that line, Yaz. Bishop h6.
Oops,
no,
sorry.
not that one. Bishop
Yeah,
h6.
bishop h. Okay, come on. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Bishop h6.
Bishop f8, knight d6. No, not knight f6. Knight d6 is what she wanted to play.
Oh, it was knight d6.
It looks like a monster move. in fact.
Yeah, that looks very
She
good.
saw bishop f3, queen g5.
Queen g5, like rook d8. I thought my bishop was. I thought my
The bishop is trapped at
Yeah.
h6. So rook f d8.
rook d8.
I mean rook d8. Sorry, and but there's no threat. You can't move the king off of g8.
This is wild stuff, Maggie. I think you're underestimated your chances here, because it just feels like you got a lot of the pieces in play.
Bishop out. Wow.
Good stuff.
All right, take a look at that, Maggie. You're getting a lesson from Grandmaster Seirawan, so it's going to be worth looking at. But thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah.
What a way to start. Your first championship, you're going up against a legend, and you had a plus. Feels good, huh, Jen?
That must feel great indeed.
It must feel
Although I think we'll have even a lot of great things coming from some of these young players beyond draws. We're going to see some scalps as the tournament goes on.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
We have more results. Tell us about them.
Well, we've got Anna Zatonski and Jennifer Yu looking like it's headed perhaps to a draw shortly.
4 versus 4. I see that.
And
up
I
on the
announced
board.
very briefly that Anna Sharovich and Katerina Nemtsova had a draw. So we basically have 2 games going on in both tournaments. Nakamura with that big edge versus Ray Robson.
Right.
He's actually about to snatch off the G2 pawn as Ray decided that he had to capitulate it with bishop G3. I think he thought that if he just
Some
stuck
kind of
around, the pawn on C5 would eventually have to push.
Exactly.
And that could be very ugly. Meanwhile, Varuzhin Akobian looking like he might hold on against Jeffrey Jiang's small advantage there.
Okay.
But we've got our 7-time champion, Irina Krush, with us on her very interesting first-round game. She was with Maurice.
Well, absolutely one of the legendary women in U.S. chess history, and she has made it her mission to try to be the winningest woman in history. Right now she has 7 titles. She'd have to get to 10 in order to break the record, but number 8 awaits in this one, and this game was not so easy. I mean, these kids come to play.
Yeah, this was a really tough game. I mean, really interesting. Of course, I saw you were showing the move Bishop H6 after Rook E8. That looked terrible for me. We can go to that moment, actually, because it was kind of a key moment if you pull that up. I just explain why I landed in this position. It was not exactly the plan. Well, the problem was that after the move knight e4, I mean, I had been planning the exchange sack with d takes e5. I mean, that had been, yeah, right here, knight e4. The whole plan had been to sacrifice the exchange, d takes e5, and bishop h6, and g6, bishop f8. And now I have 2 moves. There's f5 and there's king takes f8. And, you know, I'm getting a pawn for the exchange, a bishop and a pawn, and, you know, typically this would be enough, but then I realized that actually maybe she's missing the wrong bishop, because the bishop on f1 is doing a good job covering the light square. So, for example, if I play king f8 here, d takes e5, knight takes e5, and just queen f4. And, you know, there's a pawn for the exchange, but I just didn't see enough here. You know, and the same kind of idea if I would have played the move f5.
Your knight's not stable. That's probably the biggest thing in the position.
Yeah, that's the thing. I cannot keep my knights on e5. There's also this interesting move, which I thought it had been my initial plan. And then I realized there's just the move queen e2, simple retreat. And on king f8, it looks like, you know, the d pawn is hanging, the knight is hanging. He has to move from the center. But white just goes knight d2. And I can't do anything on this light square diagonal. I also have things hanging on the e-file. So the whole plan to sacrifice the exchange, I just didn't see it working. And, you know, when you burn a lot of time and you don't see good solutions, you wind up often just making a move that it's not the product of great thoughts, but just like it's time to make a move. I had 16 minutes left for like 20-something moves here. And then I played this move rook e8, and there were some lines, like, for example, on e takes d6, f5, where it could be helpful to have this bishop on e7 protected. But, of course, you know, bishop h6 was just really strong there. And when she didn't play that, I was kind of happy, and then it became interesting again.
Can we back up a second? Mm-hmm. My brain is just fluttering over this one problem you had. Here you said takes on e5, bishop h6. Just show me what's wrong with this line. So takes on e5.
Yeah.
Here. Right, bishop h6, g6, bishop f8, f5, queen e2. What if knight takes on f8?
Knight takes here, okay, in this position. Because here I'm getting a second pawn, right?
Right, and so I just want to be able to take, will queen e5 cause, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay, knight d2, let's go knight d2, and then yeah, we'll have to pawn takes d4, and now we got to figure out there's a couple of moves. There's knight b3, there's queen e5. Queen e5.
Knight b3, I definitely plan to play bishop f6, and I'm not sure if I'm dropping something, but maybe so. Those pawns.
Queen e5, yeah, queen e5 don't make sense here.
And what, queen d8 maybe? Let's try to guard everything.
Yeah, and there's also even bishop c4 on queen d8. Maybe not the end of the world, but a little lack of coordination. You know, the knight, the little passive on f8.
Right, and you can't play bishop d5. It's 2 pawns, though.
It's 2 pawns.
It might
but
be
maybe
something.
One of them will go soon.
Maybe the move should have been like bishop c5 or something. Okay, but this was definitely sharp and unclear what was going on. But what you did was
horrible. Right. Yeah. Maybe this. Yeah.
Yeah. This.
And after this position, I mean, that's been the whole hope. I mean, I had this queen d6 planned, and I guess bishop e8, queen d5 gives black a good game. Rook e5 was a really interesting find. Didn't see that one. Rook c8, and then bishop h6 was like, I didn't expect that. I was expecting like bishop g5. And here, I was looking, I don't know, my first idea was knight e4.
That's what the engine gave, actually.
Is it? I mean, that was... I really wanted to play that move, and then for some reason, I decided to clear the 7th rank for the rook.
You said for some reason. That sounds like the reason.
Well, yeah. There were some lines. There was some line where having the 7th rank cleared was going to be helping with the rook protect g7. But okay, bishop e4. And then we got into this position where she plays bishop g5, and I have to go bishop g6.
It looked like you kind of got out of things, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, definitely. I mean, I was queen d4. I was a little bit afraid of the move h4.
Right, some attacking lines.
Yeah, h4 with the idea of h5 and knocking that great defender out of position. And yeah, there's the mating idea. There's also the rook g5 idea. And here I was going to play finally the move rook d8. This was like protecting the queen was the only thing I saw, with the idea that on h5 I can play bishop takes h5.
Right.
And the queen's protected, and there is a pin. So I was going to try to stave off that move h5, but I thought that was dangerous.
All right, so you were worried, but in the end, the game settled down, and she didn't.
Well, I mean, the interesting question is, could I have done better at that point when it sort of started to settle down? The last, maybe 8 moves before the time control, I was thinking, like with the queen and rooks on the board, maybe I could play on, but there was also some danger to my king.
Well, you'll have to analyze that.
Yes. Okay. Now is not the right time. Okay.
But I'd like your perspective on the youth versus the veterans in this tournament. I mean, Tatev won her game pretty handily against her inexperienced opponent. But Nazi, with the black pieces, had a tough time and could only draw. You, also with the black pieces, had a tough time and could only draw. Now, Anna, with the black pieces, looks like, Anna Zatonsky I'm talking about, looks like she's only going to draw.
Yeah, she's a bit better. But
these young players are clearly getting tougher and tougher. And the championship itself is getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, right. You can't just come in and win anymore.
The good old days.
Yeah. No, I mean, everyone is going to fight you for every half a point. And this game is kind of a good illustration of that. It just was not clear. I never got to fix any sort of advantage in this game. In fact, maybe, the opposite for some part of it. And it was like, a street fight. That's what it felt like, and of course I was very nervous, when I saw moves like, bishop h6 and knight e4, coming at me. I think, Maggie just played a good game here. I mean, there was a couple of moments where she could have played better, but she definitely posed a lot of problems for me.
So what do you do to get that dominant feeling back? You played a great tournament just now in St. Louis. They had a nice 2 tournaments side by side, the Winter Chess Classic. You played against even tougher opposition there for sure, and you did quite well. Are you nervous about this one?
I'm really not so nervous. I mean, I want to enjoy playing this tournament, and I would prefer for my games to be a little bit less dangerous than today. I will enjoy it more if it's a little less dangerous.
It doesn't look like it's going to be.
Right. Well, we'll see, but this game, yeah, definitely, you want to not maybe give your opponents so many chances. So obviously, I made some mistakes somewhere, but, I can't, it's not obvious, where I went wrong. And, you play chess, your opponent plays chess. They can make their own chances as well, right? So I'll have to go back and analyze this game.
We'll see what happens, and we know as a great champion that you'll figure out some strategy to move forward. Well, congratulations on not losing today, at least. And best of luck and best of play in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
7-time champion Irina Krush. It'd be no surprise if she won number 8 here, but still a very long way to go.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Irina.
And it looks like Nakamura is doing a great job of converting against Ray Robson as he sacrificed the exchange to get some dominant pawn play. But we are going to take a quick break, and we'll check in on Nakamura's technique and whether any of those games headed for a draw turn around.
All righty.
And we're back at the U.S. Championship, where you see a mostly empty playing hall. That's international arbiter Franco Guadalupe. But we do have a couple of fights still going on, and particularly in the championship, plenty of blood seems like it's yet to be spilled. In particular, Hikaru Nakamura with some really instructive technique here against Ray Robson decided to give up the exchange and prove these pawns unstoppable. What do you think, Yaz?
Absolutely. I think that was a fantastic decision by Hikaru. We're talking about a moment earlier. This was this moment where you were mentioning that Ray felt he was in a Zugzwang position, that he had to play the move bishop g3. Whether that's true or not is a different matter. But after the capture, this capture was a really, really good decision indeed by Hikaru, taking off the opposite color bishop, and now he's simply saying, look, I've got a bishop and three pass pawns on g4 and c5. And during our break, I was looking at this, and I just don't see a good way for Ray to put up any resistance. And he's been tanking literally for 20 minutes. His clock is now counted down to 21 seconds. Look at that. It's amazing how fast the clock ticks when it's when you don't have a good move. And the problem that he's facing is that if he plays a move, for example, we'll just put some moves on the board. Rook over pawn comes up, king comes up, and you think, I'm good. Then the king switches over to this side suddenly. You can go king g3. I'll go bishop back. Perhaps that's not even necessary. And you can see that this king is going to push the rook away, and the rook and the c-pawn will queen.
We'll get an update on the position because we have quite a few more moves.
Oh, they played quickly?
Yeah,
okay.
the bishop.
Let me just refresh my board for a second, sorry. And I'll be right there. Come on. There we go. So when we left it, we were just, let's say, about, well, here at this point. We just seen this rook exchange sacrifice, and Hikaru put his bishop on e6. He's ensnaring the rook, limiting the rook's mobility, and there we go. He's got
and now bishop e4, and again Ray with 19 seconds left on the clock, and now it looks like he's ready to
put the bishop on d5, put the pawn on g2, and then
start
it's
going
just
c3 and king d2.
Exactly.
The other pawn.
It's the other pawn, and it looks over. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, it definitely looks over in this game. But I want to give a shout out to my students at the 218 Beacon PAL. I couldn't be with them today. They've got a great substitute in one of my coaches, Jonathan Goddard. I know they're watching and definitely playing eagerly right now and wanting to become like U.S. champions themselves. But I thought it was very funny, the story that Irina Krush was overhearing Maggie Fang talking about playing her in a simul. You know, it's going to happen. You play a simul, the kid was only 9. Oh, she's so cute. I checkmate her, big deal. Little did you know that there's a fire and desire in the young ones that they want to become great, and then maybe someday you'll be playing them in a U.S. Women's Championship. That's just an amazing story, and it just shows who we can touch as we work with young people. And you see there, young Jennifer Yu showing that she too had dreams, and this is not her first championship, and I'm sure it will not be her last.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, that would be a huge result, by the way, for Hikaru. It would obviously he'd be tied for first, but he's making a statement early against Ray. Again, gold medalist on the U.S. Olympic team. Big result should he rope in the whole point.
And we've also got another game going in the Women's Championship between Sabina Foiser and Carissa Yip.
Okay.
Where it looks like Sabina, earlier I thought Carissa might have the edge, but now Carissa's king looks very dodgy there. Fortunately for her, she can gain some counterplay in the event of a rook h3. She can play this e3 check move, which is the reason for her queen d5. I think she just moved her queen back to...
After queen d1 check, king g2, queen d5. Yes, just to stop rook e3.
And now with g5, what happens?
Well, that is a good question. g5?
So with rook h8, I can just take on e4 because queen g5 allows rook g3.
Yes, indeed. Queen takes g5 would be a huge mistake. So g5 with evil intentions such as queen h6. How bad is it? Can I live with the queen getting to h6 after a move like queen f5? It's not pleasant at all for Carissa, but still she's in there with a shout.
And now maybe I can switch back to my other idea. Well, I guess it doesn't really help
rook
that much
h3?
with rook h. Yeah, I was thinking now switch back to rook h3 now that you don't have the e3 check idea anymore.
Right. Not a pleasant defense. I can't afford rook e5, which would allow queen h8 check.
And then I can come double team you with the rook on h7. Whereas I'm also thinking even something like queen h6 check followed by queen h7 is a threat if I can pick up the b pawn.
Right. I may have to just step back and just play sturdy defense. I'm not very happy about this because you have made inroads after queen f4 because your rook is better positioned than it was. Your queen is eyeing opportunity to go c7. This looks very unpleasant.
The first move. Oh, this was your first move.
Was
this
g5.
G5 rook. That pawn can become a target. No, rook to e5 in this position.
Whoa, rook e5. I didn't want to allow this, but maybe it's good.
King back.
Check. Where do we put it?
Back.
Back. Just back.
c8.
Okay. So let's just have some fun checking you around a bit. Back to g8. Yeah.
Interesting defense. So anytime we play g6,
you've got rook g5.
Rook g5 check, turning the tables on us.
Is that so? Is that true, Jen?
Also,
well, the queen is coming to d1 if you ever step back. That's the problem, right?
Well, I got this.
Well, but what if I play rook h5?
Or here you might. I was going to meet rook e5 with rook h3, but here you might play queen e5 check, trade queens, and my pawn went too far to g6.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So here, I have no. This is weird.
Meanwhile, do you want to watch Nakamura scoop up the point as Robson keeps leaving himself with just a few seconds on the clock? Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can technique like Nakamura here. Well, at least for the last few moves.
Hikaru's doing a yeoman's job here. Everything is going great. He's advanced both of his pawns. The g2 pawn. The next one is coming to c2.
And we can even stick in a bishop f3 check and at some. But let's see how we do it because we can play rook takes f.
It's pretty known though that a bishop and two pawns separated is enough to win.
Right.
To have that third pawn on the board is just overkill.
Well, yeah, no.
Overkill, huh? Well, bishop f3 and king e3 is also a good way.
Also a good way. Bishop f3 check.
You can't take it because I can queen and.
Well, that's just goes to show how important that third pawn is.
Exactly, right? Because then we can just go for that king f2, not having to worry about you sacrificing the rook.
Precisely. So bishop f3 check, that looks really, no, this is just over, guys. I mean, he's just going to...
King e2 happened instead, and now Nakamura...
what happened after c3? Sorry.
King e2 was the last move I had.
Okay. So we are expecting c3, which has been played. Let me just...
Oh, no, you don't have it updated. Sorry, he played c3. Just refresh the board. Yeah, this is
king d1 and bishop e4, and then king back to e2. But this is total bust. He put his bishop on e4, which...
Yeah, which we expected, right?
But first king d1.
King d1, yeah.
Bishop e4.
Yeah.
King back to e2.
Yeah. c2.
This is how you work it. Now the bishop is doing it by itself, and then king d2, and king e5.
King e5.
And the collapse is on.
He's going...
Look at the way the bishop guards all three pawns.
I know.
Hey, I thought it's bad to have pawns on the same square of your bishop.
Except when you have three of them.
and two of them are about the queen. There are exceptions to every rule, aren't there, Yasser?
Well, this is one of those, a bad bishop
protects
this is
good
nice,
pawns.
This is a nice little
Very,
triangle, though.
very geometric. Looks very beautiful. And
It's
this,
not a
again, a huge win. A huge win for Hikaru.
I don't know, Yaz. I think you're overstating it.
Staircase.
Overstating it, in my
Just
opinion.
a second.
No, it is a huge win.
Ray-
He's black against Ray Robson, the gold medalist.
Not only that, but Ray, for the last few years in the U.S. Championship, has been in the top half. The top half of the U.S. Championships, okay?
It's definitely a great win. I mean, it's definitely a great win, but it does. I wouldn't. It's the first round. I think there's.
Well,
I wouldn't be
okay.
shocked for him to beat Ray Robson.
The point is, his win is bigger than Wesley's win, because Wesley was white against the lowest rated player.
That's true.
So Nakamura winning the first game with black is kind of like the big news of the championship.
Okay, if you think about our Trinity, and Ray plays all three of them, how many points would you expect Ray to score against our Trinity? Okay.
1 1/4, 1 1/3, somewhere
Well,
between 1 and 1.5.
Okay, well then you're suggesting that Ray's going to get a draw against Fabi and Wesley, and then Hikaru picks up the point. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's a big win.
Yeah, it's definitely a big win, but I think huge might be over. It sounds like huge, you know.
Yeah, well,
like wow, we beat Ray Robson,
And
which
there
is
we
just
have it.
done. We have the victory.
Yes.
I'm not stunned by this result. I feel like it's something that Nakamura would feel he ought to do. And I think when he sits down and we're going to interview him, if I say this was a huge win, I feel like he's not going to say that.
Nakamura could beat Wesley with black, and he won't admit that it's a huge win, man.
Wow, that's a huge win.
He won't admit it, though. So huge. But the thing I think that is important about this game is a lot of people are coming into this tournament saying that the two front runners are Fabiano, Caruana, and Wesley. So now I think it's quite clear that Nakamura is right up in there in the mix. And I'd say that right now, because of this victory, I'd pick him to win the tournament.
Whoa,
if I had to
one
pick,
round.
If I had to pick one player.
Okay, that's a big.
Because I mean, these guys are so bunched up at the top that it's got to be now. You've got to say it's either Wesley or Nakamura. They're clearly more likely to win than Fabiano.
I think it's just too early.
One round?
I'm saying.
But it's a math thing. That half-point advantage over Fabiano is huge if it's neck and neck otherwise.
Well, I'm sitting there saying before the tournament, I think that it's one of the three. Okay,
Yes.
It's just a trinity, and I'm not saying. I'm saying that Hikaru's chances of winning are just as good as Wesley's and Fabi's.
But now I think that Hikaru and Wesley, and it's not a huge math thing here. I mean, now I gotta say.
Just calling the tournament.
Now I gotta. But if I had to put money on it now, I would of course pick Wesley or Nakamura first, just because it's a big deal. Every half a point counts in this tournament.
It does.
Because when in the end of the tournament, that means that instead of a playoff, they could get a clear victory if they start stringing wins together.
Oh, for sure. No, I'm with you. I think it's
Crazy
a very,
talk.
very, very, very big result for Hikaru.
Now I think is a pick 'em, and
There you go.
well, let's see what Nakamura thinks about all the math and the odds here. I'm sure he has a pick for this
He
tournament.
probably doesn't know who he's playing tomorrow, but Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, we are with the number 6 player in the world, 4-time U.S. champion, Hikaru Nakamura. And man, Hikaru, we're pretty crazy here in the commentary room, as you may have noticed. And first of all, congratulations on your victory today, which Yasser's calling a huge win. A huge win. What is your perspective of this win today?
If I can follow the script, then yeah, it's a big win. If I don't follow the script, then I don't think so. But I think I don't know if I said this publicly, but I think in general in a tournament like this, there obviously are three players who are the clear favorites: Fabiano, Wesley, and myself. And I think it's really going to come down to who gets the right blacks against the right opponents where you can try and press, because we're all obviously going to get our chances with white. So, I think it's very nice to win. Obviously, Ray has always been extremely solid when we've played, and I've had the black pieces. So yeah, it was kind of nice. But I was also very confused throughout the game because Ray kind of. I don't know if he hadn't looked at this F5 line or if he just hadn't looked at chess in a long time or what was going on, because he used like an hour and a half on like 3 or 4 moves, and I'm not really sure what was going on. Maybe he just hadn't looked at F5 and he thought, okay, it just looks bad. There has to be some way to win, and he couldn't figure it out. But I think his wounds were self-inflicted, because the position, even after he used all his time, he had like
3 or 4 minutes left, and he still probably was completely fine. I mean, just because it was trending towards some kind of opposite color bishop position. But then, yeah, he made a few bad moves under the pressure and just cracked. So yeah, it was a little bit fortunate, but of course it's. I mean, you're going to need some luck to win a tournament like this, and so I'm quite happy.
So the first round is almost concluded, at least as far as the top 3 is concerned. Wesley managed to win his game pretty easily against Shabalov, and Fabi, we think, may have escaped. He was a bit worse anyway, against Sam Shanklin. Jen is saying right now the bet is you and Wesley So, and Fabi not so much right now. Is this just too early to call?
I mean, is this going to be like the stock market or something? Like, you know, we're going to change the deltas on every player after each round. I mean, come on, let's be realistic. It's one round, it's a long tournament, and of course, most importantly, we all have to play each other. You know, I think if say the game today I was black against Wesley and I'd won, then yes, it would be a big result. But
sounds like a quote I just heard.
But yeah, I mean, we haven't played each other yet, so it's a long way to go, and I think it's kind of stupid to even think about winning the tournament.
Absolutely, we would expect that. Wesley, I'd be remiss not talking about his results. He has just simply been spectacular. He hasn't lost a game in almost 60 tries. What's your feeling now coming in this tournament? Some people were saying you're like maybe number 3. You've won this thing 4 times. Clearly, you know how to win this event. What is your feeling about not maybe being the favorite, because you were for so long the dominant favorite in the event?
You know, I think everyone puts too much credence in the ratings, frankly. You know, it's like Fabiano, suddenly he has one bad event in Gibraltar, and suddenly, I mean, Wesley's, you know, much better and going to play Magnus for the World Championship. And frankly, Wesley has terrible results against Magnus, and I mean, he just got crushed in the U.S. Chess League the other day, whereas Fabiano, of course, has beaten Magnus several times. So, you know, I mean, everyone looks at the ratings and makes a big deal. But, you know, I could also use, say, Maxime as an example, where I think at some point last year he went like 55 games without losing. He was also up to number 2 at like 28-20 or something around there. So, you know, the ratings come and go, but I think to try and say there's some difference between, I don't know, like 27-70 and 28-20, for example, there is a small difference in that, you know, obviously the player who's 28-20 is converting more opportunities, but I don't think you can realistically try and say that that player is, you know, just a much better player, period. Whereas I would argue, like with Magnus, for example, he's been 28-50 for forever, frankly. So I think you could make the argument that Magnus has clearly shown that he's in a different class, but you know, a bunch of us have been in this 28-20 range, so I don't think it's you should really read anything into it. I mean, but of course, if Wesley keeps doing well, then yeah, obviously, I mean, we'll see what happens.
Final question for you, since this is the first time you're sitting here, just how important is it for you to win this particular tournament?
Not that important. I mean, I say that from the standpoint that I'm in a different situation than I was, say, last year, for example. Well, last year obviously was after the candidates, but, you know, like 2 years ago, for example, you know, I felt very good about my chance to qualify for the candidates and then possibly World Championship match, whereas this time around it's very murky. I'll probably have to, you know, win FIDE Grand Prix or win the World Cup. So it'll be nice to do well here, but there are other things that are slightly more important.
But I said it was the last question, but I'm a little bit surprised by your answer. Winning the national championship, I know you've won it many times, but it seems like a statement win. Whoever wins gets some bragging rights for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it would be nice to win, but you also have to be practical, you know, about what's most important in life. And obviously, I want to do well here. Certainly, that goes without saying. But I would take, you know, like a 5th place finish here if it meant I was going to qualify for the candidates. So that's my way of explaining it.
All right. Well, good luck in the rest of your games after a huge win. Huge. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best players on the planet, winning his first round.
That's right. It changes everything in the chess markets. I don't care what Hikaru says.
Yeah, the deltas are...
We're betting on knocking out.
Yeah, okay. Good enough.
Well, there are 3 of us. We forgot. That's the thing. We forgot to do it before the tournament. You know,
right.
Like, you know,
right.
which player each of us was going to get.
All right, Wesley.
Well, Grandmaster Ben Feingold said to me, "Okay, here's the setup. You can have the entire field Okay, you're picking the winner of the U.S. Championship. You can have all of the other 9 players, or you can have one of the 3, but you don't pick the 3. Just a stranger picks the 3.
So
Which bet would you take? Would you take the field, or would you have the stranger make the bet? I went with the stranger. Yes.
Yeah. For the stranger. That's a smart stranger. Come on. Of course you want that. It doesn't matter. These, like they said, one of the 3 is going to win. And so you'd have a 1 in 3 chance in that case. The other 9 players in this tournament, I mean, they're going to be swimming upstream the whole time trying to win games against each other, much less trying to beat the top 3 players who are all basically 2,800 or been there. Nakamura has been up to 2,820 himself. No way. One of those 3 guys, mathematically, is definitely the clear favorite, unless somebody just has the tournament of his life and plays out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, in order to make this an interesting parlay, you got to include the women in somehow. Because I think that just the championship, the odds are too weird. Even if I gave you your pick and the rest of the field, you'd still pick the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even that's not a close bet, right?
Exactly.
If you could have Wesley and the rest of the field, or Caruana and Nakamura, you'd still pick Caruana and Nakamura, right?
Of course.
So I guess
I don't know, Wesley.
Yes.
That's
Wesley,
closer.
Wesley.
No. I go with the other 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, I hear you. They're mathematically more of a chance. They add up. You're right, but there is something about the way Wesley's playing. The guy looks smooth.
It's not all math and chess, right?
By the way, we still have one other game in progress on the open section. VAR is up against Jeffrey, and Jeffrey's been having a bit of a pull in the last hour or so. What say you, Maurice? Is this chances for the World Junior Champion, or can VAR hold on?
Well, that's a big question for VAR, for sure. VAR fans are going to be struggling here. This 8-pawn is already on the A3 square. The bishop definitely protects it. The problem is exactly how you get the movement down the board. Now, it is the case that this rook is holding up this piece from going anywhere, this pawn from going anywhere, excuse me. So black can play to maybe bring the rook back and then chase this rook so it doesn't have A8, it won't have A7. If the king's on B5, it won't have A4 or A6 either. But even after you get rid of this guy, you're going to have to get rid of this guy too. So this H-pawn is annoying. All right, I'm just making generalizations now, but let's make a move. Rook to G8. It's not so easy to play H5. Again, look at that rook being trapped, and suddenly the rook just is sort of running out of moves. It's being dominated. If he goes here, then suddenly king B5. And how's that for a rook trap? You don't see that every day. No squares anywhere along this rank. No squares along this file. Simply dropping a rook out of nowhere. So he has to be careful in this position not to try to push the pawn down the board too quickly. He has to keep his bishop on this diagonal. And now king to B6 can be met by the surprising bishop to C7 check, defending his rook and trying to divert this king away so you can take this guy. So this position, even this, by the way, is a fight. So clearly this move, rook G8, starts some trouble for white. He's got to start playing these interesting tactical defenses. Black is in control. Black is trying to win this game. And one thing about this world junior champion, Jeffrey Zhang, he's tough as nails. He'll take every chance he's got, and he will make you suffer. And VAR, he knows these days it's getting harder and harder. There was a time when VAR almost won the tournament. I mean, he was close, near the top to winning this event. But lately, now he's probably going to be saying the same thing as Gata. Just want to play some good games. Get out of here with some money. Just make it practical.
Gain some rating.
Gain some rating points. Because that's the way it's gotten now. It's sharks everywhere you look. And this young man is now the number 4 player in the nation. So young, with so much upside, and he wants to make a statement here. He at least wants to finish in 4th place, but he's looking for more. And I think VAR knows it. This is not to his advantage. Once upon a time, he might have been calling the edge. Not anymore.
Rook G8 was not essayed by Jeffrey. He did play the move bishop to D6, saying, hey, that pawn on F4 looks pretty tender. Can I simply capture that pawn? Now, from VAR's point of view, I mean, of course, when you're in such a situation, you want to take as many pawns of your opponents as you can. VAR may be calculating a line that goes rook takes f5, rook takes f4, rook takes f4, and it's a straight-up bishop ending. But guess what? This pawn on a2, pawn on a3 is so strong, white may not be able to give up his bishop, and this could be a winning line for Jeffrey. Certainly, VAR's calculating that line.
VAR played h5 with just 3 seconds left on the clock.
No kidding,
Yeah,
3 seconds.
He's
I
down to playing in the increment, and remember, we already got our bonus 30 minutes, so this is it.
h5. Oh,
the Indians
Lord.
didn't like bishop d6. They feel like this position is fine for white right now, but he's going to have to play within reason.
Mm-hmm.
And with only 30 seconds on the clock, where anything could happen, it's easy to blunder. And there goes one pawn now. Black has taken the lead. Again, the Indians still feel like this position is okay for white.
King h3.
And he feels the pressure of the clock right now, and he knows he's got to move that king up. Look at that hand over the piece.
To be sure, to be sure.
Yeah, it's not necessarily useful to think with your hands, but
Yeah.
there he is. And he's
King
dropped back.
h1. Okay.
Not the ideal move, to be sure.
Yeah.
He was trying to avoid a rook g3 check.
Right.
But still, that king is currently stalemated in the corner. Not that that matters that much right now, but he's going to count on his h-pawn to create some counterplay.
Precisely.
And it seems black.
You know, taking that f4 pawn wasn't so good, was it?
Actually, rook f4 was better than bishop takes an f4.
Yeah, because
now we need to eye our a3 pawn. That's
right.
how we win.
Now we got to come back, spending a tempo to defend the a3 pawn, Jen, and there is suddenly that move h6 with counterplay.
Absolutely.
So
bishop
this
d6,
may have been a big slip.
Bishop d6 was the mistake. Bishop d6 wasn't accurate. Remember, we talked in this position.
About
you had to
G8.
see that crazy, not totally crazy, but you had to dominate the rook on a5. With rook g8, you had this idea of trapping the rook, and that's just sweet stuff right there. I mean, that
does look like
gorgeous.
a domination study, doesn't it?
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
Nice.
We'll go make up a puzzle around that in previous hours. But that was a better idea. Even rook g6 was better. But by playing this line that he played, Jeffrey has allowed a lot of counterplay with that h-pawn. It's about the speed of the pawns. The a-pawn looks like it's trying to get down the board, but the h-pawn wasn't going anywhere. It was two moves away from equalizing that balance. But now it's only one move away. And Yasser, you're confusing everybody with all those moves.
I know. Bishop d6.
Bishop d6 was played, h5, and bishop f4 check, and now king back to h1. And this is the game position after king h1. And if somehow he can magically make all his pieces disappear, then it'll be a stalemate, but that's not going to happen.
Okay, so let's continue the line for a second. Bishop d6. So I'm hoping for rook takes f5, rook f4, transposing into that bishop ending. So the idea is you probably will go h5. I'll go rook to g6 to attack the pawn, grab it with check. If you go bishop here, maybe I'll go rook here, defending my pawn and preparing to get behind. How's that? Does that offer Jeffrey any chances? I don't know. Did I play it wrong? Did I miss something?
Yeah, looked pretty good. Bishop g7, rook g.
Still not out of the woods yet for VAR.
Trying to figure out a bishop move.
For white? Oh, funnily enough, by the way, it's stalemate.
It's still the stalemate. So,
yeah,
but
there might be some tricks to just think about there for a second. But no, it shouldn't be a study like Miracle.
Yeah, that check on h5 is annoying, and that king is just ridiculous on that square. Hard to say what the next move should be.
Yeah, exactly. Well, any rook moves by white aren't particularly impressive.
No, and black is preparing what, though? Is it just Zugzwang? Doesn't seem like it should be.
Well, maybe he'll reset to that position you had earlier, bishop c5, king b6, trying to push white's rook away from the file.
What happens on bishop f6 here?
Bishop f6. Can I check and...
yeah, I need to
lunch?
get out of here. So, yeah, and then take the pawn if you take.
Do I need to take the pawn?
No, you don't. But you still need to make a move.
Okay, let's do something a little bit funny.
Oh no, what happened in Jennifer Yu's game against Anna Zatonski? Something very strange just happened. Oh gosh. There's just a double attack. It's like the finish of the Saavedra position.
Mate, a checkmate,
like
a double.
The Saavedra,
Maurice, pull that up on your...
is attacking the rook, and there's a mate threat.
Right.
Wow.
Our
Double
defending
attack.
champion. I thought this was going to be... I thought this game was headed towards a draw.
She just blundered. Stunning.
Okay.
Stunning. How could she have blundered like this? Jennifer is going to win.
Let's walk
This game
through
is
this
over.
blunder. Oh gosh, and look at Jennifer crossing her arms. She knows now she's got it.
Yeah, need a little smile right there too. She's stunned after this terrific fight.
So
she's winning the game.
King to b3. Anna was obviously trying to squeeze out the victory. Brought her king at rook over king, push, and then this check. Anna thought she was just collecting.
And she's
this
resigned.
pawn. Yes. Anna thought she was just collecting this pawn, but with the move king c2, the threat of checkmate on one, as well as king takes d1, winning the rook, caused Anna Zatonski to resign.
Wow.
Whoa.
What an amazing
what a finish.
blunder.
So
From
right
a
here,
dead drawn rook ending.
So right here, she could have easily just checked from behind, and then the king would have had to go on up the board. She went here. Somehow she convinced herself that she had winning chances and made a terrible oversight.
And of course, it's not too late
with
even
rook
before rook
d1
d1 check. I mean,
no.
she has a number of other moves.
Oh
to
yeah.
play here.
Oh, she could check on the side for sure. Just
She could play
drive-
b3.
She could play b3.
It's like almost doesn't matter what move you make.
Yeah, except there is a funny line. Check this out: b3, d7, rook check, king c3, with similar ideas of mate on the side and queening. So this is a different variation of the double
rook
threat.
c1 check king d2.
Right. Yeah. Oops. So in fact, there are tricks that black has to avoid. Oh, a devastating.
Don't cut your own king off.
Ooh.
Yikes.
So she basically just had to go after. Wait, what if she had gone? What if she had gone rook d6 in that position? Rook h6 after d6. Rook h6.
Rook h6. Isn't it the same thing, Maurice?
No.
Now you got to play b3. Or no, you don't have to play. Aren't you?
Yeah, you might
getting
have to,
yourself.
You might have to play b3 even.
But
there.
no, then I got rook b3 and rook d3.
And rook d3. Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa.
So the king had to come over.
Yeah. No, just king a3. Put it.
King b3.
Yeah. Well, king a3 was
the problem.
Yeah, that was where things went wrong right there. Wow. And back to that game of Jeffrey as we have our next guest getting suited up for an interview with Maurice.
That's right. We have Anna Zatonski, four-time champion, with a disappointing finish in this game. She's with Maurice to talk about how it could have gone differently.
Yes, we're with Anna Zatonski. Anna, that was, I'm surprised you're here even. That was an amazing.
Did I have a choice?
That was, what happened?
Okay, that just, in the end, I just lost concentration and blundered this king c2. So maybe still I'm experiencing jet lag. I came from Germany. And I don't know, I think I had advantage and also missed something in tie pressure. Yes, and I was pretty happy with my opening results, and I got like outplayed her, and then
Right,
then just yeah.
There was opportunity earlier, the H pawn, the way you were pressuring her position early on, and then she got some chances to defend. Certainly, she didn't make it easy. Were you when the game was basically equalized? Were you still thinking of winning? Was there?
Yes, of course. I think okay, slightly better, even if its computer says it's equal. I think it's. Yes, maybe slightly better for white, and I was trying my best, and in the end it was draw. I was about to accept a draw and then just forgot about king c2.
Is that what happened? Like right at the moment when you realized it was a draw?
Yes, I thought it was just a draw, so of course like any other move would make a draw. I thought it was just easier way to draw. Yeah.
Right, so you lost basically your sense of danger.
Yes, just lost control and concentration by the end of the game.
So what does this do? I mean, you have to assess.
I should do more more sports and like general advices to keep to be fresh by the end of the game. And this is just advantage of youth, so you still can prepare and play 6 hours. And I was also like that, if you remember. Some US championships ago, I played like 6 hours, and next day I could prepare and play another 6 hours.
Tell me now that you've lost the first game, what's your, I mean, I know it's early still, there's a long way to come back with 10 rounds to go, but what's your feeling about the rest of the tournament?
I don't know, I hope I will sleep better and yeah, we'll slowly get to the shape. This is really a very disappointing result, and I still cannot believe I lost this game. Yes, maybe that's why I'm here.
I see, it's great to see you smiling somehow after such a tough game. And well, we know you'll get up off the mat. You're a powerful player and won this tournament 4 times. So go get some rest and work it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Anna Zatonski, after definitely a bitterly disappointing game, where there were some tricks in that rook and pawn ending, still should have been drawn. But it shows that it can happen.
Wow, just one slip. 6 hours of hard work and just one slip at the end can be so devastatingly costly. Oof, that's too painful. Just too painful to words. We'll turn to the game of Var and Jeffrey Jean. When we left it, we were just about in this territory, and we had expected the bishop to come back to d6 in order to protect the pawn on a3. Jeffrey had a different take. He thought that he was very clever to put the bishop on c1 so that he could play bishop b2, nudging this bishop off the long diagonal, controlling AH and A1. But after these moves, Jeffrey has just played the move rook g3. I was about to say he was beginning to regret perhaps that his bishop wasn't on d6. And we have Jennifer in our studio.
Yes, we have Jennifer Yu, who started the tournament off with a bang, defeating 4-time champ Anna Zatonski. She's with Maurice.
Well, when I spoke to her yesterday, she was, like most teenagers, on her cell phone, staring at her phone, trying to get me to leave. And I asked her about her prospects in this championship, and she did not look like she felt like she had any chances. And all she had to say was, I'm missing school. There's going to be so much work. I'm like, you got to focus on this tournament. After 24 hours, we're now sitting here, and you have defeated Anna Zatonski, a 4-time champion of this event. How do you feel right now?
I mean, I guess I feel good, kind of, but I just got really lucky this game. So, I don't know.
You still have to play the moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, beating her is a big deal. I mean, clearly you're not the favorite to win this tournament, and in this matchup, you certainly weren't a favorite. It's not every day you beat someone of this level. You must be feeling pretty good that you actually were able to defend that well and eventually come back in the game.
Yeah, I guess. Like, I don't know. This game, I felt like I just played. I didn't know what I was doing at first, but I'm happy though. In the end, yeah.
Tell me, when she played rook check, what was going through your mind? I mean, you must have seen that this was a blunder.
Yeah, at first I was. I looked at this before I played c6, but I didn't think she would play it. I was just like, just like a lucky thing if she does do it. So I was really surprised, though, but I guess it happened. So
it lands on the board, and you're shocked. You're thinking king c2. When you played it, you knew you were winning. Did any of the thoughts going through your head? You seemed even nervous even then, even though it was clear that you were winning.
I don't know, because I've played so long just defending, trying to get a draw. So it's a giant shock to actually be like, oh, I might actually win this game.
You're now tied for first place in the U.S. Women's Championship. Are you still thinking about school and all the work you're missing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, congratulations on the victory, And let's hope you get your head in this tournament because you are currently in first place, young lady.
Thank you.
Jennifer Yu, after a shock win in round 1, incredible to see a champion lose that way, but it happens, and it clearly happens even to the best of us.
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations, Jennifer.
And we've also
Carissa.
She went down.
She missed this really nice shot here at the end of the game. Sabina just played the move Queen B8 check, eyeballing the opportunity of playing Queen to G8 check. After that check was blocked, this long retreating move, Queen B8 to H2.
But there's no more Rook H7.
There's no more Rook H7, and this was all she wrote, and Carissa Yip.
Although I guess it would have worked in the other move order too, because Rook H7 would be Queen B8.
Yeah.
So just the back, you can. It's funny. It's like there's 2 back ranks. You can't defend them both.
Right. The side rank is a back rank. It's like a back rank. Yeah, back rank mate.
Weird geometry in this game, but unfortunately for our youngest player in the tournament, she lost. So some good news for the teenagers and some bad news for the teenagers.
Exactly.
That's how it goes.
A lucky shot, though, in that game between Jennifer and Anna.
Well, luck in a way, right? But
Yes.
usually luck goes overall, luck favors the sharper and more rested player, as Anna pointed out.
Yeah, and she also mentioned youth, and that's one of the things that definitely gives them the edge. They got that energy going all the way deep into the game. Just one small slip, and it can cost you the entire game, which is what happened. And we have still 1 game remaining. We now know all the results.
All the women's games are finished, and we've got only 2 players still in the running. I'm sorry, 3 players still in the running for the Fisher Prize. Tatev Abrahamian, Jennifer Yu, and Sabina Foiger. Not necessarily the 3 that you would expect at the beginning of the round.
No.
And meanwhile, in the championship, it looks likely that we might only have 2. Because Rushin, he's doing a decent job of defending, but we'll keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, fan favorite Carissa Yip is with Maurice.
With the youngest player in the competition, Carissa Yip of Massachusetts. Carissa, you're in your 2nd championship. Crazy to say that for a 13-year-old, but you had a tough game against an Olympic player in Sabina Foiger. You seem to be okay. It looks like right at the very end you slipped up and lost the game.
Maybe instead I should just, after King G3, probably Queen E5 or something like that, exchanging the queens, and it would be a draw. But I thought I had something on the queen side with my passed pawns, so. And I just missed this Queen G5, and then Rook H3 idea stopping me from playing Queen D5 again.
So, what does it feel? What is the feeling coming out of such a game? You definitely were not the favorite, but you had a good chance. Are you disappointed with the round?
Yeah, definitely. I thought I would get at least a draw.
Considering how well the teenagers are doing in this competition so far, I mean, I remember last year when you were the teen sensation, the new kid on the block, you still got 10 rounds to go. What are your thoughts about the rest of the games?
I don't know. I'll just try to forget this round and just play each game one at a time, I guess.
Best you can do. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Get over this game. You've got a lot of games to go, and you'll do well. Hope you do well in the rest of the games.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Tough loss there for Carissa, because I feel what she was saying, that she had the edge. But here's our standings after the first round. Jennifer, take us through it.
Well, we've got Tatev Abrahamian, Sabina Foiger, and Jennifer Yu, all with perfect scores in the championship, 1 out of 1. Meanwhile, a bunch of players who've drawn, including 2 of our big tournament favorites, Irina Krush and Nazi Paikidze. Big shocker being Anna Zatansky, the highest rated player in the tournament, starting off with a loss. But Sabina Foiger, she's in the winner's circle right now.
Absolutely.
And she's with Maurice Ashley.
Women's Grandmaster and Olympic player Sabina Foiger after a win in this game. But Sabina, it didn't look like it was going to be a win. She seemed to defend quite well, and then just suddenly at the end, she made a mistake, and you were able to pounce.
Yes. I thought I was slightly better all the game. I had the center, and I had, a strong position, but I couldn't find a way to win. And then I found this idea with D5 to try to complicate things. But I feel like if I had done it one move earlier, probably it would have worked. Maybe not. I have to double check. And then, yeah, the position was about equal, and she did offer me a draw at some point, but I thought I didn't really have anything to lose, so I kept.
Ended up working out for you. Mistakes happen in the end of games. What do you think about this youth? Seems to be a youth movement every single time. You are very young yourself, but you look almost like the big adult, one of the adults in the room with all these young players.
Right. It's really good to see youngsters, training and, coming into these competitions and playing head-to-head with us. I remember I used to be like that myself long time ago.
Not so long ago.
Maybe not so long ago. And, so it's really good to see a movement like this in the United States. I think it's just for the best.
Did you notice the shocking results in the Jennifer Yu and Zatonsky game?
I just noticed as I came, but I haven't seen the game. So
okay, well, a crazy mistake in that game by Anna cost her. You are not spoken of as one of the favorites to win this event. There's some other names that are usually said. Do you feel good being under the radar? Do you think that helps you in the tournament?
I never really like to. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I think I just like playing chess, and if I play well, I like being acknowledged for it. If I don't, I mean, not. I think everybody has ups and downs, and, anything can happen.
How important would it be for you to win this title?
Of course, it would be great, but I try not to think about it. I just try to take every day as it comes.
Very important words of advice. Congratulations on your victory, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Sabina Feuser, after a victory, she is now tied for first place in the Women's Championship.
Wow,
and we also have our final result in for the championship as Varuzhan Akobian, kudos on his defense. He managed to hold the draw. He snatched the A3 pawn off. And then the bad king turns out to actually be a bit of an asset in that it's closer to the F pawn, and there's no way for black to really try to press for a win there. So let's take a look at how the championship, the open section, stacks up after one round. Only two players with perfect scores, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. So no big surprise there.
Ain't gonna be no Fisher Prize. Fisher Prize now.
Now that's a prediction I can get behind. But how long is it gonna last?
I was saying it's gonna last for 3 rounds.
3?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I said that before the start.
That means women were.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Wesley would have to win the next 2, basically.
Correct.
But doesn't Wesley play?
No, the women's could last for 3 rounds.
I thought
you're on the women's side, not on the men's.
I thought Hikaru plays Fabi tomorrow.
Right, exactly. Ooh. So that's going to be a big one. And let's take a look at the full pairing list tomorrow. We've got Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura. Another big battle we got on board 2 with Jeffrey Zhang against Ray Robson. And Wesley So playing black against Sam Shanklin. So Shanklin with 2 whites in a row.
Yes, he scored. He drew number 1 at the opening ceremony yesterday. 2 whites. He'll finish the tournament with the black. Nice start for Sam. He placed 2 of the biggest guns in the tournament at the start with white.
Though I noticed that Hikaru Nakamura just tweeted about his victory. He said that hashtag $Lulu with the big miss as my putts go deep into the money, and I won in the first round of the U.S. Championship. Hashtag great day. Listen, I only understand the second half of that sentence.
Well, what he did is he bought stock options that the market was going to go down. I guess the market did, and so now he's in the money. So it's all around a good day for him, is what he's saying.
And let's take a look at the women's matchups. Katerina Nemtsova versus Mazi Paikidze. That's an important game.
Yeah.
Irina Krush white against Sabina Feuser. So will she rain on her parade? Another one we can't wait to see is Carissa Yip coming back after a tough loss, then playing against the Tatev Abrahamian, always formidable in the U.S. Women's Championships. And right now, looking as hot as always.
Absolutely. And Maurice, final thoughts on round 1.
Well, it was a sharp day. Players were definitely going for it in all the games. There were no so-called Grandmaster draws, but there still were a lot of draws, unusual actually, high number of draws in the first round. But like I said, there was fighting chess. These players are definitely going for it. And especially at the top, those players know they have to keep on winning if they are going to win this tournament. There's no way you can ever take your foot off the gas. You've got to go for it all. So expect more fighting chess and more victories to start happening as early as tomorrow as the players go for it here at the U.S. Championships.
No let up in St. Louis, Jen.
That's right. Join us tomorrow for a pregame show at 12:50 Central Time. That's 1 o'clock for the official game start. And Fabiano playing against Nakamura, you're not going to want to miss it. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.